Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of Polaris Dawn mission from East Coast, that is from the pad Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We hope you all are doing fine and excited about the upcoming launch, one of its kind, the Polaris Dawn mission. Hello, my name is Zipto Mitra, performing the commentary for today's mission launch. Before moving to the mission details, firstly, on behalf of AstroYonder team, we express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone for being a part of today's launch. We really appreciate you being here. Big thanks to our amazing YouTube community for being here today as we provide detailed coverage of space launches, complete with extensive stats and thorough insights. We are super excited bringing you the live coverage of SpaceX 90th overall launch and the 87th Falcon 9 launch of this year. Until now, walking into the open void of space has exclusively been a government thing, but SpaceX is about to break that monopoly by adding the first ever private spacewalk to its already vast arsenal of space competencies with the Polaris Dawn mission. This will also be the first time two SpaceX employees will be part of a human spaceflight crew. With this mission, humans will travel further from Earth than we did in the past 52 years, endeavoring to achieve the highest altitude of any human spaceflight mission since the Apollo program. This is the first of the 3 planned space flights in the Polaris program. Right now, we are awaiting for a Falcon 9 liftoff at 3:38 a.m. Eastern Time from Kennedy Space Center for a northeasterly launch for Polaris Dawn mission with 4 commercial astronauts on board. The Falcon 9 rocket will launch the Polaris Dawn to low Earth orbit. Now, while weather conditions have improved, SpaceX still remains a watch item for launch and return conditions. If the mission cannot launch by September 14, it will have to be delayed further to clear LC-39A, the pad, for Europa Clipper mission. Now today's mission marks SpaceX amazing 382nd overall launch with the 370th Falcon 9 launch to date. This is the 27th dedicated non-Starlink mission of the year for SpaceX. Also worth mentioning, this year May 30th marked the 4th anniversary of Falcon 9 launching NASA's Demo 2 mission to the space station and returning human spaceflight to the United States. Since then, Dragon has carried 50 people into orbit. SpaceX is currently targeting a liftoff time of Falcon 9 from Kennedy Space Center at 3:38 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:38 a.m. UTC, which will be 12:38 a.m. Pacific Time on Tuesday, that is on September 10th. Now let's take an in-depth look at the mission details. Before moving on, would like to welcome Fun Awesome. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you will be enjoying the stream. We all are really excited about this launch and would like to welcome our 2 moderators here, Pop Tripica and Confusion at 3 a.m. both joining us. Welcome to you guys. Hope you all are doing fine. And referring to Pop Pika, would like to mention we didn't got any of your snaps from the visit of Kennedy Space Center. We are waiting for that. So right now, enjoy the stream. Once again, thanks everyone for tuning in. The Polaris program by SpaceX is an ambitious series of missions aimed at advancing human space exploration and supporting humanitarian causes. The program kicks off with the Polaris Dawn, set to launch on August 28, 2024 previously, but due to unfavorable weather conditions, it is set to launch today. Although today also we have a 40% favorable outlook for the launch and 60% probability of violation. We will talk about the weather later on. Now this mission will attempt the first commercial spacewalk and push the boundaries of human spaceflight by traveling farther from Earth than any mission since Apollo. Following this, Polaris 2 mission will build upon the learnings and the data gathered from the Polaris Dawn mission, continuing to use Falcon 9 and Dragon. The final mission, Polaris 3 mission, will mark the first human spaceflight on SpaceX Starship, a significant step toward making life multiplanetary. And as of now, how much we are excited for the Polaris Dawn mission, I guess it will be rising infinite times during the Polaris 3 mission because it will be indulging the Starship launcher. Now, beyond space exploration, the Polaris program also aims to raise funds and awareness for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, ensuring no child dies in the dawn of life. This dual focus on technological advancement and humanitarian efforts underscores SpaceX's vision of a future where space exploration benefits all of humanity. Now let's go ahead and meet the crew of Polaris Dawn mission. First we have Jared Isaacman, mission commander, and is the founder of CEO of Shift 4 and also served as mission commander in Inspiration 4, which was the world's first all-civilian mission to space in 2021 that helped raise over $250 million for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. An accomplished aviator and adventurer from Pennsylvania, Isaacman rated to fly commercial and military spacecraft and holds several world records, including 2 speed around the world flights. Next we have Scott Kidd-Pottit, serving the role of mission pilot in today's mission. Pottit is a retired United States Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, and his 20 years in the service included commander of the 64th Aggressor Squadron, USAF Thunderbird 4 demonstration pilot, operational test and evaluation pilot, and flight examiner. Pottit previously served as mission director for Inspiration 4 mission. Next we have Sarah Gillis, mission specialist who is a Colorado native who is lead space operational engineer at SpaceX, where she is responsible for overseeing the company's astronaut training program. Being a leader, serving the lead astronaut trainer role, she trained many of the crews that have gone to space, including Isaacman for the Inspirational 4 mission. A classically trained violinist, Gillis began as an intern for SpaceX back in 2015 and worked on human in the loop testing of the Dragon spacecraft. Gillis has developed a curriculum, a musician's guide to reaching for the stars, that encourages students to reach for their dreams and discover the connection between music, creativity, and exploration. And the fourth crew for today's mission, Anna Menon, mission specialist and medical officer, a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, where she manages the development of crew operations and serves in mission control as both a mission director and crew communicator. Prior to that, she was a biomedical engineer and supporting astronauts on console at NASA. She has written a children's book titled Kisses from Space, which was inspired by her experience preparing for the Polaris Dawn mission and her desire to share her spaceflight experience with her two young children. Now let's meet the back end of this mission. People supporting the whole mission. Todd Erickson, the mission director, leads mission design and execution, coordinating with SpaceX and other partners to ensure mission success. Sean Gustafsson as the deputy mission director. He leads efforts with the external partners and oversees execution of campaign events. Dr. Samantha Weeks, serving as science and research director, she handles all of the science and research coordination. John Baum, the philanthropy director. John leads all global philanthropic efforts in coordination with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Sarah Grover, communications director. She oversees all aspects of the communications and storytelling for the Polaris mission. And we all know about John Cross, taking amazing pictures of space launches. If you don't know him, please try to follow him on X. So John Cross here serving as the content director. Cross is responsible for photographing campaign milestones and sharing the Polaris story via social media. And I feel that without him, we could not never have witnessed all the beautiful and stunning pictures of the Polaris Dawn mission from the very start. So a big thanks to him. And lastly, Casey Phillips as the project director, who oversees a wide variety of campaign projects and coordinates travel logistics for the Polaris team. Now, the Polaris Dawn mission will utilize a flight-proven Falcon 9 booster for its fourth flight, launching from historic Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center. As we all know that this site has been pivotal in space exploration, hosting Apollo and Space Shuttle missions. The mission is set to last up to 5 days with an orbital inclination of 51.6 degrees, a common angle for missions to the International Space Station due to its optimal ground coverage and accessibility. Polaris Dawn mission will involve complex orbital maneuvers, targeting an apogee of 1,400 kilometers. This Dragon mission will take advantage of Falcon 9 and Dragon's maximum performance, endeavoring to fly higher than any Dragon mission to date and farther than humans have traveled since the end of Apollo program in 1972. Falcon 9 will launch Dragon and the crew from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida to an elliptical orbit with an apogee of 1,200 kilometers and perigee of 190 kilometers. After verification of a healthy vehicle, Dragon's Draco engines will fire to raise the spacecraft's apogee to an altitude of 1,400 kilometers, where Dragon will remain for several orbits before lowering to a coasting elliptical orbit with an apogee of 700 kilometers and perigee of 190 kilometers. For the remainder of the mission, including the spacewalk activities before preparing for the re-entry. If the mission succeeds, Polaris Dawn will be the first non-government mission to perform a spacewalk. But not only that, it will do that about 700 kilometers above Earth. To compare, the International Space Station orbits Earth at about 400 kilometers. So you can mark the difference where the radiation is less intense. It will also orbit Earth through regions of a slightly charged belt of radiation. There are two of these, known as Van Allen belts. An inner and the outer one. So let's just discuss about a little about Van Allen belt. Van Allen belt, as you can see on your screen, is a radiation belt, a zone of energetic charged particles, most of which originates from solar wind, that are captured by and held around a planet by that planet's magnetosphere. Earth has two such belts, and sometimes other may be temporarily created. These belts are named after James Van Allen, who is often credited with their discovery. Earth's two main belts extend from an altitude of 640 to 58,000 kilometers above the surface. Now the inner Van Allen belt extends typically from an altitude of 1,000 kilometers to 12,000 kilometers above the Earth, whereas the outer belt begins at an altitude of 13,000 to 60,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Polaris Dawn orbit will soar through a region called the South Atlantic Anomaly, where the lower lowermost of Earth's two Van Allen belts, comes closest to Earth. With high concentration of electrons and energetic protons, the Van Allen belts are harmful to humans if exposed for prolonged period. The crew's expected radiation dosage over this 5 days of this mission is equivalent to 3 months aboard the ISS. Now let's discuss about Polaris mission's objectives. Flying higher than any previous Dragon mission to date and reaching the highest Earth orbit ever flown while moving through portions of the Van Allen belt radiation. As I mentioned before, at an orbital altitude of 1400 kilometers of apogee and a perigee of 190 kilometers. Or you can say that this will be the 3 times higher than the International Space Station. This will be the highest altitude of any human space flight mission in more than a half century since the Apollo program. Gillis and Isaacman performing the EVA at a planned 435 miles, that is at 300 kilometers in altitude, will seize several world records. 3 times higher than the ISS, it will be the highest EVA ever in Earth orbit, smashing an altitude record of 850 miles set by Gemini 11 astronauts Charles Conard and Richard Gordon in September 1966. This mission will be attempting the first ever commercial spacewalk. This will take place at an elliptical orbit at 435 miles above Earth in newly developed SpaceX EVA spacesuits. During the spacewalk, the crew will conduct a series of tests that will provide necessary data that will allow SpaceX teams to produce and scale for future long-duration missions. The crew worked with SpaceX engineers throughout suit development, testing various iterations for mobility and performance, along with mobility aids and system procedures. Also conducted operations inside vacuum chambers to validate pre-breath protocols and the readiness of the EVA suit. With this EVA, another record will be achieved. Aged 30 years, to be precise 242 days on the planned date of the EVA. Gillis will also become the youngest human to spacewalk, eclipsing first ever spacewalker Soviet cosmonaut Alexei Leonov, who was 30 years 292 days old when he floated outside the Voskhod 2 capsule back in March 1965. Now, as mentioned by one of our moderator over here on chat, Pop Tripika, another mention of a record being achieved by this mission. Jointly with Menon and Gillis will be the first to fly the highest altitude ever attained by a woman. They will more than double the 358 miles reached by astronauts Kathy Thornton, Nancy Curie, and Megan MacArthur across three Hubble Space Telescope repair flights between 1993 and 2009. Also in this mission, the crew will be testing laser-based satellite communication using optical links between the Dragon spacecraft and Starlink satellites. The crew will be conducting nearly 40 experiments over the span of these 5 days of their stay on the orbit for critical scientific research designed to advance our knowledge of human health, both on Earth and during future long duration space flight. Those who doesn't know about the Starlink satellite is a constellation to provide high speed, low latency broadband internet globally. These satellites are built in Redmond, Washington. Starlink's constellation operates at the low Earth orbit, approximately 550 kilometers from the Earth's surface. SpaceX plans to expand the constellation of Starlink up to 42,000 satellites being operating and providing services for the low latency and high speed broadband internet globally. This Starlink satellite consists of 4 phased array antennas and 2 parabolic antennas, which utilizes Ka, Ku, and E-band frequencies to provide better coverage. Starlink satellite consists of massive 52.5 square meter solar arrays, and these solar arrays extend to a wingspan of 100 feet. These solar arrays are also aeroneutral, which provides the facility for the Starlink to have on-orbit maneuvers. And as I mentioned before, one of the objectives of the Polaris Dawn mission of the testing laser-based satellite communication using optical links. So these are the laser transponders which are there on Starlink satellites, and each version 2 mini satellites weighs nearly 1763 pounds. We know that the version 2 Starlink satellites are large enough to fit inside the Falcon 9 fairing, and for that SpaceX made a new version of Starlink satellites, that is version 2 mini, which is capable to fit in the Falcon 9 fairing. So as of now, no version 2 mini satellites have been launched. We are just seeing the version 2 mini satellites right now. Maybe in future, those version 2 mini satellites will be launched by starships. And these Starlink satellites are argon-fueled Hall effect thrusters, using them for the on-orbit maneuvers. Just a quick overview of the Starlink so that you will be knowing about the Starlink satellites a little bit more. Now let's take a look into about the on-orbit schedule or the timeline for this mission. Flight day 1, that is the launch day. Please excuse me for interruption. The mic got disconnected. So this on-orbit timeline of Polaris Dawn mission. Flight day 1, the launch day. Today, the crew will get into space in about 10 minutes from liftoff. About an hour after getting there, they will start the pre-breath protocol. Will soon thereafter raise the peak apogee while passing through inner regions of Earth's Van Allen radiation belt, which will bring us to the flight day 2, where Anna Menon will read the book she authored, Kisses from Space, and then they will lower to the cruise orbit. At that point, they will begin the spacewalk preparation, performing mobility tests, checking out the spacesuits for the spacewalk, and configuring the cabin of the Dragon. Now on the flight day 3, the EVA day, after the crew wakes up, they will have several hours of preparation, including final cargo configurations, preparing biomedical monitoring devices for the spacewalk, getting into the spacesuits. They will perform a suit leak check and then perform the EVA. We will be live streaming the entire event, so do join us. As of now, the date and the time are not yet mentioned. Now on flight day 4, which is the Starlink demonstration day, the crew will have some checkouts and then perform a series of demonstrations as a part of this test. Hopefully we will have live stream for that from SpaceX, so let's see. And for that, stay tuned with us. Flight day 5 is the final full day on orbit. On that day, crew will be wrapping up all of that research that was performed, being weaved in every single day of the mission. And then they will be preparing for the re-entry. That brings us to the flight day 6, Having spacesuits on, they will re-enter through Earth's atmosphere and then splash down off the coast of Florida at one of the SpaceX 7 sites and will be recovered by the SpaceX recovery vessel Shannon, either by Shannon or Megan. Now let's take a look into the spaceflight physiology and how the crew got trained for the whole mission. On your screen, you see these images of the centrifuge and hypoxia. Training time. The Polaris Dawn crew completed training to familiarize themselves with the symptoms that may experience while at higher altitudes where there a lack of oxygen is, and well, the G forces experienced during launch and re-entry, and for that reason this centrifuge training is essential. In the centrifuge, it's about 4.5 to 5 Gs, similar to the forces experienced during various transitions on the way to space and back to Earth. The crew spend time in the altitude chamber getting familiar with their symptoms of hypoxia. There are various PSI pressures that will experience throughout the pre-breathe protocol, which consists of 5-phase pre-breathe protocol anywhere from 1 atmosphere, that is 14.7 pounds per square inch PSI, working all the way down to when the crew reaches vacuum, where they will be at 5 psi inside their spacesuits. Polaris Dawn crew participating in a decompression sickness study at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. You can see on your screen. They participated in this decompression sickness study in Texas, December last year. The facility originally served as a platform for similar atmospheric modulation tests in the early 1970s ahead of NASA's missions to Skylab, the United States' first space station. Now, the risk of decompression sickness is lowered when the amount of nitrogen is reduced in one's body. Current extravehicular activity EVA decompression models, such as those used in the International Space Station, achieve this during a long duration 100% oxygen pre-breath exercise in an airlock. The Dragon spacecraft, however, does not have an airlock, requiring the entire vehicle, including the crew members, to decompress down to vacuum with a limited pre-breath. In anticipation of the mission's EVA attempt, this study characterized DCS risk for Polaris Dawn and will help SpaceX develop a new decompression model for EVAs from Dragon. The crew lived in the chamber for just around 2 days, simulating mission's expected pressure and oxygen profiles to determine how likely it is for the DCS symptoms to occur. DCS stands for decompression sickness. I'm just taking the name in short. Now, throughout the test, a team of medical professionals monitored the crew for symptoms, ready to intervene and provide immediate medical treatment if necessary. In addition to characterizing DCS risk, the event allowed for the crew and the teams to practice monitoring for and reporting EVA related medical information over communication loops ahead of the mission's actual spacewalk. Would like to welcome Matt Nutt. Thanks for tuning in. And of course, yes, this one is one of the iconic mission after Apollo era. And to confess, Bob Tripica would like to mention that I wish you could be there at Kennedy Space Center while this launch. Also would like to mention confession at 3 a.m. We should really thank John Cruise for taking those pictures. Really, he is a good will be an understatement. He is an excellent photographer. You should be checking his X handle. Now here on your screen you can see the crew climbing the Cotopaxi stratovolcano in Ecuador, which presented an opportunity for the crew to develop mental resilience by facing physical strain, challenging weather conditions, and evaluations. This also provided the elevations as high as 19,374 feet above sea level. This event allowed the crew to build upon their endurance and mental toughness, both necessary qualities for the space environment. Would like to welcome Daniel TB10. Thanks for tuning in, Daniel. Hope you will be enjoying the stream. And right now we are discussing how the crew got trained and prepared for this mission. It's just not a spacewalk or a space mission. For this whole event, you have to prepare yourself mentally, physically, and psychologically. So how they did it, now we are discussing about that. Now here on your screen you are seeing the scuba diving training of the Polaris Dawn crew. The crew's scuba diving and participation in a decompression sickness study, which I mentioned just a few minutes away, provided further insights into conducting the mission's spacewalk. These non-verbal communication and body support skills during the scuba are comparable to communication skills used during extravehicular activities, shorts for EVA, emphasizing the importance of clear and concise conveying of information between the crew members and team back on Earth, which is extremely essential for a success of a space mission. Scuba is not only one element, scuba training was only one element of the SpaceX training program planned for Space Polaris Dawn crew. Now the zero-G flight training, which is essential for astronauts to get familiarized with the weightlessness experienced in space. These are 30 seconds of interval where we get the weightlessness. So the crew utilized this opportunity to accomplish some of their science and research as well to see what that would feel like. And all these images which you are seeing is all because of the efforts of John Cruise, as I mentioned before. If he would have been not there, we would have been not got such good insights of this mission. This picture speaks all of the mission. Now the Polaris Dawn mission also consisted the skydiving training during the preparation, where the crew of the Polaris Dawn completed the US Air Force Academy's basic freeball parachuting course, short for AM-490 in Colorado. And this is the only program in the whole world where students make their first skydive jump solo, entirely untethered from any instructors. So it is a quite risky one, I guess. You need a huge mental strength to do this. The solo skydiving experience gave the crew continued valuable practice in making rapid, high-stakes decisions, similar to that of dynamics that they will be encountering during the mission. We are glad that you found this stream useful, Matt Nut. It's a thanks for your kind words for inspiring us. And we would be glad to have you with us on our streams. Nextly, the Polaris Dawn mission. They had a high diving training at the US Air Force Academy. This is just for a protocol that in case of an emergency, the crew have to evacuate, and while they are in Dragon, being splashed down. Although I guess the crew is enough capable to do this on its own, they didn't needed any training for this, but yes, the protocol has to be followed. Next, the crew went through the fighter jet training, which allowed the crew to undergo resource management, teamwork, and checklist procedures applied in high consequence environment. This skill set during the flight jet training translates into the spaceflight context, where the crew must be prepared to react swiftly to a wide range of nominal or off-nominal scenarios that could arise during their mission. You have to take a decision in a microseconds, maybe in the space flight. So for that, this mission was. Also, this mission gave the opportunity for the crew members to have a teamwork, as I mentioned, having their own way of communicating things. The Polaris Dawn's Anna Menon and Sarah Gillis participating in medical skill training at McGovern Medical School at UT Health, Houston. Those images you can see on your screen. On your screen right now is Anna Menon. Their training focused on initial and focused assessments, collection of vital signs, physical exam skills, basic life support and airway management, and also other procedural medical skills encompassing a wide array of potential concerns that may need to attend in space. And as far as our research, I think that we may be wrong. Only Anna Menon and Sarah Gillis participated in this medical training. Now let's discuss about the science and research side of this Polaris Dawn mission. The mission profiles of the Polaris Dawn affords us some great opportunities to expand our collective knowledge about the human body in space and associated applicability here on Earth as well. Right now on your screen you are watching neuroocular syndrome test and preparation for that, where the crew will be wearing a contact lens embedded with microelectronics that will allow the crew to continuously monitor changes in the shape and pressure of the eye, a first for a human spaceflight mission. The collected data will contribute to the understanding of spaceflight associated with the neuroocular syndrome. Also, this stands for the short of SANS, SANS, spaceflight associated neuroocular syndrome, a condition that can arise degraded vision and poses a risk for human performance during mission. The cognitive abilities training relates to the cognitive abilities of human body, as we all know. It is important because by the time we reach the destination on a mission, space flight mission to be precise, whether it's on the moon or Mars, we should retain the skills we were trained in before leaving Earth. So for that, this mission was designated. Now on your screen you are seeing Sarah Gillis, where she was participating in another science and research activity of this Polaris Dawn mission. Here is a device that uses blood flow restrictions to help improve the efficacy of exercises in space, and also helps improve the effects of fluid shifts that astronauts experience when they go to space. All this data gathered from these experiments will really help us in our future space flights. These are some couple of other space science and research during the Polaris Dawn mission. We know that balance and orientation issues that astronauts face when they return to Earth's gravity environment. On your screen you might be seeing Anna Menon undergoing a test. testing a tool that might help us with this, which utilizes electricity shocks between the inner ears to stimulate that distortion, disorientation, and teach more rapid adaptation skill. Right now, this slide is about that. And initially, in one slide, you saw Scott going through an experiment that is designed that is to be happening in the space during this mission, this slide. And this utilizes an endoscope or a camera that will insert through nose into the airway to gather imagery and look for inner body challenges like inflammations. Now, a greater cause of this mission, the group visited St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital in Tennessee, meeting doctors, researchers, and patients, while throughout the last year working to raise funds and awareness for the hospital to ensure that no child dies in the dawn of life. Additionally, by providing Starlink to 100 schools in Chile and Brazil with Starlink, the Polaris team is striving to increase internet connectivity to communities around the world, which can improve education and telemedicine efforts in communities in need of greater connection to such resources. Although right now we are seeing some troubles with Brazil with Starlink, Brazil's government refused that there will be no payment for Starlink for their services. So in lieu of that, Elon also tweeted that he will be making the services free during this mishap happening there between the Starlink and the Brazilian government there. Now here are some snaps of the crew getting familiar with the specially modified Crew Dragon spacecraft. We know that in the previous inspirational 4 mission, the Dragon was modified to have a cupola to get spectacular views of the space. Now this time this Crew Dragon has been modified for the spacewalk. Now Polaris Dawn spacewalk will involve opening the Dragon's hatch, which has a new motor for the job, but the capsule won't feature an airlock. So for this reason only, this is different from any other spacewalking procedures on the International Space Stations and NASA's retired space shuttle, where the airlock has allowed the rest of the spacecraft to be isolated from the vacuum of space. Dragon lacks of an airlock means all of 4 Polaris Dawn astronauts will don their spacesuits during the spacewalk. The space flyers also cannot purge nitrogen from their systems and avoid decompression sickness by using pre-breath procedures as seen on the ISS. Instead, the spacecraft will gradually lower its overall internal pressure while the partial pressure of the oxygen rises, which will remove the nitrogen. Then all four astronauts will use pure oxygen in their suits while the spacewalk is happening. The Polaris Dawn spacewalk will be the first time that four astronauts will be concurrently exposed to the vacuum of space during approximately 2 hour long operation. Mission Commander Jared Isaacman and Mission Specialist Sarah Gillis will separately exit the Dragon spacecraft through its forward hatch, while Mission Pilot Kit Potit and Mission Specialist and Medical Officer Anna Menon will remain seated, managing spacesuit umbilicals and monitoring telemetry on Dragon's interior displays. Now let's have a look at the all new SpaceX EVA suits. This new design of the SpaceX EVA suits got designed keeping in mind that astronauts need to move around easily both inside and outside the Dragon capsule. The team behind the Elon Musk backed venture used new materials, production methods, and specially designed joints that let the suit bend and flex to allow a high degree of mobility. The suit has been improved with enhanced reliability and the development of the backup systems during spacewalks. There are extra seals and pressure valves to ensure the spacesuit stays pressurized. SpaceX claims to have created a more convenient plug-in system to attach the spacesuit to the vehicle as well. This plug-in system is the home to crucial elements such as the communication kit, cooling hardware, and pressure control system. The EVA the spacesuit's helmet, I was going to say the EVA's helmet, pardon. So the spacesuit's helmet is 3D printed and has special padding elements that house communication mics and pressure control valves. The new spacesuit comes with an upgraded visor that rotates and offers wide field of view. The helmet also incorporates a special display screen, heads-up display, short for HUD, and a camera to show critical information like pressure levels inside the spacesuits, temperature levels, and humidity. It's like how we are seeing in sci-fi movies, so that kind of. But no more it will be a sci-fi movie, it will be turning into a real event. Moreover, the company claims it reduces bright glare when astronauts are outside the spacecraft performing spacewalks with this new EVA's suit helmet. The visor has a copper coating to protect against radiation using tin oxide similar to that employed on the wraparound cupola window that flew on Inspiration 4. The external fabric features flame-resistant materials with Teflon fabric and Nomex, which played a key role. Teflon fabrics were also a part of spacesuits used for the Apollo missions. NASA's version of the fabric is called beta cloth, which is essentially ultra fine glass filament used as yarn to make fabric and then coated with Teflon, also known as polytetrafluoroethylene or short of PTFE. With a melting point of over 650 degrees centigrade, this material offered thermal shielding and protected against dangerous lunar dust for astronauts wearing the A7L spacesuit for the Apollo mission. Notably, the suit Neil Armstrong wore for his historical moonwalk had both Teflon and Nomex. Nomex, which is also used in SpaceX EVA suits, is a crucial element of firefighter suits for its flame resistance. Nomex is also preferred choice for making spacesuits owing to its higher levels of comfort and durability. Evolved from intervehicular activity. This time I'm mentioning intravehicular activity. This is short of IVS. Okay, so the EVS suit provides greater mobility, a state-of-art helmet heads-up display, short for HUD, and camera, new thermal management textiles and materials borrowed from Falcon 9's interstage and Dragon's trunk. The goals of the spacesuit tests are familiarization with how the spacesuit perform in a vacuum. Secondly, collection of spacesuit and biometric data to assess the overall system's performance in flight-like environment, because this is the first time this spacesuit will be on a mission. Another goal of this spacesuit test will be understanding of general impacts of pressure changes on their body during pressurized operations, insights into thermal states expected throughout the spacewalk, and an elevated metabolic period for the crew to simulate the expected workload during the spacewalk, as well as a reduced activity period to understand the trend of body temperatures throughout the operation. So these were the goals of the spacesuit tests that will be happening during the mission of the Polaris Dawn. The Polaris Dawn crew completed a series of spacesuit acceptance tests in preparation for the mission's extravehicular activity or spacewalk, marking the final significant development and test milestone for SpaceX's newly developed EVA spacesuit. This test marked the first time the Polaris Dawn crew wore the spacesuit in vacuum environment at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, utilizing a historic chamber facility previously used to support testing of America's earlier spacesuits and spacecraft during the Gemini and Apollo programs, which allowed the crew for familiarization with how the spacesuit performed in a vacuum, collection of spacesuit and biometric data to assess the overall system's performance in a flight-like environment, additionally of general impacts of pressure changes on their body during pressurized operation. Also, this event made the crew to have the insights into various thermal states expected throughout the spacewalk. And as mentioned before, they also got to familiarize with reduced activity period to understand the trend of body temperatures throughout the operation. SpaceX has completed the final preparation for today's historical Polaris Dawn mission that will see 4 non-professional astronauts take a Crew Dragon spacecraft further from Earth than ever before and will also conduct the first ever commercial spacewalk. Back on August 27th, that Tuesday's work included test firing the engines on Falcon 9 rocket at 3:38 a.m. Eastern Daytime that will carry the Crew Dragon to orbit, while on August 25th, the 4-person crew donned their spacesuit and entered the spacecraft atop the rocket stationed on the launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida to perform full rehearsal of the launch day activities. These are some images shared by SpaceX of the test firing and also of the crew in their gear and inside the Crew Dragon. Some of them you can see on your screen with happy faces of the crew members. Simply just look at the excitement in their eyes. Well, let's move on and let's have a little bit of stats and insights of this mission. As we know that today we are having a 40% probability of launch while having 60% probability of violation. The primary concerns for today's launch window is the thick cloud rule, cumulus cloud rule, and flight to precipitation violations. According to weather officials, there is a 40% chance of favorable weather conditions at the time of the launch, and the forecast calls for the temperature of 81 Fahrenheit of temperature, moderate rain, and 100% cloud cover with a wind speed of 6 miles per hour, and maybe a little chances to have scattered rain, so that can accumulate 1.36 inches of rain. Now let's take a look at the flight record for the booster supporting today's Polaris Dawn mission. A young booster with tail number 1083 will be supporting today's mission, marking its 4th flight. It is now 125 days since last used. Today's booster with tail number 1083 has 3 previous flights in its record, including missions like SpaceX Crew 8 on Dragon Endeavour and 2 Starlink missions. The last mission supported by today's booster was Starlink Group 6-56 from here at Kennedy Space Center on 23rd of May this year. So far, this booster has supported all the missions from East Coast only, and today now it will be supporting another East Coast launch from Launch Complex 39A, supporting this historic Polaris Dawn mission. Now here is the flight history of the Dragon supporting today's mission. The Dragon spacecraft resilience numbered C207 supporting this mission previously flew crew 1 to and from the International Space Station with launch on November 16, 2020 and having a splashdown on May 2nd in the same year, that is in 2020, with crew members Michael Hopkins, Victor Glover, Soichi Noguchi, and Shannon Walker. Next, it had a flight for Inspiration 4 mission, the first all-civilian mission to orbit, with the mission duration from September 16 to 18 back in 2021. Now a request for you guys, hitting the like button helps YouTube's algorithm catch the drift and bring more space lovers and rocket enthusiasts our way, helping us to build a community with amazing space enthusiasts like you. And also consider subscribing to us. We would be totally amazed to have you on board. Your little support inspires us to work more hard to provide live coverages filled with stats and thorough insights. Now let's have a look at the bar graphs presenting number of Falcon 9 launches each year. Before today's launch, SpaceX completed 86 successful launches of Falcon 9 so far this year as part of its milestone, with the recent NROL-113 mission launch back on September 5th. That mission marked 17th consecutive successful launch since Starlink 9-3 mission failure. With the recent NROL-113 launch, SpaceX have 25 more than the launches made in 2022. Now with today's launch of Polaris Dawn mission, the bar graph shows 87 Falcon 9 launches so far this year, which is 26 more than the launches made in 2022. They have already done more than half as many launches as they did all of last year, and it's only been 8 months and 10 days of this year. Now this is quite fascinating and exciting. At just 9 more launches to go and SpaceX will be reaching the same number of launches made in last year, as SpaceX remains on course to achieve their ambitious target of 140 to 148 launches by this year's end. Here is a pre-launch timeline for today's mission. While replying from the chat to confession at 3 a.m. Actually, they have a quarantine schedule the crew went through, and they really had a sleep. Just for a quick reference for you, I'm just showing this, that what the crew went through before the launch. At the very beginning, they will be having the sleep shift upon arriving to Florida, and then they will be going through a biomedical baseline data collection, a quick update for them for the science and research experiments to be performed during the mission. They will be having weather briefs. They went through crew dry rehearsal, the launch rehearsal, which we mentioned just minutes before, and also the Falcon 9's static fire, which happened on back on August 27th, and that crew dry dress rehearsal happened on August 25th. They will be going through launch readiness review, and on the day they will be having meal suit up with the new EVAs. They will be walking out. We will be getting those views in just few minutes away. Going through ingress procedure, leak checks for the spacesuits, and we know the propellant load for the Falcon 9, and we will be having the liftoff. So they did had sleep, it's of no doubt, and they have to, because they have to be mentally and psychologically very much attentive during all these procedures going while they will be having the launch. So we were at this pre-launch timeline. It's just basically the same as that of a Falcon 9 with some changes, because as today's mission, Falcon 9's launch will be having a Dragon on board. So just let me break it down for you. T-minus 45 minutes countdown will begin at this point when SpaceX launch director gives the go for the start of propellant load at T-minus 42 minutes. Team will be ready for crew access arm, and the launch control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until launch escape systems is disarmed. Before they start fueling, and they will arm the abort system as well. At T-minus 39 minutes, the crew members will close their visors in anticipation of the arming of the launch escape system. The emergency escape system, which will use super Draco thrusters, if for some reason the crew needs to make a quick escape, it will launch them very quickly away from the rocket. If everything looks fine, prop load begins at T-minus 35 minutes mark with the loading of rocket grade kerosene, or the RP-1, on board the first and second stages of the Falcon 9 rocket. At the same time, ROX load, that is super chill liquid oxygen, is loaded on board the first stage, and then at T-minus 16 minutes, which will be the next event, when the second stage liquid oxygen load begins. At T-minus 7 minutes, chill down of 9 Merlin engines gets underway, involving a procedure of flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps, which helps protect the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damages during the startup sequence. At about 6 minutes before liftoff, the first stage kerosene tanks should be full. T minus 5 minutes and 30 seconds, the strong back retract sequence begins. It will start with the clamp arms that we see just underneath the Dragon trunk to open up. Then the transporter erector or the strong back reclining about 1.5 degrees away from the Falcon 9 vehicle. It will remain in that position until liftoff, at which point it rapidly pulls back to clear the way for the Falcon 9's vertical ascent. T minus 5 minutes, the Dragon transitions to internal power. At T minus 3 minutes mark, the first stage liquid oxygen load should be complete, followed by second stage liquid oxygen loading, wrapping up at T minus 2 minutes mark. At that point, Falcon 9 rocket is fully fueled with 1 million pounds of propellant. At T minus 1 minute mark, the propellant tanks are brought up to flight pressure. In the final 60 seconds of the countdown, the control of the flight system, that is launch sequence, is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers. If everything looks good, at T minus 45 seconds mark, the SpaceX launch director will give the final go for Falcon 9 liftoff. Now at T minus 3 seconds, the engine ignition sequence start command being issued by onboard engine controller. And finally at T0 we will have liftoff. If 9 Merlin 1D engines ignite and are healthy, flight computers will give the command for the hold down clamps to release the Falcon 9. Currently targeting a liftoff time of Falcon 9 from Kennedy Space Center at 3:38 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:38 a.m. UTC, which will be 12:38 a.m. Pacific Time on Tuesday on September 10th. Let's go ahead and briefly step through the trajectory for today's Polaris Dawn mission. Falcon 9 leaving the pad from Launch Complex 39A from Kennedy Space Center, with the Crew Dragon Resilience having the 4 Polaris Dawn mission crew on board, with a northeast trajectory heading into a low Earth orbit, indicated by that green line on your screen. The red line indicates where the Falcon 9 first stage will land after stage separation, just a little later, leaving Florida's Space Coast. This is going to be a drone ship landing using autonomous spaceport drone ship. Today's mission is supported by Just Read the Instructions drone ship, one of the 2 here on the East Coast, which means that the first stage booster with the tail number 1083 supporting this mission, flying for its fourth time, will be returning heading out to the drone ship for its landing. This will be the 91st successful landing on Just Read the Instructions drone ship to date. The planned booster recovery is approximately 575 kilometers downrange, with the stage 2 debris re-entry on the first orbit to the area in East Pacific. Currently, there are 3 in SpaceX drone ship fleet. Of the 3 drone ships, Just Read the Instructions and a short follow-up Gravitas are stationed here in Florida, while Of Course I Still Love You is stationed in California. We expect the addition of a fourth new drone ship likely by the end of this year or early next year. If you feel like we are adding value to your viewing experience, please consider giving this video a like. It really helps YouTube's algorithm bring in more space lovers and rocket fans to discover this stream, helping us to build a community with amazing space enthusiasts like you. And also consider subscribing about smashing that subscribe button and turning on the bell notification as we work hard to bring you detailed streams with stats and insights. We would be super grateful for your support. Now here is a post-launch timeline for today's Polaris Dawn mission for your reference. As you can see from the timeline, at t plus 12 minutes and 58 seconds, the Dragon nose cone open sequence will begin. So as I mentioned before, that within 15 minutes approximately they will be on orbit. At t plus 58 seconds, Falcon 9 will pass through max Q, a point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle. Then couple of events coming up in rapid succession. First will be Miko, the main engine cutoff, followed by a major milestone just within 4 seconds at t plus 2 minutes and 42 seconds, where stage separation will occur. Just after 9 seconds later, second stage embark ignition will happen at t plus 2 minutes and 51 seconds, also known as SES1. Following that, we will have the first stage entry burn lasting for 22 seconds. The second stage embark chill will shut down, that is not chill, excuse me, the second stage embark engine will shut down, having SECO 1 for the first time in today's flight and enter into a parking orbit at t plus 8 minutes and 59 seconds. Next we will be having the landing burn, which will orient and set up the first stage for SpaceX iconic precision landing. Next we will have the first stage landing on the drone ship. Just read the instructions for the 91st time overall, marking SpaceX 346th overall booster landing to date. Next major milestone will be the Dragon separation from the second stage. at t plus 12 minutes and 16 seconds, and finally at t plus 12 minutes and 58 seconds, the Dragon nose cone will open up. Now we are nearing from to the webcast to begin. Let me just check the time, whether they are sticking with their time. Yes, they are. So let's just quickly go through some stats for today's mission. Today's launch marks 382nd SpaceX overall launch and the 14th dedicated crew launch for SpaceX so far. Prior to today's launch, number of crew launched by SpaceX is 50 so far. 39 crews for government in 9 missions and 11 crews for commercial organizations in 4 missions. This marks 370th Falcon launch to date. 4th flight of this particular Falcon 9 booster supporting today's mission with tail number 1083. 3rd flight for the Crew Dragon Resilience supporting today's mission. Today's launch marks the 87th Falcon 9 launch of 2024 so far and is SpaceX 90th overall launch of this year, including the 3rd and 4th integrated flight test of the Starship. Additionally, 1 Falcon Heavy launch. This is SpaceX 316th Falcon booster reflight to date, meaning the launch of a booster that has flown at least once before. 89th overall orbital launches for SpaceX, launching from Launch Complex 39A, and the 183rd overall orbital launch from this pad. Some reusability stats. The launch marks 302nd Falcon 9 booster reflight to date. 91st landing on Just Read the Instructions drone ship. 4th landing of the first stage booster with tail number 1083. And with this mission's first stage landing, which brings the milestones of the 272nd overall drone ship landing, marking 327th Falcon 9 landing to date, and the 346th overall booster landing for SpaceX. Here are some stats of drone ship landing of the drone ships having their milestones, where a shortfall of Gravitas is having 1 unsuccessful landing attempts and 8 successful landings out of overall 81 landing attempts to date. Previously with Starlink 8-6 mission, a shortfall of Gravitas witnessed the first landing failure in its record with the booster with tail number 1062 on its record-breaking 23rd flight. In comparison, Just Read the Instructions has encountered 3 unsuccessful landings with 90 successful landings out of 93 overall attempts, previously with Starlink 8-11 mission. While of course I Still Love You has experienced 7 unsuccessful landings and 101 successful landings out of 108 overall attempts, which supported the recent NROL-113 mission. Please note that this drone ship's landing stats are prior to today's launch and are excluding today's mission. Let's have a quick look into some key stats for SpaceX launches in this year, including today's Polaris Dawn mission. With today's mission launch, SpaceX will have a total of 90 launches this year, and out of those 61 are Starlink missions, 27 non-Starlink missions, including one from today for commercial and government organizations, and 2 Starship launches. One of the previous non-Starlink mission, the GOES-U mission, was supported by the 10th Falcon Heavy launch. SpaceX reused boosters for 84 times in those mission launches and also in today's mission, showing their commitment to sustainability and reusability. Looking into the geographical distribution, SpaceX having 59 launches from East Coast in Florida, with 17 from Launch Complex 39A here at Kennedy Space Center, including today's mission, and 42 launches from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. On the West Coast, they have 29 launches, all from Space Launch Complex 4 East and Vandenberg. And there were 2 launches from Gulf Coast at Starbase in Texas for the Starship 3rd and 4th integrated flight test. We are expecting the 5th integrated flight test in the mid-September. Now it's undergoing some license modifications from FAA, and as for landings, SpaceX will be nailing it today 87 times this year. Most of the landings are on drone ship, with 69 successful landings, including today's mission launch and landing. 24 landings on Of Course I Still Love You, 20 on Just Read the Instructions, including one from today, and 25 on A Short Follow-Up Gravitas. As for ground landings, they have pulled off 18 of them, 11 times on landing zone 1, previously with the Max-R2 mission, 2 times on landing zone 2, and 5 times on landing zone 4 with the recent Transporter 11 mission. Prior to today's launch, the success rate for the ground landings is 98.67%, with 74 successful landings. For drone ship landings, it is 96.1%, with 271 successful landings, and the overall landing success rate is 96.64%. The landing success rate for this year got depleted from 100% to 98.84% due to failure of booster 1062 to land on A Short Follow-Up Gravitas drone ship during the Starlink 8-6 mission. In the previous last 2 years, that is in 2022 and 2023, SpaceX had 100% landing success rate. Today's mission is the 18th launch since last mission failure, that is the Starlink 9-3 mission. The longest stretch of successful missions in a row prior to the last mission failure, that is Starlink 9-3 mission, is 333 back-to-back successful missions from Iridium 1 to Turksat 6A. Now this pie chart here we are having showing the orbital launches this year, including today's one. You can see United States is dominating with 103 orbital launches, comprising a substantial 63.2% of the global total. Also, this includes the Electron launch, as it is an US based space company. China follows closely behind, accounting 24.5% with 40 launches. We know China plans to set a new record this year with 100 space launches, including lunar and station missions. So for them it's more 60 launches to go to hit their target. Russia maintains a steady pace with 9 launches, making 5.5% of the pie. We have an upcoming launch tomorrow for the Soyuz MS-26 crew launch. On the other hand, Japan has 4 launches with 2.5% of the pie. Meanwhile, India and Iran entered the fray, with India having 3 launches, taking 1.8% of the pie, Iran having 2 launches, making 1.2% of the pie. Also, Europe have their share of the pie, having 1.2% with 2 launches so far, with the Ariane 6 and Vega launch. Now I guess it's time for the webcast to begin, so let's head to that. Well, there is 1 minute to go. I guess SpaceX had moved its liftoff time. Let me just check it, because the webcast, upon clicking, it's saying that the broadcast has ended. I guess they will be changing the liftoff time, because every time they do so, it's an indication for the adjustment of the liftoff time. Although nothing has been mentioned by SpaceX on their X handle. Please hang on with us. We will be updating you with any updates we are receiving. Would Poptripika, can you check whether the webcast from SpaceX is working correctly or not? Because to me it's not working. It will be of a great help if you can check it and tell us. SpaceX had not indicated any changes in their liftoff time in their website, neither in their X handle. Although previously we were having the webcast to begin, now SpaceX website no more is showing the watch button anymore. Yes, Bob Typica, even I hope that maybe it will be a delay because they do have additional two launch opportunities in this 4 hour of launch window. That is the first after nearly 2 hours from the targeted liftoff time, that is at 5:23 a.m. Eastern time, or else the last one for today's launch window, that is at 7:09 a.m. Eastern time, which will be nearly 4 hours delay from the targeted liftoff time as of now, which is at 3:38 a.m. Eastern time. Well, thanks for checking that, Pop Tripika. Yes, no live for me as well. Just upon clicking the webcast, it showed me that broadcast has ended. And previously we did saw like this kind of behaviors from them whenever they are adjusting their lift of time. Now just pray that they will launch it today. I hope, like, I am really getting anxious. And with this webcast to go away from the website, SpaceX is really creating a suspense and making us to lose breath and waiting expectantly. Well, this is a kind of a hype being created, although it deserves, but now this webcast to go away, really it's something. Well, why they didn't mention anything? Even on X, there is nothing. Meanwhile, we are waiting right now for the webcast to begin. Yes, Bob Typica were desperately wanting an update from SpaceX. Why we are not having the webcast to have right now, although when it was supposed to happen. And didn't slept for a whole day yesterday just for this launch to happen. Moreover, we have the Soyuz launch to cover now. If they will be scrubbing, it will be a disaster. Although upon checking the weather forecast from 45th Weather Squadron, I did saw that the weather, I can say that it will be good during the splashdown day of the Dragon of supporting Polaris Dawn mission, but yes, it's not such extremely bad as I should mention. So maybe for that SpaceX is targeting today for the liftoff as the Europa Clipper mission is approaching and they have to leave the pad of launch complex 39A in preparation for the Europa Clipper mission, which is targeted for October 10th. Even if they will be getting a slight weather improvement today, I guess SpaceX will push hard enough to launch the Polaris Dawn mission, else it will be getting delayed so much. And as I mentioned before, that if within September 14 they won't be able to launch the Polaris Dawn mission, then we should be expecting this Polaris Dawn mission to happen after Europa Clipper mission. The splashdown site of the Dragon is not mentioned explicitly from by SpaceX, although the weather condition on the 5th day of the Polaris Dawn mission after the launch. Well, we have the webcast, guys. It's beginning. Finally, we got the webcast. Just give me a couple of seconds and we will be switching for the webcast. And here we go, the webcast began finally, creating a little bit of anxiousness and tension in between. Here we go finally with the Polaris Dawn webcast. Right now some musics are playing, that's why I am keeping the volume on mute. And here we
Looking
go.
at a live view of the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft set to launch Polaris Dawn, space's 5th Dragon mission flying civilians to orbit, and overall our 14th human spaceflight mission since 2020. Our 4-person Polaris Dawn crew is getting ready to head to space in just under 3.5 hours from now. This mission marks one more step toward our ultimate goal of making humans multiplanetary. Good evening. I'm Kate Tice, Senior Quality System Engineering Manager here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California.
And I'm Jessie Anderson, a Senior Manufacturing Engineering Manager. Welcome to the webcast for the Polaris Dawn mission. The Polaris program is a first-of-its-kind effort to rapidly advance human spaceflight while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. The goal is to demonstrate important operational capabilities that will serve as building blocks to further human space exploration.
Polaris Dawn is the first mission in the Polaris program. The program will consist of up to 3 human spaceflight missions that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in a flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board.
The Polaris Dawn crew will orbit Earth for up to 5 days before splashing down off the coast of Florida, and they will be performing some incredible firsts in space, including the first ever commercial spacewalk in our newly designed EVA spacesuits. The spacecraft will also attempt to soar higher than any Dragon mission to date, and if successful, break the altitude record set by Gemini 11 a half a century ago. The Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to test Starlink laser-based communications in space.
In addition to those incredible firsts, the crew will conduct a wide range of research in microgravity designed to advance both human health on Earth and our understanding of the impacts on health during future long-duration spaceflights. We'll be going into more detail about all of that later on in the show. All of the Polaris missions will be commanded by Jared Isaacman, an accomplished pilot and astronaut who led Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to orbit that helped raise more than $240 million for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Building on Inspiration 4, Polaris Dawn will continue to raise funds and awareness for St. Jude while partnering with the organization to provide healthcare in underserved communities around the world. As the Polaris Program expands our understanding of what's possible in human spaceflight, St. Jude will continue to strive here on Earth to improve global survival rates for childhood cancer.
It is a really exciting day for us here at SpaceX, and it's already been a very busy day for the team. Now, we are currently awaiting walkout of the Polaris Dawn crew from the suit-up room. So while we wait, let's take a moment to meet our crew.
As I mentioned, Mission Commander Jared Isaacman served as commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. He holds several world records, including 2 speed around the world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He has flown in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond Jet team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes. In 2011, Jared co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, to train pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift Four, Jared is an accomplished pilot.
Well, guys, sorry for these interruptions. I guess there is some problem with the internet connectivity, or maybe it's for the traffic there at X website. At our end, internet is working fine. Well, welcome, Fairmate. Thanks for tuning in. Right timing you came. Just the webcast has begun. Hope you will be enjoying the stream. Even I think so, Bob Tripika, because people are crazy about this mission and it's getting overcrowded.
Mission pilot
Finally, it
Scott
got good.
Poteet served as the mission director for
Okay, we
Inspiration.
There
didn't
it
lost
is, your
any
Polaris
information.
Dawn crew. As you can see, an incredibly impressive group with a diverse range of expertise that will certainly serve them well over the next 5 days in orbit.
Working here at SpaceX, we've been fortunate to spend time with the crew. You'll see them walking around, getting lunch.
What just happened? What? Let me just check what is happening. Please bear with us, guys. as I'm only one managing everything.
The Dragon that they will be living in for the next 5 days. Dragon is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station, and it's currently the only vehicle capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth. It's also the first private spacecraft to take an all-civilian crew to orbit during the Inspiration 4 mission in 2021. Over the last 4 years, the spacecraft has supported
for
13
the
human spaceflight missions and
traffic
50
there
crew
on
members
X, I
representing
guess.
14 countries.
Reducing the
Missions like
quality
Inspiration
really
4
did
and
it
Polaris
helped
Dawn,
me also.
Dragon is helping lay the groundwork for deep space exploration, rapidly expanding our knowledge of how humans will adapt, live, and work in space. Dragon can also help discover more about our home planet, and with the upcoming mission like From 2, we aim to do exactly that. Named in honor of the ship that helped explorers first reach Earth's Arctic and Antarctic regions, the crew of From 2 will be the first to explore Earth from a polar orbit. From 2 will be SpaceX's 6th commercial astronaut mission and will allow the crew to observe Earth's polar regions through Dragon's cupola at an altitude of 425 to 450 kilometers. Over the years, Dragon has proven to be quite a versatile spacecraft. It can autonomously dock to the space station when outfitted with the ISS docking adapter. In free flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola for the best views while in orbit, and that's going to be the case with the upcoming From 2 mission. Finally, we have the newest option, the Skywalker hardware, to support a spacewalk, and that'll make its debut on Polaris Dawn.
And these experiences, and we're just so excited to go to space.
Hey everyone.
To go to space.
Great news there. Sounds like
Hey
the
everyone,
crew
I'm
is
Alex
tracking
Federa,
right on
propulsion
time
engineer
with
here at
our planned
SpaceX in
countdown.
Hawthorne, California.
Yeah.
Now,
You just
after
heard from
they
the
take
crew
that
while sitting
elevator,
inside their
they'll
Dragon
actually
trainer,
take
which is
the
an
stairs
exact
up the
mock-up of the
last
Dragon
10
This is when Dragon's onboard computers take control of the spacecraft. And then finally, at T0, Dragon and Falcon 9 will lift off. While we wait for the crew to finish getting suited and make their walkout, let's get a quick status check on the countdown. How's it going, John?
Well, Jesse, the good news is it's going well right now. I'm John Innsbrucker, Falcon 9 Principal Integration Engineer here at SpaceX. We're currently just under T-minus 3 hours, 10 minutes, and everything, as I mentioned, is going well. Just over an hour ago, the crew received their weather briefing. Currently, it's a 60% probability of violation. While the local winds are good, we're looking at scattered showers, thick clouds, possibility of flying through rain, and that's what's got the constraints as high as 60% violation. The good news is for the ascent corridor and around the world, conditions are looking better. It's actually the best weather forecast overall we've had since we started scheduling the launch. The challenge we have is a forecast has to predict good weather in the splashdown locations throughout the 5-day mission. And that's what's caused delays since late August up until this evening. Now currently at Space Launch Complex 39A, you can see there on the screen Falcon 9 and Dragon vehicles. They're quiet. The SpaceX ground support team, as we heard a minute ago, they're in the tower and they'll be awaiting the crew whose walkout is coming up. Now we're currently on schedule to launch at 7 hours, 38 minutes, and 5 seconds universal time. We have the advantage today of nearly a 4-hour launch window. Now, if we're flying crew to the International Space Station, our window would be 1 second long. We have a very short window to the ISS to maximize performance of the Falcon 9 based upon when the space station passes overhead. But Polaris Dawn isn't going to the ISS. We don't need to use a 1 second constraint. Instead, if we do have weather or an issue that might crop up and take some time to clear up, we can delay the launch up until about 11 hours, 15 minutes universal time. But as always with Falcon, once we start propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes, that will commit us to launching. If we had to hold the countdown at that point, it would be a launch scrub. We would not launch later in the window. But at T-minus 3 hours, 8 minutes and counting, everything is go for launch.
As John mentioned, we are getting close to the T-minus 3 hour mark. We are standing by for crew walkout. This view here is one of the doors of the Falcon Support Building, or FSB, and that is part of Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center. And right behind those doors is where our SpaceX suit-up room is located.
Yeah, super exciting. You can see the Polaris Dawn logo there on your screen. But again, this is where the crew will walk out. They'll get to say, some final goodbyes before they get into their Teslas and make their way to the launch pad. So very exciting. I can't wait to see them walk out in their new suits.
Yeah, like I said, this is at 39A, and they will be getting into the Teslas to ride up to the pad. Even though it's just a little bit less than a mile, they could do the walk, but we're not going to do that in the Florida humidity.
Yeah.
We want to keep them nice and cool.
It's a little bit of a walk, as you say. It's not that far, but it's a 3% grade or a 5% grade going uphill. So that's a little bit to do in your suits, even if they're flexible EVA suits.
They are made for walking, but walking in space.
Yeah,
Not on the ground.
Good point. That's an excellent point. I was actually at Cape Canaveral a couple weeks ago for some work, and I actually did that walk, John, that you just mentioned. Now, I did it kind of in the middle of the day, and there was definitely a grade. I didn't know it was 5%, but it was more than I cared for. Now, we are standing by for the walkout of the Polaris Dawn crew. We are expecting our 4 crew members to emerge from those doors there on your screen. These are the same doors that you have seen other crews emerge out of, including the Inspiration 4 crew that was also commanded by Jared Isaacman. So it's gotten a bit of a facelift since then, so it might look a little different, but it's the same Falcon support building and the same suit-up room that we use to allow time and checkouts for the suits to be put on and make sure that everything fits properly before getting in the cars to head up to the pad.
Yeah, Kate, you talked a bit about the mobility of the suits and some of the upgrades we've made for these EVA suits. I'm hoping we get to see some of that mobility just with the walkout here and with the crew just getting ready to get in their Teslas. These suits are really an amazing feat of engineering. The engineering that went into the joints and just the mobility of the hands and the wrists. We're really going to get to see just an excellent view of all that. It's pretty exciting. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, just like the IVA suits are an extension of the spacecraft, this is going to be even more so. This is essentially, EVA suits are basically a spacecraft in itself. So I really can't wait to see them in these suits.
We're very excited for you all to see them as well. This will be our first look at the crew today. While they have done many rehearsals and practices, in fact, there they are now. Our Polaris Dawn crew, SpaceX's 5th all-civilian crew to fly on Dragon.
Wow, they just look so cool, don't they?
They really do.
They came out with their visors down, which I thought was really awesome. And now they got their visors up, raising the roof
Some
there.
nice dance moves.
Countdown, crew walkout is on schedule.
Yeah, and you can see even just with how they're waving and moving their arms around, really the IVA suits are not capable of doing that type of motion. So you can really see that even though the suits do look similar, as we've said, there's quite a few upgrades that have gone into these suits.
Yeah, I'm personally looking forward to seeing if the astronaut lean back move will look any different than what we've seen with the IVA suits. So yeah, at first glance, they might not look super different from the intravehicular suit or IVA suit that we've seen before. And oh, look at this great view of mission specialist and medical officer Anna Menon there on the far right-hand side of your screen. To the left of her is Sarah Gillis, also a mission specialist. To the left of her, but in a different vehicle, is our pilot, Kid Poteet. And on the very left-hand side of your screen, of course, is Commander Jared Isaacman.
This is like one of my favorite views, getting to almost be inside of the cars with them, but getting to see the crew in their suits. Again, they use these vehicles to help keep cool air flowing through their suits as well, so they can connect their umbilicals into these vehicles as they make their way to the launch pad. But they also get to listen to, hopefully, at least a song on the way to the launch pad. It's only going to be about
it's like
5
one
minutes.
song.
Yeah, pretty short playlist.
But they do get to pick, even though it's a short ride, their one song that they get to listen to is chosen by each of the crew members.
So it looks like the SpaceX Suit Up team has assisted the crew into the Teslas. The door's closing now, and the crew will be departing up to Pad 39A momentarily. I love this view. They all look so excited.
Well, right now we are seeing the crew preparing in the SpaceX Tesla's car to reach to the pad, Launch Complex 39A. In between, we did had a call out that on-time liftoff for the Falcon 9 is there. Right now you are seeing the support vehicles. With the crew on their respective Teslas to reach the pad. Yes, Pika, Anna, it does looks good. And really for Anna and Sarah, it's a great achievement to go on a space flight who work for SpaceX. And just here you can see it's so close, they are already close to the launch pad. You can see the Falcon 9 being uplifted with the Dragon. Now this is an aerial view of the Falcon 9 with the Dragon on board. And here they are reaching to the launch pad.
I like how he told them, take less stuff. But yeah, I wonder what he's told them about this, because when they walked out of the FSB, when we saw them, and oh, by the way, they were right on time, so schedule's looking good.
Anna was out.
It's very excited. First
Immediately.
one out the door.
I'd be the
Springload.
same.
But yeah, when they came out the FSB, they're on the south side, so they can't see the rocket until they actually start to go up the grade, up the pad. So I wonder what their thoughts are as they finally see it all illuminated, going, this is it, it's not a rehearsal.
So while we don't have a close-up shot back there, we were just barely able to see the license plates. They say for St. Jude, and they have original artwork from St. Jude patients, which is so cool.
I love that. I love that St. Jude has the patients do a lot of art and they utilize the art.
Yeah. Oh, here's a great view.
Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, some thumbs up.
Our commander and pilot have stepped out of their vehicle with some waves and thumbs up.
So you can see the machine there, which provides the cool air in the transport vehicle. The next step will be for them to take a look at their rocket and spaceship, and then they will enter the elevators and take that up to the 255-foot level. After that, they'll take a flight of stairs up the remaining 10 feet to where the crew access arm is located.
Right now you can see there's a team with them helping assist them with anything that the crew needs. Even though these suits are very mobile, we do want to make sure that the crew is able to easily function, and you can see that they're helping with the umbilicals on each suit as they're going to make their way into the elevator and up the crew tower. And some excited waves and smiles there.
Right now the crew reached Launch Complex 39A, the pad from where the Polaris Dawn mission will be having the liftoff. Crew looking upward to the Falcon 9, having the Dragon on board, leaning backward to have that such high-rised Falcon 9. The countdown is on time. And yes, Paprika, thankfully she didn't jump out of the car while it was on move. For Jared Isaacman is the second time, but for Sarah and Menon, it's for the first time. So they are really interested. And it's all our pleasure, Pop Tripika, that we could serve something to you and others. And we are really glad for your support, always being there with us, bearing this awkward voice of mine, but thanks for that. Now, right now, with two crew members, each time will be going to reach the crew access arm. Sarah and Anna is the pair. First went for the crew access arm to reach there, and upon that, Jared Isaacman and Scott Puttit will be also joining in. And we didn't got that view, but we know that, and I showed it during the discussion of the Polaris Dawn mission. In these elevators, when we are going for the crew access arm, there is a button named space. You just have to press it and you will be reaching the crew access arm. That is cool. And now we are awaiting for the crew ingress. Sarah Annan reaching the crew access arm. Here these arrows which you are seeing, these are the marks for the emergency exits if needed for the crew. Yes, really, Paprika, that elevator, they made it exciting just by writing that space button. That instead of writing the floor number, they wrote it their space. SpaceX is always making things interesting, and here we are to have this interesting mission as well.
When we got to the top of the launch tower, Jared and I came out of the elevator and went around and up the stairs and had a chance to make that final call with that really old push button phone. And they still pay the phone bill, so it works. It's great. I chose not to call my wife because we had decided together that we had said our goodbyes after breakfast, and there was no need to kind of repeat that. So what am I going to do to make the most of this moment? Well, I decided to pay it back towards my friend Kyle, who gave me the seat to begin with. And I was so glad that he kept his phone on. So when I called his number and they dialed it for me, and I picked up the phone and said, "Hey, Kyle, how are you doing?" And he just started cracking up. He was really excited that I gave him a call and said, "What are you calling me for?" And so, "Well, I figured I'd give you a call before I get launched off this rock." And he I really appreciated that moment. It's another way to include those people that
Well, just an update that now Jared Isaacman and Scott Petit also reached the crew access arm, as you can see on the screen. And right now you are viewing on this short screen about the Inspirational 4 crew talking about their experience in the last mission of the Inspiration. And right now all the 4 crew members of the Polaris Dawn mission is here on the crew access arm, now awaiting for the crew ingress.
Is a personal moment, so nobody else gets to share it. So instead of me having that phone call with Michelle Obama at that moment before leaving the Earth, where it would have been just between me and her, we moved it to the day before, so that my entire crew could have this experience of talking with her, which was the right decision. She was amazing. And then that left me with the opening of like, okay, well, who am I going to talk to? And I talked to my brother Langley, which was really great because I didn't know it at the time, but he has early onset dementia. And so this was very special to have that moment with him.
well, and all of my kids fell in love with Langley and
Yes.
started calling him Papa Langley, and
Yes.
spent a lot of time with him. He was absolutely fantastic with them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I chose to call my mom, my brother, and my sister-in-law. And my brother and sister-in-law are actually aerospace engineers. And so they had been such a big part of my journey because after a long day of training, I would be studying and I would call and say, like, what does this mean? And it also really bonded us even more. It was just been such a special journey, all of us together. And then getting to talk to them from the launch pad. I remember my mom just telling me that she was proud of me. And then I just remember hanging up because it's kind of in that moment you shift from the day of launch. There's just so many exciting moments where you're surrounded by people cheering you on. But then after you hang up and you turn towards the rocket, you're just very mission focused. Like, okay, we're doing this now.
What a great way to summarize that. We're doing this now. And here they come down the crew access arm. This is basically their final approach to the Dragon spacecraft. This access arm will lead them into the White Room, which is an environmentally controlled room. Helps keep it environmentally stable for the crew and the spacecraft. All love the heart symbol there.
This is
Right now you are seeing Sarah and Anna reaching the white room for the crew ingress. Right now they are signatures around the X logo of the SpaceX. That is a kind of a tradition. And on the side you can see that NASA logo. Those signatures there around NASA logo is for the crew who launched on a government mission. And on the X, those are the signatures of the launches made for commercial as well as other SpaceX launches like Demo 2 mission initially. Soon the other two crew members, Isaacman and Scott, will be also reaching for the white room for the crew ingress, and they will be doing the same. There's some signatures, a kind of a tradition there. And then for the ingress, getting into the Dragon spacecraft. Just probably think how they will be feeling right now. We are just seeing it. It is feeling so cool, so exciting. But for them, how proud they will be feeling. Proud, excitement, every good synonyms for this situation.
Tablets are an example of that. You know, when I came up in the business, everything in the clean room was still paper. And you'd watch somebody actually using a pencil and eraser and trying to erase something, and then all of the little rubber shavings are going down on the ground. You're going, oh, wait a minute, that kind of violates the concept of no FOD.
Yeah, that's a good point, John. The white room is actually a clean room environment. So the crew arm is actually pressed up against the Dragon spacecraft to create a seal to make sure that, you know, it's environmentally controlled inside of the crew access arm as well as the white room before they ingress to prevent, you know.
Here it is Isaacman. You saw Isaacman and Scott reaching for the white room. And here I guess Sarah or maybe Anna getting inside the Dragon. Now both of them got inside the Dragon spacecraft. Now that signature tradition. And here you can see Scott waving hand, having a exciting smile. Right now Isaacman is making his second signature for SpaceX, because previously he flew in the Inspiration 4 mission. And as you heard, that this clean room is, as the name mentions, clean room. It has to be extremely clean and having no contamination or no other materials around there that can violate this protocol. And here you can see on the left side of your screen Sarah and Anna sitting on the side seats of the Dragon, and with that they will be having a window near to them and they can see the liftoff. Although it's a night time there, that would have been more good. If it would have been a daytime, they would have been enjoyed it more, but nothing to repent on. They can now enjoy the city lights at least. And I guess this will be the same configurations when they will be having the re-entry, so that will be a cool witness to see the re-entry through those windows of the Dragon. And You can see the teams from SpaceX are checking everything of the spacesuits, if anything's to be needed to be done or to be checked. Their final checks for the spacesuits before the Ingress, getting into the Dragon spacecraft. Everything has to be cross-checked. Although these astronauts are trained, they did it before wearing the spacesuits, but still SpaceX and the team doesn't want to take no chances to make it sure that there is no issues with the spacesuit, because during the ascent and the descent of the vehicle, this is the spacesuit which will protect the crew and as well as on the spacewalk as well. It feels like some airport security checking you. Well, it has to be done for the safety of the crew. And right now only the commander of Polaris Dawn mission giving a quite cool smile, holding his wife, getting into the safely. And with that, all the 4 crew members are now in Dragon spacecraft. Here is the view from the Dragon spacecraft of the whole crew of the Polaris Dawn mission.
We can see all 4 crew members now in their seats, Sarah and Anna. So just a quick rundown on the far left side of your screen. In seat number 4 is Anna Menon. Then to the right, we have Kid Poteet, our pilot, followed by Jared Isaacman, our commander. And then on the far right side, Sarah Gillis, now getting strapped into her 5-point safety harness as well. A nice view of the vehicle from the exterior as well as the interior. For those of you that have just recently joined us, this is pad 39A. This is personally my favorite launch pad in the world. It's where many shuttle missions took off, as well as many Apollo missions, including Apollo 11. This is where humans first left for the moon from.
And Kate, as we look at this view, we talked about they went up to the 255-foot level and then 10 feet up and across the arm you see on the right, and now in the capsule. You go back to the shuttle days, just to give you an idea of the size of Falcon 9 with Dragon. Shuttle, they got off at the 195-foot level and then entered the shuttle. So the actual 255 and higher, that pretty much was to give everybody an overview looking down on the entire shuttle stack. So if you wonder how big the Falcon 9 is, it's taller than a space shuttle.
Right now the SpaceX team are making the final checks when the crew is sitting on the Dragon spacecraft.
Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers, but for today's mission, it's carrying the 4 members of the Polaris Dawn crew. The crew will spend the majority of their time in the pressurized section, which is the top portion of the spacecraft. This area allows for the transport of people and environmentally sensitive cargo. Dragon's trunk, which sits just below the pressurized section, not only carries unpressurized cargo, but also supports the spacecraft during ascent, and it remains attached to Dragon until shortly before re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And as you can see there, half of the trunk on the left is covered in solar panels, and that provides power to Dragon during flight. The spacecraft is equipped with 16 Draco thrusters, which are used to orient the spacecraft during the mission. Each Draco thruster is capable of generating 90 pounds of force in the vacuum of space. These engines are as important to Dragon as the Merlin engines are to Falcon 9. In addition to the 16 Draco thrusters, there are 8 Super Dracos that power spacecraft's launch escape system. In the unlikely event of an emergency, the Super Draco engines can power Dragon half a mile from the launch vehicle in less than 8 seconds. And just like Falcon 9 first stage, Dragon is also reusable. In fact, Polaris Dawn crew is flying today in the same spacecraft that supported NASA's Crew 1 mission and Inspiration 4. There are a few changes that we've made to Dragon for this mission. In order to accommodate a spacewalk, this is the first Dragon to be outfitted with a Skywalker in place of the cupola observation dome. The Skywalker is a structure that is mounted to the top of Dragon, as you see there on your screen, and the astronauts will use this to assist in exiting and re-entering the spacecraft during their spacewalk. This Dragon is also carrying Starlink, making this the first mission to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit. Inside of Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal in Dragon's trunk. This terminal will be linked to a new device known as the plug-and-placer, which will enable the spacecraft to communicate with Starlink satellites that will be in orbit below Dragon. We're excited to see all of this in action, but Dragon has to get there first. So let's take a look at the rocket that will be taking our crew to space. Dragon will be delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9, the first orbital-class rocket capable of reflight. Reusability allows us to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, and that drives down the cost of spaceflight. To date, Falcon 9 has performed 369 orbital launches, 326 landings, and 300 reflights. Standing about 65.5 meters, or about 215 feet tall, Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket that provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage, thanks to its 9 Merlin M1D engines. Today's mission will be the 4th launch and landing for this booster. It previously supported NASA's Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station in March earlier this year. It's also supported two SpaceX Starlink missions. After stage separation, when the first stage has done the bulk of its job for the day, it will initiate 2 burns as it makes its way back down towards Earth. First burn is the entry burn to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. And finally, on the first stage, we have the landing burn, which will further decelerate the rocket just enough to perform a precision landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. And that drone ship is currently stationed in the Atlantic Ocean. The Falcon 9 first stage is equipped with 4 landing legs made of state-of-the-art carbon fiber with an aluminum honeycomb. Placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket, they're stowed during ascent, and they will deploy just before landing. Moving up the rocket, Falcon 9's second stage. This engine ignites just a few seconds after stage separation and can be restarted multiple times to place multiple payloads into different orbits. The second stage is powered by one single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine, and this engine is capable of more than 220,000 pounds of thrust. The MVAC features a significantly larger expansion nozzle to maximize the engine's efficiency in the vacuum of space. At full power, the Merlin vacuum engine operates with the greatest efficiency ever for an American hydrocarbon rocket engine. And let's not forget the unsung inner stage, a composite structure that connects the first and second stages. It also houses the pneumatic pushers that allow the first and second stage to separate during flight. That's also where you'll find Falcon 9's 4 hypersonic grid fins, which are at the base of the inner stage, and these help orient the rocket during re-entry. Here in Hawthorne, you can actually have lunch in the cafe while watching the inner stages be made just across the aisle. All right, while we continue to count down here, how are things going, John?
Well, Atticus, things continue to go well. We're mostly watching the weather. We're just over T-minus 2 hours, 36 minutes. We saw the crew ingress into Dragon less than 15 minutes ago. They're currently in their seats. They're going through the process of settling in. They're getting the tablets stowed, their umbilicals hooked up. They're going over the final preparations with the SpaceX closeout team that's both inside and outside of the Dragon spacecraft. Now, with the umbilicals connected and everyone complete with their initial setups, the SpaceX core, we ought to initiate a communication check with the crew. That'll happen somewhere in the next several minutes. We should hear that over the countdown net. Now, once those comm checks are complete, and everybody has checked through Dragon, made sure everything underneath the seats of the crew is clear out of the way, and then the ground team backs away, the crew seats will rotate into a launch position, and then the SpaceX ground team will begin the work to close the hatch. That'll include suit leak checks, closing the hatch, doing hatch leak check, working our way through until what eventually becomes about T-minus 1 hour when everything's buttoned up and the ground support team heads out of the pad area and we count down to launch. Speaking of launch, right now the launch vehicle, the Falcon 9, is in a fairly quiet state. You can see on your screen Falcon 9 Dragon, crew access arm in position as we're counting down. Not a lot has been happening with Falcon 9 lately. The SpaceX countdown engineers, they'll be conducting some checks as we hit the 2-hour mark. They'll be going over mostly data that's been collected during checkouts over the past 6 hours as we started the master countdown sequence for the launch vehicle. Now, shortly before the T-minus 1 hour point in the countdown, we're going to evaluate conditions again, determine if we are go to continue towards launch. Now, that launch time is currently scheduled for 7 hours, 38 minutes, 5 seconds universal time, or the very early time of 3:38 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. So right now, it is early morning for the SpaceX ground support team, the launch team, as well as the 4 crew members on board the Dragon spacecraft. Now, also at T-minus 1 hour point, we load a small amount of the RP1 fuel, the kerosene fuel that we use in the Merlin engines. That's a process known as engine bleed-in. The fuel is used to cool the thrust chambers before we burn it in the engine. We want to make sure that those engine walls that have fuel in them prior to engine ignition, which occurs at about T-minus 2 seconds right before liftoff. Propellant loading will begin at T-minus 35 minutes, and then we'll count down to 0, standard Falcon 9 countdown. But before we get into propellant loading, we'll have a couple extra events. One's going to be the removal of the crew access arm. You can see they're stretched out from the fixed service structure. Nice shots from, I believe, drone or helicopter. And you can see the arm extended out, and right now the support team's at the end of it in the white room. We'll retract the arm. As soon as the arm's out of the way, it takes a couple of minutes, then the crew will arm the launch escape system on board the Dragon spacecraft. That enables the Super Draco thrusters, should we need them, both during the last half hour of the countdown.
Dragon SpaceX for umbilical comm checks.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, looking for a comm check from Commander, Pilot, MS-1, and MS-2.
Copy that, SpaceX. Commander, comm check.
Pilot, comm check.
MS-1, comm check. MS-2, comm check.
Core has you loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Please report when you are ready for seat rotation.
As you heard, the comm checks are completed. Now soon they will be reclining their seat. The crew will be reclining the seat a little bit as it is to be intended for the ascent. And this is to be done for the G-force acting on them while ascent to compensate them, and these seats are designed to recline in a certain degree for that very reason.
So they've got those hooked up, they've checked out, and so that's the landlines. That's one of the ways that the SpaceX mission and launch teams and crew can talk to each other. Now, once in space, we obviously don't have a long electrical umbilical or any physical connection to Dragon. So instead, to talk to the crew, we use ground stations and NASA's relay satellites. We'll be checking those out a little bit later in the countdown, and we'll bring that to you when that happens. Right now, the crew waving.
Dragon SpaceX, we are beginning seat rotation.
And here comes seat rotation.
Right now you will be seeing the seats being reclining, and here we go. and the seat reclining process has been completed. They are now in launch positions.
Launch position. That'll also let them more easily see the displays which are right in front of them, be able to access the displays panels, and of course, as we just talked about, tolerate the acceleration as we head to orbit. Now they're about to begin. Next up is initiating suit leak checks. Make sure the spacesuits are in proper working conditions before liftoff. We want to do that. Then we get into side hatch closure. We've got to make sure the seats are good first, because once we do the hatch closure, then we do a leak check of the entire spacecraft through that hatch. With that successful, as I mentioned, we've got some simple launch escape system checks, mostly just cycling through some conditions. The closeout team will then depart from the pad between T-minus 1.5 hours and 1 hour. And as I mentioned before, once we get through that launch propellant load and go for launch pull, we will then retract the crew arm. We'll tell the crew to close and lock their visors. They'll arm the launch escape system, and then we'll move into propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. The good news right now, T-minus 2 hours, 28 minutes, 35 seconds counting. The view there on the screen from the helicopter showing Falcon 9 and Dragon with the access arm in position. All systems continue to be go. The only thing we're looking at right now is weather. As we get farther into the count, that'll give us a little bit better idea. Currently, the ground winds are looking good. Upper altitude winds are looking good. The big thing we're looking at is just whether or
Dragon,
not...
you are go for 4.100 Section 2 suit leak check preparation.
Copy that, SpaceX, stepping into Section 2, 4.100.
We're getting really good comms talking to the crew. It's nice to hear, you know, the crew and the ground talking up to them. But as I mentioned, things are going good right now. Weather's the one thing we're looking at. We get a little farther in the count, we'll see whether or not we have thick clouds, whether or not we have an issue with rain showers. Keep fingers crossed. Around the world is ready to support the flight, but we've just got to get the weather. And like I always say, we all like to talk about the weather. We can't do a thing about it.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, John, and that has been such a tricky element of this mission so far is the weather. And it's not just the weather at Florida that we're looking at, it's also weather for where Dragon will splash down in 5 days' time. We have to be sure that we can bring Polaris Dawn back safely within the weather bounds. And so this time of year is a little challenging in that part of the world, and we're really hoping that we can stick it out in terms of the...
SpaceX Dragon, Terra complete, we're ready for leak checks.
All right, sounds like we're going to be stepping into the suit leak checks here momentarily.
Copy, you are go for Section 3 suit leak check.
Copy that, SpaceX, go for Section 3.
So these leak checks, you can see that the crew have brought their visors down into the closed position. At this point in time, we're going to inflate the suits to a certain pressure, hold at that pressure for a couple of minutes, and measure the amount of decay or pressure loss over that period of time. Based on our simulations and our rehearsals, the folks on console know the acceptable amount of pressure for these suits. So they're going to basically take this reading and make sure that everything looks good for all 4 crew members. If we see some sort of pressure decay, it might mean that the helmet isn't fully closed or the zippers are not fully zipped shut. So we do this leak check before closing the hatch, just in case if one of those things occur.
Right now we are checking the suit leak checks going through for the Polaris Dawn crew. Seated on their seats, reclined for the launch. And speaking of suits, what the Starliner crew will be coming having the suits on, whether they will be having the Starliner suit or the Dragon. And if it will be a Dragon SpaceX suit, then I guess the crew 9 has to take 2 extra suits with them, and we know already that in crew 9 only 2 astronauts will be launching instead of 4. So I think if it will be a SpaceX suit to be wore by the Starliner crew by Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore, then 2 extra suits has to be taken by the crew 9. Right now the SpaceX team is checking the side hatch. Right now they are checking the side hatch, which will be opening later on when they will be having the splashdown. And right now, once it will be getting closed, it will open up during the splashdown. And for the spacewalk, what I was saying, that during the spacewalk they will be using the forward hatch of the Dragon, which is being modified. And right now you are seeing Shiva Bharadwaj from SpaceX working on the console, giving instructions and managing things between the crew and the supporting teams.
The 2 pilots are now starting to use the screen in the Dragon. I think this is actually one of the coolest things about Dragon is the entire interface that pilots the vehicle, if needed, is actually a touchscreen. And this is, quite a big development since some of the older eras of spaceflight, right, where we would see lots of physical knobs and switches and all kinds of different interfaces. But Dragon has really innovated kind of across the board, and that includes things like our user interface here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point, Atticus. The design teams, when designing not just the suits, but the spacecraft itself.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team has performed their final closeout steps. Please proceed to section 4 for side hatch close and report when you are ready for side hatch closure.
Copy that, SpaceX, stepping into section 4.
Yeah, the design team, wanted to build a vehicle that was robust and safe, and so not only did they want to make it function like a spaceflight vehicle of the future, but also look like one as well. And one glance inside the capsule, and even to this day.
SpaceX Dragon in section 4, 4.100, we're ready for side hatch closure.
Core copies, ready for side hatch closure.
Even to this day, almost 10 years here, I still get so excited and giddy stepping into a Dragon capsule. It's just so otherworldly in itself.
Well, you think about it. If you've been to the Smithsonian or some of the other museums where the Apollo command modules are from the flights in the late 60s, early 70s, there's about 450 switches in there. So 3 people had to know where everything was. But it also meant that if you were on the left side and your switches were yours, it wasn't like the person in the middle or the right could do the same function. Whereas with the touch panel displays, worst case, your screen goes bad, just use the persons next to you, or have, in this case, Jared can take Kid or Kid can take Jared's functions over, and vice versa. So you can just shift capabilities back and forth across the screen. So it's something that we didn't have decades ago, even in the shuttle, where they went to glass cockpits partway through the life, but a lot of mechanical switches.
Yeah, John, that's a great point, that if you have the mechanical switches, it's a lot harder to, make any updates or be even more flexible. It's almost like those switches are are just what they are, whereas the display screens, you can kind of make whatever updates you need to, pending the hardware of the displays, but a lot more flexibility.
Right now you are seeing the SpaceX team preparing for the side hatch closure. You are seeing they are removing the umbilicals and the panel holding the hatch there, and right now they will be closing the hatch upon instructions from the control flight control. And again another piece of panel of the side hatch which was protecting the side hatch and to hold them in that position as of now. And the last time they are taking a picture of the crew there by SpaceX team.
And it looks like they are taking some closeout pictures. Again, they do an inspection of that.
Dragon SpaceX, comm check over to Idris.
Dragon has you loud and clear on Teachers.
Core has you loud and clear. Teachers' comm checks are complete. Please stand by for comm checks with the DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon DC on countdown 1. Comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, DC. How many?
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon MD on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD. How many?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear, MD. How many?
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD. Dragon LD on countdown 1, comm check.
Guys, sorry for the interruption. The Extreme is working hard enough, I guess, for the traffic there. And just hold tight, we will be making it back again. neither on X on or their website it is working good. This is an issue from SpaceX end. If any of you are getting any feed from SpaceX, please say us. Yes, Pop Typica is of no worries, but actually we'll be missing things in between what things are happening. I don't know nowhere it's working. Everywhere it is having this buffering kind of a symbol. Let me just go through the phone. But yes, on the phone it's working. Yes, Paprika is everywhere. It is buffering like this. I don't know for what issue. And even on here, I can't change anymore the settings. Like to slow down the quality. Internet speed is working good over here. Upload, download, everything. The link speed is good. I think it is an issue from SpaceX end. Guys, we are looking into the issue. I guess there is some problem going on with SpaceX stream. We are not able to get any views from SpaceX end. So please hold on. We are trying to manage things and looking into it. As soon as the web stream will be available, we will be starting to stream it. You can check on your phone as well that it is not working anymore, this stream. It is constantly refreshing itself, and in between it is giving a message that this broadcast is not available. Well, let me just well, it came back, I guess. Let's just switch it back. Yes. So the stream is back, guys. A little glitch from SpaceX end. Again, the same glitches.
Far today, everything has gone according to plan. We are on time with all of our procedures.
And there we have it. The crew has taken their last breath of fresh air until they splash down in 5 days. The side hatch is now closed, one of the last major milestones for the crew before liftoff.
As we mentioned before, this is actually Jared's second time flying on Dragon, but for Scott, Sarah, and Anna, this is the first time that they're experiencing what it's like when that hatch closes right before liftoff. And since we can't get their thoughts on what they're feeling right now at the moment, let's hear what the Inspiration 4 crew...
Dragon, we are commencing health check for the launch escape system. Expect a momentary flight computer state change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're tracking.
Well, meanwhile, this while these glitches were undergoing from the SpaceX end, we did have the Dragon side hatch closed. Now currently they will be undergoing a health check. And yes, also Poptrica, I'm also thinking that neither on phone, neither on desktop, nothing is, those streams were working sometimes. Hopefully this won't be happening while having the launch. It's fine now, there it is happening, but at least at the moment of action it should not be happening.
She's actually now one of my best friends, but one of the last things she said was, bye, have fun in space. And I found out 2 years later that the reason that she said have fun in space was because my little brother had asked her to say
Again, some glitches
that.
undergoing.
He wanted to pass on that message to us. And so I loved it in the moment. And then years later when I found out, I was just so excited.
It was just such a special moment because
Again, we will be stuck with these glitches. I'm monitoring it on my phone.
we'd worked
as
so
well.
hard, and we really took
Actually, it's buffering there as well.
our time, and I just remember just feeling how lucky and grateful I was to go on this journey. For me, being the mission pilot, I was like, you know, in my head, I'm like, don't mess this up.
But orbital crew that's going to be breaking down new barriers to let more people go to space. And so that sense of awe and responsibility kind of swept over me
I guess later on we will be getting some
for a
news
little while.
about
And you know that's important. But at the
server getting overloaded at X.
same time, it's exciting and it's fun. We've trained so long and so hard with some
Please manage with this view.
really great people, and
There is no issue
now we're
from
here in that
our
moment.
end, it is from X. So we can't do anything else more than this.
But ready to go.
You can see on your phone as well, it is buffering. Here on desktop, it is also buffering.
Falcon. Now, while we wait for those final, let's take a look.
I think like a lot will be should be watching astronauts someday. So it's thousands, tens of thousands of people are going to go to space someday, and you don't have to be a test pilot. You know, you could be a doctor, you know, a nurse, someone in the healthcare field, someone building the software that runs on the spaceship, and it's just so many possibilities for a future that's going to have, you know, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people in space in the not too distant future. It's just so awesome to think about. You know, with Inspiration 4, I always said it's hard to look at any one piece of the mission and have some extra excitement or enthusiasm because it all matters. It has to go right, every phase of it. Everything we do for months or years leading up to the mission itself and coming home, it all matters. And I'd say that that's no different with this one. If anything, it's even more so because there's so much we're trying to accomplish, but I'm very eager and excited to see that moment when we arrive on orbit and kind of the reaction on the face of my other crewmates who will be going to space for the first time. It's like a really special moment where a lot of emotion comes together when you've arrived on orbit, and They've worked really hard and very deserving for this opportunity, and I'm eager to see it, kind of.
Next up is mission pilot Scott Kidd Poteet, who previously served as mission director for the Inspiration 4 mission.
So my love for aviation and space, it started in the 80s. That's when I grew up. The movies The Right Stuff and the original Top Gun had come out. I was certainly inspired by those movies. But honestly, I struggled as a kid. I was a C and D student. The only reason why I got into college was I was recruited to run. I even struggled in college. I ended up with a degree in outdoor education. But I had an opportunity to go in the back of a KC-135 to watch some refueling F-16s in the air. I was totally inspired. Puked the entire time, but I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I served in the Air Force for 20 years flying F-16s. When I retired in 2016, I thought that was the end. Space was never something that I thought I could achieve. But those with advanced degrees, compartmentalizing what moments I think about what it's going to be like. For this moment, 1,500 miles an hour in a very short few minutes. Anything is possible. I never dreamed I'd be in the seat. There are plenty smarter, more intelligent individuals that should be in the seat.
Being in Perscom, but along that is bringing back and launching Bob and Doug was so massive. Like, that's the first time we returned launch capability to the U.S. Such an immense team effort to get Dragon to the point of flight for the first time. And then for me personally,
I know Fairmade, and I'm sorry
then
for
taking
that.
that and transforming.
Really, it's frustrating. I expected that it will be a good viewing experience, but rather it's a troublesome one. Let's see the interruptions and the problems going on. Even it's saying reload and these things on their websites. Don't know what it is causing. Mostly I think it's for the server being out. of capacity of the having the traffic on it. I know that Paprika, that's I even in between this I made that internet speed check to ensure that whether my internet is causing this trouble or not. It's actually everything is fine. It's from SpaceX end, but what can I say? I'm really disappointed. I was really excited about this, and now this is happening. I think later on, after finish of this stream, we should be again watching it, getting into the X. That time the traffic will be getting lower and server will be working good.
The work and the learning that we have gone through thanks to SpaceX to execute every piece of this mission to the best of our abilities. I will also be thinking about the massive team that it took to get to this moment, and probably honestly feeling a lot of gratitude. And then thirdly, I think I will be trying to memorize the moment. I think it's going to fly by, and I think I will try really hard to memorize the sounds, the feelings, the thoughts, the experiences in the rooms around me, so that I can freeze it in my mind and someday look back and recall what it felt like to be there. My name is Anna Menon, and I am one of the mission specialists as well as a medical officer on the Polaris Dawn mission.
The Polaris Dawn crew has not only gone through the same SpaceX training as our NASA astronauts, but they also had to train to perform an EVA, or a spacewalk. For basic SpaceX training, they were trained on everything from orbital mechanics to how to live in microgravity. They also ran through numerous simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated inside of our Dragon training spacecraft.
In addition to ensuring they are familiar with SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft, the crew went through an extensive training regimen to build their physical endurance and mental toughness, ensuring they are well-rounded and prepared for spaceflight and for the first ever commercial spacewalk. From scuba diving to skydiving, we had an opportunity to talk to the crew about some of the rigorous training that they went through. Here's what they had to say.
The bulk of the training has been rightfully focused on the EVA, or the spacewalks. In a development program, you don't know what you need to train to. Like, how can we run pressurized operations, simulate microgravity, but also have like a simulator that's powered, with hatches to get in and out of, so we don't have to submerge that in a pool.
We looked at a suspension system solution where we can set up a physics model that allows you to pressurize the suit, put on a harness, and then a hoist will lift a suited crew member up. And you can basically use one finger and you press down and your whole body will move up, just like in space.
It allowed us to really put into practice the different piece-by-piece steps that are necessary to complete this operation safely.
One aspect of our training has been scuba diving. The buoyancy allows us to kind of experience a different environment. The lack of communication is a challenge associated with scuba diving.
You rely on alternate forms of communication. You'll use different hand signals to communicate, like I'm okay, you're okay. So I would say scuba diving has a ton of great training lessons that are directly applicable to our spacewalk.
I have to say, I think the max fun here was the skydiving we did at the Air Force Academy. That was some of the best training ever.
When I dropped out of that airplane, sitting in the airplane as I was going up, I felt those nerves, all of that rush of emotions that comes with, recognizing that you are about to do a really high consequence operation.
And you're standing out, leaning in to the wind, out of an aircraft, and then you just let go and you fall. It was incredible training, some of the most memorable training we've done.
That's spinning you around and imparting forces on your body that are similar.
Passion is climbing a mountain. Those are all good.
And we've had like lows. It's just been a great 2 years of growth. Some of the best times of my life.
We are fortunate today to be joined by former NASA astronaut Mike Hopkins, who has participated in 5 spacewalks and spent a total of 333 days in space. Mike also served as commander for Crew One, which was SpaceX's first post-certification mission on Dragon, also vehicle, and his second long-duration mission aboard the
videos brings back a lot of great memories from our time. And it was also, Sarah and
we're already a seasoned NASA.
First of all, my first mission was on the Russian Soyuz, and so all of the training was actually in Russia. The 50+ years, and so the training program whereas on the SpaceX side, we were going through that training for the first time. A lot of times that the one that SpaceX gave us was perfect.
It was almost like you guys worked here full time, but I know you were all here mainly for training for your mission. Can you tell us about some of the more rigorous training that our teams put you through?
Yeah, you bring up the opportunity to walk around and all that, and that was pretty special because you get to see the people that have designed, that have built, that are making the vehicle that you get to go into space with, and so that was certainly special. But remember as well, when we got ready for our launch, that's when the pandemic hit, and so that world that we were in got a lot smaller. We were actually kind of confined to the training area, and so it certainly changed a lot. And I have to give a lot of thanks and kudos to SpaceX, to NASA for getting us through that training during that very difficult time. Some of the more rigorous training that we went through, you've got the emergency situation. So you've got the depress scenarios, you've got the fire in the capsule scenarios. And so we had situations where as a crew of 4, we would be in shirt sleeves like this, and then we would have a fire scenario. So you have to then get your emergency mask on, and then you have to get into your suits. And at the same time, you're working procedures on the screens and all of that. And so those activities, trying to get all of that like rewarding.
Wow, that's incredible. Now, Mike, out of the 4 of X mission.
Okay, well, yeah, hopefully I can get
to 700 kilometers above the Earth. The Polaris Dawn
We are extremely sorry for these glitches happening here, guys. It's all over the world happening. Surmising that it is caused by the extra traffic happening on the X server. Please bear with us. It is nothing to do with our stream. It is from SpaceX end. We are keep looking into it. And we are trying to give you the best possible experience. You can see on your screen how it is getting refreshed and these things are happening. Even on phone, if you will be checking, sometimes it is saying the broadcast is not available. Even people reporting about the glitches from all around the world, from Canada, from US, from everywhere else. Hopefully SpaceX will look into it, else it is hard for us.
Is that similar to how it's done on the ISS?
Yeah, it sure is. In fact, what they're going to go through that period of time where they're actually going to be in the capsule and it's going to be at a lower pressure.
Long-awaited mission by us.
We used to do a technique
by these glitches.
very, very similar on board the International Space Station. We called it a camp out. And so the astronauts would actually go inside the airlock and crew lock and close the hatch, bring it down to a lower pressure, and they would actually sleep overnight in it. The protocol that we use now is a little bit different, where we don't sleep in the airlock the night before, but in the morning we get in there, we do put on a mask, we breathe oxygen, we then close the hatch, bring it down, get into our suits, and continue to pre-breathe there to the point where we're actually doing some exercise. And it's kind of funny, we call it exercise, but if you're ever watching the video and you see us during this pre-breathe. It's a very slow exercise. We're just kind of kicking our legs at about that speed, but that's also helping us get the nitrogen out of our blood and help prevent that decompression sickness. We want to avoid that, and that's why we go through the protocol that we do.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. During the EVA, the Polaris Dawn crew will be wearing our newly designed EVA spacesuits. Building a base on the moon and a city on Mars will require thousands of spacesuits, so the development of this suit and the EVA performed on this mission are important steps towards a scalable design for spacesuits on future long-duration missions. Let's take a look at the making of the suits our crew will be wearing during the first ever commercial spacewalk.
An EVA suit is an extravehicular activity suit, which is a spacesuit that can go outside of the spacecraft to do a spacewalk. We started with the IVA suit that we have, the intravehicular activity suit, as a kind of starting point and looked at it and said, what would we have to change about this to be able to support a spacewalk? So the first is mobility. The crew will have to do a lot of moving around inside of Dragon to get outside and do the spacewalk. We had to add in new joints and new features in the suit to allow them enhanced mobility while the suit's pressurized.
When a crew member is pressurized in the suit, the soft portions of the suit become rigid. They need actual flexure and rotational joints to allow them to move around. It's kind of like a suit of armor made of fabric. We innovated in flexure joints to allow easy bending at the elbows and the knees, as well as a collapsible rotator joint that exists on the shoulder, which allows the suit to remain nearly fully soft, but when pressurized is a rotational bearing.
The difference between the IVA and the EVA suit is that on the IVA suit, the zipper system location is in the inseam, but since we needed to have lots of mobility on our EVA suit, that was not the preferred choice. By moving the zipper system from inseam to the waist, we mitigated risk of the stress of the zipper.
And another big element was also the thermal side of things. The crew is obviously exposed to a much more extreme thermal environment during the EVA, so we want to make sure that the inside of the suit is comfortable for them, and that as they interface with parts of the vehicle, that is safe for them to touch as well.
The EVA suit is built and designed here at SpaceX in Houghton, California. We wanted to have something that's easy manufactured that we can handle here in-house. So we developed this new material, so it's fabric-based.
We actually added a new layer to the suit, which we refer to as the Faraday layer. And this is a conductive cage around the suit that shields the suit from external electric fields.
The helmet on the EVA suit looks very similar to the IVA suit, but it is really an all-new design of that helmet. It's much more robust from a thermal structural perspective since it will be taking more extreme temperatures.
We are really excited to introduce this new single-pane visor helmet to the world of spacesuits. The EVA suit visor is made of polycarbonate and is coated with copper and ITO, or indium tenoxide. These two coatings together reflect the sun away from the crew, as well as reflecting infrared heat back to the crew when they are facing deep space. Our suit has a HUD, or heads-up display, which is a small display screen in the helmet, which is transparent, which allows the crew to see through the display to have unfettered access during their EVA. But it also provides critical telemetry to the crew, so pressure, temperature, relative humidity.
We're trying to improve the technology and streamline it in one way, and at the same time, we're also trying to get it more and more manufacturable with each generation. The ultimate goal is that you can put on a spacesuit and go out and get work done anywhere in the solar system and not feel like you're wearing anything more than you normally wear every day.
To date, previous Dragon crews used a different spacesuit called an IVA, or intravehicular activity suit, which have been worn on all SpaceX human spaceflight missions. Now, as commander of SpaceX's Crew 1 mission, Mike, I know that you're definitely familiar with that suit, so can you tell us how your experience with the IVA suit was?
Yeah, I love the suit. I thought it was a fantastic suit. It was very comfortable. I thought it was easy to get into. I thought easy to close up and get it into a sealed condition. I don't ever remember us in any of our training or while we were on the mission itself when we had to do a suit leak check. I don't ever remember us having a case where we failed that leak check. And so I thought the suit was very reliable, again, very comfortable and very effective for what we needed it for.
That's awesome feedback. Now, both the IVA suit and the EVA suit, great suits, both of them. And we might be able to immediately notice some differences. Since the original suits were only intended for use inside of Dragon, SpaceX designed this new suit to perform both in and outside the spacecraft. Some of the upgrades include new joint designs that remain soft until pressurized. We saw that a little bit during the suit leak checks. And all this is done while maintaining mobility as well as improved thermal management. Now, Mike, in your opinion, what is the most important feature of an EVA suit?
Yeah, I think that you heard Chris and Maria and Eric talking about that, and that's the mobility. When you're out on the spacewalk itself, you want as much mobility as you can get. And of course, the IVA suits, they're really designed to help keep you alive in the event of emergency and get you back down to Earth. And so from a mobility standpoint, you need just enough to be able to do what you can on the controls with the screens and all of that. And so you don't have to have as much of that mobility. And so with the suits that the new suits, the EVA suits that you guys have designed, that just ability that you can't believe how hard just the shoulder rotations and how much you need to use your hands and grip, the difference that it makes when you have the good mobility with it. And I also got to tell you, I really love the HUD that you have inside that gives you a little bit of that information. That I would love to be able to try out that suit.
Yeah, Mike, in addition to the new mobility that the suits have, the new suits also have a feature upgraded helmet with an exterior coating that acts like a sun visor, as well as the team added a camera and heads-up display, like you mentioned, to provide some quick glance information to the astronauts on the status of their suits. Now, our team likes to incorporate feedback from the crews wearing our suits. Yeah. Mike, can you talk a little bit about that process and maybe how you were able to help provide some feedback?
Yeah.
Well, it is worth mentioning when they are talking about the helmets of the newly designed spacesuit. As we heard that it is having a higher degree of mobility with this new EVA suits, and this helmets having a HUD, also known as head-up display, providing you some informations on your helmet itself. It can show critical information like pressure levels inside the suit, temperature levels, and humidity. Also, the helmet is having a bright glare to be reduced by using a new anti-glare visors on them. Also, this new suits are having thermal management textiles, as they mentioned, and I also mentioned it previously, and materials borrowed are from Falcon's interstage and Dragon's trunk.
Out of the spacecraft. So in the case of Polaris Dawn, we're going to be testing the mobility of the suit. We're going to see if the in-space operation matches the training we've done here in Hawthorne. There's really a lot of different things that can happen during an EVA, and this is the first step for Dragon and SpaceX.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought I'd be training a crew to do an EVA. It's brand new, it's so unique, we've never done anything like this before, and so we wanted to make sure we had the best possible training program for this mission.
We want to see if we can train a spacewalk on Earth in a way that's representative of what it feels like in space.
Even though only 2 people are going to be going outside during this first EVA, all 4 crew will be in EVA suits going down to vacuum.
Dragon was always designed to vent to full vacuum, but we've never taken full Dragon capsule down to vacuum, and this will be the first time we do it in space.
We actually put crew into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced decompression sickness.
We have a couple new training assets for Polaris Dawn to train the EVA specifically. The suspension system that we have is situated on top of the platform of our capsule simulator. The lines drop through the hatch. They attach to a single crew member inside the capsule. We can lift them up and get them situated so that they can egress the capsule and perform their tasks at Skywalker, the mobility aid.
The Skywalker, what's amazing to me is a lot of people are going to think it's a metallic structure just bolted to the top of Dragon, but a lot of development effort, testing went into the Skywalker. So we actually used similar technology as we have in the Super Draco chambers to apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. That is going to be a really, really amazing mobility aid on the front end of Dragon.
We also developed a sideways simulator, so we flip the hatch on its side.
In the event the hatch fails to close, they can manually close the hatch. We have them do that in a sideways suspension system, so gravity isn't helping them close or helping them open that hatch mechanism.
It's new development for Dragon, it's new development for SpaceX and the industry as a whole. So this is a great example of where Polaris Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems that we have to go figure out anyway for our larger goals, like putting people on Mars.
The Polaris Dawn objectives are the first step towards that ultimate flight with humans inside of Starship, which is right on the SpaceX development path that we have towards getting to the Moon and Mars.
It's just so cool to see how the EVA is coming together with the EVA suits. Now, as we mentioned earlier, Mike participated in 5 EVAs during his career with NASA. Now, we know you had to go through a lot of training and preparation, but what was your first EVA like?
Well, you just saw the Polaris Dawn crew completing a series of spacesuit acceptance tests while preparing for the mission's extravehicular activity or the spacewalk, marking the final significant development and test milestone for SpaceX newly developed EVA suit. Polaris Dawn spacewalk will be the first time that 4 astronauts will be concurrently exposed to the vacuum of space. During the approximate 2 hours long operation, mission commander Jared Isaacman and mission specialist Sarah Gillis will separately exit the Dragon spacecraft through its forward hatch, which you just saw. And while the time mission pilot Kid Potit and mission specialist and medical officer Anna Menon will be remaining inside the Dragon, managing the spacesuit umbilicals and monitoring the telemetry on Dragon's interior display. Also, they will be monitoring the activity of Isaacman and Sarah while performing the EVA. And we also saw that the Polaris Dawn crew went through those checks of the spacesuit in a vacuum environment at NASA's Johnson Space Center.
Highest altitude orbit for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 half a century ago.
Now, looking down on Earth from above, from any altitude, is a sight that few have experienced, and there's even a term for the effect that it can have on someone. The author, Frank White, first coined the term in his book called The Overview Effect, Space Exploration and Human Evolution. Mike, can you talk about your experience when you first saw Earth from space?
Of course, I was in the Soyuz, as we were talking about earlier, and every astronaut, when they first get into space, the experience, the feeling is a little bit different. And so when I first got into space, I had that feeling like I was falling. And so I have to admit that when I looked out the window for the first time and looked down at the Earth, there was a lot going on that I didn't quite have that same feeling of the overview effect. It was kind of pinch yourself. I can't believe I'm here, but then it was kind of like, what's going on with my body and trying to figure all of that out. But fortunately, I had some time to be up in space to experience that. And you know, a lot of times the overview effect, people think of it in terms of it gives you answers. You see how we're all connected on Earth, and that is certainly true. But it also, for me, left me with a lot of questions. When you look down at the Earth and you realize there's so many places around this Earth that you don't know about, you don't understand the people, the culture, the language, and so sometimes it gives you questions as much as it gives you answers.
Yeah,
The Polaris Dawn mission is set to last up to 5 days with an orbital inclination of 51.6 degrees, which is a common angle for missions to the International Space Station. Due to its orbital ground coverage and accessibility being the most optimal, and the mission will involve complex orbital maneuvers, starting with targeting an apogee of 1,400 kilometers with Dragon, where it will take the advantage of Falcon 9 and Dragon's maximum performance, endeavoring to fly higher than any Dragon mission to date and farther than humans have traveled since the end of Apollo program in 1972. The Polaris Dawn mission will be launching to an elliptical orbit with an apogee of 1,200 kilometers and a perigee of 190 kilometers. And after verification of a healthy vehicle of the Dragon, then Dragon's Draco engines will fire to raise the spacecraft's apogee to an altitude of 1,400 kilometers, where Dragon will remain for several orbits before lowering to a coasting elliptical orbit with an apogee of 700 kilometers for the remainder of the mission, including the spacewalk activities before preparing their re-entry.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for letting me be a part of this, and go Polaris Dawn.
Awesome, Mike. See you in just a couple of days. Now, for those of us who have not experienced the overview effect firsthand, here's a little more on the phenomenon itself.
The overview effect is that sensation or that feeling that you get when you see our whole world from the perspective of being outside of it.
It ranges the whole spectrum from like how delicate the Earth may appear because, you know, it's only this thin blue line that separates this habitable atmosphere of our home planet to, you know, the vacuum of space.
It's hard to comprehend what the impact is going to be when I first see Earth from space. It just reminds us of how fragile our planet is. One of my roles on this crew is to shoot as much footage as we possibly can so we can bring it back and share it with the world.
The big picture awareness that you gain from that sort of perspective when you're, you know, journeying amongst the stars and see our entire planet as we know it there outside of your window, and kind of the philosophical and the many different emotions that it provokes inside of you when you see it that way.
We have barely begun our journey to explore the worlds around us. And that hit me right when I saw the moon rise around Earth and saying, like, come on, it's been 50 years. We got to get back there, and we got to get to Mars, and we got to figure out how to get out of our own solar system and try and figure out what this is all about.
There's so much incredible footage that crew members have taken from space and that you see from satellites. I think it's one of the things I'm looking forward to most on the mission is getting to see the Earth from that perspective. I can't wait to share what that experience is, but I guess I'll have to let you know once I get back.
In addition to the science and supplies going up on the Polaris Dawn mission, the crew is also taking along some personal items for their 5-day trip around planet Earth. We caught up with the crew during training to get a little more insight on what each of them are planning to take to space.
What am I going to bring to space? I've thought long and hard about this one.
A book that I co-authored about a mama dragon that ends up training and flying to space.
My dad's necklace, jewelry for my wife, watches. I have a Thunderbird watch and a fighter weapons school watch.
I don't know, it's one of my takeaways after Inspiration 4 was it's kind of like camping, you brought too much. One of my actual debrief points was bring less.
When I got married to my husband, he went to the store and picked up a Cat in the Hat book. For our entire wedding, all of the ceremony was taped in this book, all of our vows were taped in the book, and then it got passed around and all the speeches got added to the book. And so it's just a very fun collection of very special memories captured in a very endearing Cat in the Hat book.
I'm gonna bring this big hunk of metal that will go higher than anyone has ever flown in Earth orbit.
I'd love to be able to have some sort of a memorabilia for everyone who contributes to this, of which it's pretty hard because there's 10,000 plus SpaceXers. I guess I wish I could bring something for everyone who's made a difference in this program.
I will, in particular, get to read this story from space to my kids here on Earth, as well as some of the brave kids of St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And I think that connection moment while I'm up there floating in space is something I'm just really excited to have the opportunity to have.
And we actually have something super cool here with us, a copy of Kisses from Space, just like the one that the Polaris Dawn crew will have flying with them. Anna actually penned this book as a love letter to her kids. And you can actually get one for yourself from major publishers, as well as from penguinrandomhouse.com. The proceeds from this book will benefit St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And it's just a gorgeous illustration and just such a lovely story.
Yeah, my niece is literally going to love this book. I can't wait to get a copy and read it to her.
Yeah, I hope Anna is willing to sign copies of it because I'm sure she's going to get flooded with requests when she comes back down to Earth.
Yeah, definitely. That will be so awesome.
Yeah. So with that, let's get a
Guys,
status update from John
observing a
Innsbrucker,
little
who's
bit
been listening in on the count.
Of latency. Just for a quick 1 or 2 seconds, let me just make it once again so that we don't have this latency here. Nothing to worry about. The stream is working fine, just we are having some latency. So for that I'm managing so that you can have a good synchronization of the video with the audio.
Your information, nothing unusual that we're seeing there. So pretty much just fingers crossed, the weather officer will give us good news coming up at about the T-1 hour evaluation point. So with that, Kate, we're just crossing our fingers for the weather.
Thanks so much, John. Love to hear the good news about the progress, and we will keep our fingers crossed about the weather conditions. Now, Polaris Dawn is the first of 3 planned missions in the Polaris program that will conduct extensive research, scientific research, to expand our knowledge of humans adapting, living, and working in space. Much of this research is also intended to improve life here on Earth.
And like all science and research, it begins with collecting tons of data, and that process started well before today. Let's take a look.
We are in the Houston SpaceX office today. We are here for our what we call L-30 or launch minus 30 days data collection for all of the research that we're doing on our mission. We have about 40 experiments, and a number of those required data collection pretty close to launch date. And so we are doing all of that data collection today, as well as doing some refresher training just to make sure we're really sharp on all of our procedures when we go to flight.
There's a lot of steps for each one of these science experiments. They're beneficial for not only improving and enhancing healthcare here on Earth, but it helps us continue this progression with space exploration.
What Kid and Anna are doing with the endoscope up through the nose and looking down at the vocal cords, I mean, that is not something easy to perform, in a hospital environment, let alone in space. They certainly stand to learn a lot from it. Reestablishing someone's airway, that's worthwhile to know if we're going to Mars someday. But I think that's a tough one to perform in space. But you got two really highly motivated individuals that are going to try and conquer it.
In space, there's inflammation. We don't have the impact of 1G pulling on that fluid. So we need to better understand what that inflammation looks like. And once we have a better understanding, we can develop the procedures and the equipment necessary to handle any type of triage situation.
When we stepped into this virtual reality scenario, I think Kid and I liked it a lot because they're flying a spacecraft on Mars to kind of gather like hand-eye coordination, motor skills, some cognitive abilities now, and then they're going to compare it to post-flight as opposed to whether or not we can successfully land on Mars.
One of the unique things of our missions, they're 3 to 5 days length. You maybe can't study the super long duration things, but what you can study is what happens immediately when you get up there and how soon these things start to take place. So this big problem in the astronaut community is called SANS, and it's where the astronaut's eyesight and ocular health start to degrade over time. So they will be wearing a contact that actually makes them look like a cyborg. It has little coils that can measure the interocular pressure, and then we can start testing countermeasures that might actually be able to prevent some of those negative effects.
We are doing an experiment called GVS disorientation, and this experiment, we wear a set of electrodes that sends electricity essentially through our brain between our inner ears and stimulates a disorientation and an imbalance to train astronauts' adaptation to different G environments and hope to quicken that readaptation. One of the things that we're doing with ultrasound is we are going to be collecting imagery of our veins and identifying whether there's actually bubbles forming when we are changing cabin pressure. It's very possible that nitrogen will bubble out into our blood. If we see bubbles, it will be completely normal and okay if we do see bubbles, but we are hoping to capture that on ultrasound.
In order for us to become multiplanetary, we've got to overcome some of these challenges associated with space exploration on longer duration missions. What we gather on orbit in a zero-G environment, in a vacuum, will help us continue this cause in furthering space exploration.
As the countdown continues to lift off, we'd like to introduce Dr. Samantha Weeks, Science and Research Director for the Polaris Program. Dr. Weeks, call sign Combo, is a retired United States Air Force colonel with over 2,200 hours flying fighter jets, including 105 combat hours. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me here today.
Now, she spent the last 2.5 decades focusing on human performance in aviation, and now she's overseeing science and research for the entire Polaris program, starting with the Polaris Dawn mission. Super cool. Now, how did you get involved with the Polaris program?
Well, I worked for Jared, and Jared actually worked for me when I was still in the Air Force, and he had Draken International. And he came to me in 2021 and told me about the Polaris program and asked me to be part of it as a mission director for science and research. And I was an aerospace physiology major at the Air Force Academy, wanted to go fly first, but always loved medicine. And so this was a natural fit. And I jumped at the opportunity when he asked me to be a part of this great, amazing mission.
That's so cool to see how you guys connected the dots. I'm sure there was a lot of things that went into, the research portfolio that you guys put together. Can you explain how the scientific research portfolio all came together?
Absolutely. Initially, when the mission was announced in February of 2022, we had some experiments that were ready to go, but we wanted to pack as much science and research into the 5 days that the crew will be up as humanly possible. So we did a call for research proposal and projects and worked very closely with SpaceX to gather the best and the most feasible that were out there. And we have a complement of 36 different experiments with 31 partner institutions from across the globe going up with the Polaris Dawn crew tonight.
Wow, it sounds like there was a lot of opportunity to participate. A lot of work went into that. Can you maybe share a little bit about some of the planned experiments?
Yeah, you bet. You saw the crew and Marissa talk about a few of the experiments that they'll be doing while they're up in space. But another one is from the University of Dartmouth, and will focus on bone loss. We know that without gravity on our skeleton, our bones don't need as much calcium, so they begin to leach calcium into our bloodstream, which poses a risk to develop kidney stones. And from what I hear, nobody wants one of those, especially in space. So this will help us understand how early onset begins and maybe mitigate that risk of developing kidney stones as we go deeper into space, back to the moon, to Mars, and trying to make life multiplanetary. Another one focusing on bone health comes from the University of Calgary, and they're going to be trying to identify very early signs of bone loss and looking for any type of structural, physiological changes that occur in this relatively short 5-day mission, so that we can once again begin to understand how early bone health and bone loss begins to take hold in an astronaut.
Yeah, that sounds like very important research for spaceflight. And you talked about 36 different research experiments, but I really want to know, I'm going to put you on the spot, what is like the one or two experiments that's like very near and dear to you and the Polaris Dawn crew?
Well, I went to the...
Well, right now we are waiting for the weather brief from the weather officials at T-1 hour. That will be the final weather update for today's launch. But that doesn't guarantee that it will be having a launch, even if there will be any issues in the further countdown. And we just saw those experiments what Polaris Dawn crew members will be performing in orbit. As mentioned before, they will be wearing a contact lens embedded with microelectronics that will allow the crew to continuously monitor changes in the shape and pressure of the eye. And this experiment will be first time carried on a human space flight. And the collected data will contribute to the understanding of the spaceflight associated neuroocular syndrome, short of SANS, a condition that can cause degraded vision and poses a risk of human performance during missions and EVAs. Also, we saw those videos and feeds of the crew performing the endoscopy that they will be inserting through nose into the airway to gather imagery and look for interbody challenges like inflammations, and that endoscopy end will be reaching to their vocal cords as well. Also, we saw those balance orientation issues that astronauts face. For that also they are having an experiment to do, where they will be using electric shocks between their inner ears to stimulate those disorientations and learn more about rapid adaptation skills. Now let's see, we are just 4 just at 1 hour time frame, we will be getting the weather brief from the weather officials. So yes, Pop Tropica, finger closed, we are getting closer. Well, again the glitch hit back.
Just heard some comms from the core to the crew, letting them know that there will be cycling some air to equalize inside of the cabin. So this could be research to understand mental and physical impacts while on orbit, exploring how to improve training, physical fitness, and mental well-being, or advancing medical care with the exploration of just-in-time training and tools. Now, the selected research study groups will have access to SpaceX's crewed Dragon missions, opening up opportunities for researchers that
research program. Visit spacex.com/human-spaceflight/research. Now, as we mentioned at the start of the show, there are a number of firsts that are going to occur on this mission. The first commercial spacewalk and possibly reaching the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, which will break the altitude record set by Gemini 11, which happened half a century ago, which is wild.
Yeah, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer. Inside Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal in Dragon's trunk. This terminal will be linked to the new plug-and-placer device that is mounted on board.
All of this will be responsible for establishing and maintaining a laser communications link with Starlink satellites, which will be in orbit about 200 kilometers below Dragon. Using this hardware, Dragon will attempt to talk to Starlink the same way Starlink satellites talk between themselves, with lasers. No one has ever flown a laser communication system on a human-rated spacecraft before, so there's a lot to be learned here. If this works, Plug and Placer could provide the first high-speed internet experience for people traveling in space.
This technology will also help here on Earth by facilitating healthcare access and connectivity to underserved communities around the world. The Polaris program is donating Starlink to St. Jude Global Partners in 5 countries. Strong, reliable internet will help support the St. Jude Global mission by providing partners greater access to online medical conferencing, case and imaging sharing, and diagnostic assistance. Hospitals and foundations that are part of the pilot program will be able to provide better care to patients thanks to high-speed, low-latency broadband internet.
The first countries selected to receive Starlink include the Philippines, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Mozambique. The Polaris team is also donating Starlink to 100 schools in Chile and Brazil, striving to increase internet connectivity, which can improve education and telemedicine efforts for communities in need. The Polaris Dawn crew had a chance to hear from students in Chile after Starlink was installed.
¿Por qué los hombres van al espacio?
It's so important to go to space because there is so much of it and we know so little about it. How many of you would like to be an astronaut someday? There we go.
How many of you want to go with us on our mission?
They all want to go.
Starlink is also enabling the rapid development of SpaceX's Starship vehicle, which just completed its 4th flight test in June. Starlink on Starship once again enabled real-time telemetry and live high-definition video throughout every phase of entry, with external cameras providing views all the way to the flight's conclusion. Down at Starbase, Texas, we're continuing to build, test, and fly the world's most powerful launch vehicle ever developed.
Now we just saw Polaris Dawn crew having a video conference with the children to whom they provided the Starlink. And as of today's mission, the EVA is concerned, Jared Isaacman's EVA at planned 435 miles, that is 700 kilometers in altitude, will see several world records. 3 times higher than the ISS. It will be the highest EVA ever in Earth orbit, as we all know, smashing an altitude record of 850 miles, which was set by Gemini 11 astronauts Charles Conard and Richard Gordon back in September 1966. Also with this mission, age 30 years. Well, let's hear the weather update.
Go, SpaceX.
Dragon, we are tracking some rain near the pad and still monitoring the cumulus cloud condition from earlier. We're going to be taking the weather decision down to T-minus 50 minutes, and in the meantime evaluating system readiness for LES arm. With that, we're going to have you start section 5 of 4.100 and report when you are go for launch.
All right, copy that, SpaceX. For weather, you're tracking rain, and you're going to take this down to a T-minus 15-minute mark while you evaluate for LES arming. We are go to step into section 5 for LES arming preparation.
That's a good.
Well, we just heard that preliminary we got go, but there is a rain happening near the pad, so a final decision will be taken at T-minus 50 minutes. Now they are waiting for the LDS to be getting armed. Hopefully we will be not having any issue with the weather anymore. As we heard that there is some rain happening near the coastline. So let's hope the best.
Step to Mars.
SpaceX Dragon in section 5. Crews go for launch.
Copy. Crew's ready for launch. Thanks.
And great news there. Crew just confirming that they are go for launch while we monitor weather for T0 tonight.
As we just heard, this go was from Crew that they are giving the go for launch. Still, we are looking into the weather. As we got the update from there, that rain nearby the coastline is happening there at pad launch complex 39A. At T-minus 50 minutes, we will be getting an update. So let's wait for that.
You can see there on your screen, Super Heavy booster lifting off successfully there and completed a full duration ascent burn.
Starship.
Well, I was just talking about the records to be achieved by this mission. With this mission, aged 30 years, 242 days on the planned date of the EVA, Sarah Gillies will also become the youngest human to spacewalk, eclipsing first ever spacewalker Soviet cosmonaut Alexei Leonov, who was 30 years, 292 days old when he floated outside the Voskhod 2 capsule back in March 1965. Another record that will be achieved by this mission. Jointly with Menon and Gillis, they will be flying to the highest altitude ever attained by a woman. They will they will make it more than double the 358 miles, that is 576 kilometers, reached by astronauts Kathy Thornton, Nancy Curie, and Megan MacArthur across 3 Hubble Space Telescope repair flights between 1993 and 2009. And as we know that Megan MacArthur was from which SpaceX got inspired and named their recovery vehicle Dragon recovery vehicle Megan. Also, we heard that this will be the first time we will be testing an orbit Starlink test with a human-rated space flight, testing laser-based satellite communication using optical links between Dragon spacecraft and Starlink satellites, revolutionizing the speed of quality of space communication. Also, this is the first time a Starlink is being carried by a human space flight. So there are so many records to be achieved by this Polaris Dawn mission.
That recently joined us, as you can see on the clock, we're about T-minus 53 and a half minutes away from liftoff. We did hear from the crew operations and resource engineer that we are awaiting a final weather update at T-minus 50, that's 50 minutes, so in just 3 minutes from now. Weather has been a watch item all evening, in fact, for like the last 2 weeks. And we are hoping that some unfortunate weather close to the pad will dissipate in time. There is a couple of rules that we're watching, trying to hope that that weather clears out from the 10 nanometer range. So we are standing by for that final update from the launch weather officer. But as you can see on your screen, Polaris Dawn crew is pretty comfy in their suits and in their seats.
Yeah, they are patiently waiting. They did give the go that they are ready for launch if we do proceed to T0. And again, we do have a couple opportunities for T0 if weather does not look good for the initial T0 that we're planning for right now.
Yeah, that's right. But we are standing by, like we said before, just a couple minutes for that final update. Basically a go, no-go update from our weather officer. It's a little deceiving because this view here, these inky black skies, you can't really tell what the weather is or isn't around the pad. Of course, pad 39A here on your camera. And if I were Jared in the capsule, right, hearing that, you're in the capsule, you've done a successful suit leak check, you've done a successful side hatch leak check and closure, and he has flown in this capsule once before. This is Dragon Resilience. This is, of course, the capsule that took the Inspiration 4 mission on its, couple-day mission around planet Earth. And, if I were Jared, I would be really impatient at this point and just like...
Just 1 minute and 22 seconds away from the final decision of the weather from the weather officer. And I guess right now we are beginning to vent down the pressure that was in the tubing on the strong back. That's why we can see those clouds coming out there around the Falcon 9.
Have the propellant load and launch go-no-go pull coming up at 50 minutes, or at 45 minutes. So everything's coming together right now. So we're going to listen in just a little bit more and see whether or not we roll the dice and proceed to zero, hoping that the little cells that are popping up dissipate in 20 to 30 minutes and give us a clear launch to space, or if we decide we're going to delay a bit.
Yeah, we knew going into the countdown today that the probability of violation of the launch weather rules was 60%, i.e. only 40% favorable. So we knew that there was a chance here, but in the event that, the clouds parted, or rather just stayed away out of those 10 nautical miles, we wanted to try and take advantage of the opportunity if it presents itself. So we're keeping our fingers crossed and really hoping for that opportunity. And of course, we're talking about launch weather, but something that we've been looking at for the last couple of weeks is not only the launch weather, but also the booster downrange recovery weather, as well as the ascent phase abort scenario weather patterns. Want to make sure that if Dragon, for some reason, has to activate the launch escape system during the ascent phase, that all that weather along that corridor is clear. and the weather 5 days from now to make sure that there is a viable path for safe crew return when their mission is done. So it's a lot going on.
Yeah, there's a lot to look out for. And again, we are trying to make this call prior.
Whether it, here we can see it got past 50 minutes, T minus 50 minutes, where we were supposed to have that weather update. Right now it's T minus 48 minutes and 45 seconds. Hopefully we will be getting the update sooner. We are waiting for an weather update from the weather officer for the liftoff. Also, this weather update from the weather officer will be just not for the launch, it will be also for the booster, the booster recovery and as well as the splashdown.
Load, go, no go, pull.
And just a quick note, launch director telling the team to proceed with the go, no go poll. Carr's going to talk to crew now.
Dragon SpaceX for weather update.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we're still watching weather. It seems that the T01 opportunity is going to have the best chance of getting us to a launch today. So we're going to be pressing into the propellant load go, no go pull.
And copy that, SpaceX. And just for good readback, we are presently no go for weather, but we are stepping into the prop load poll.
As we just heard, there is no go for the weather, but we are pressing for the
And stand by, Dragon. We're just confirming.
prop load will begin at T minus 45 minutes when SpaceX launch director will give the final go. Right now we are undergoing a go no go poll for that. We got the weather update. For now it is no go, but they are still sticking with the prop load, hoping that the weather can get good. Still keeping an eye on the weather.
Yeah, we're coming up on T minus 46 minutes. They've made a determination to continue on, betting that the weather will be go in 46 minutes from now. We heard Core bring it up with the crew briefly. We're waiting now for the directions from the launch director to the launch team for the readiness for propellant load and launch poll. Currently, they are continuing to talk with the launch weather officer, but it looks like if you look at the upcoming T0 or the next one in about 100 minutes, it's about an equal opportunity. So we're going to move into propellant load, it appears. Now, right now, the launch director should be polling electronically.
For awareness, we got one more radar scan. We're evaluating this radar scan.
7 members.
We'll get back here.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're standing by.
Yeah, there's some discussion on the WeatherNet about a cell to the northwest and whether or not it's exceeding constraints. Electronic poll has been completed. If we do continue with the countdown.
SpaceX, we're getting meteorological input that we should waive this attempt given the last radar scan. So we're going to pause the clock here and move to our second T0.
Copy that, SpaceX, and we are standing by for the second T0.
Okay, we're at T-minus 44 minutes and 30 seconds, and we have paused the clock for the moment. We got a last-minute update. One cell right at around the 10 nautical mile border had popped up on the radar returns. We have to get all the weather clear within 10 nautical miles of the launch pad in order to be able to launch Falcon 9 with the crew on the Dragon.
And launch control.
The weather was iffy if it would clear in time for the original T0.
2349 UTC.
And LD, that's 09:23:49 UTC?
That is correct.
Launch director confirming the planned new T0, 09:23:49, I believe, universal time. That would be at 5:23 a.m. on pad 39A.
And the clock is counting to 09:23:49 UTC.
As you can see on the webcast screen now.
Dragon SpaceX launch T time has been moved to 09:23:49 Zulu. Stand by for seat rotation, after which you will remain in the capsule with the side hatch closed. Please confirm when you are ready for seat rotation.
Copy that, SpaceX, new T0, 09:23:49, and we'll get back to you on that seat rotation.
We just heard the core.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready for seat rotation.
SpaceX copies. We will report when initiating.
Okay, it sounds like we are now in the middle of seat rotation. With the delay, you see on the screen we're T-minus 2 hours, 27 minutes. There's a view inside the capsule. They're working on their tablets, getting their updated clock.
So as we heard, now currently we are T-minus 2 hours, 27 minutes from the liftoff. It's because of the ongoing weather conditions out there near the launch complex 39A. Right now, again, the crew will be rotating their seat. You can see how it is ongoing and seat rotation is coming up. And we are now attempting for the next launch opportunity during this 4-hour window. I guess it's 5:23 a.m. Eastern time.
We've had to wait.
Seats are in the upright position.
Copy that, SpaceX, we show same.
We had to wave off the first opportunity just as we got inside T-minus 45 minutes. The weather forecast was iffy at best, and we have elected to go for the second of the 3 T0 opportunities. Next launch opportunity at 9:23:49 universal time. We'll have a third opportunity if need be at 11 hours 50 minutes universal time. We don't know what the weather forecast is. It's fairly dynamic as a tropical boundary layer has come ashore in Florida. Now, just before we had the hold, the launch chief engineer had pulled both the Dragon and Falcon 9 teams, verifying that if we were to hold at this point in the count, just at T-minus 45 minutes before we began propellant load, that both the Dragon and the Falcon teams were in a good position to hold the clock and then recycle back to the T-minus 2 hours and 25 minutes that you see on the screen now. So,
well, yes, true, Fairmade, we have to wait for a little long. That's a 2 hours long time. But fortunately for you, it's not too late. It's still a daytime. You can watch the stream. And I guess for Bob Tripica, it's getting late at night. So right now we are waiting for a Falcon 9 liftoff for the Polaris Dawn mission. We are targeting the second launch opportunity during the 4-hour launch window for today's launch. Right now targeting 5:23 5:23 Eastern Time, 9:23 UTC, and 2:23 Pacific Time.
there are frontal boundaries north and south of the launch site, and we were then seeing cells popping up, and that made us a little concerned that they may still be around at T0, and we would then have had to scrub for the day. So the good news is we are still counting down for launch. We're going to wait 2 hours and change and see how things go. And with that, Kate, Atticus, Jesse, we got close.
So close.
But we're still here with another chance.
Yeah, but yeah, we're not out of the fight yet. Obviously, we would have preferred for weather to cooperate, but the safety of the crew is the top priority. So we're unfortunately going to have to wait around just a little bit longer.
SpaceX Dragon for T0 clock.
Go, Dragon.
Yeah, SpaceX, just wondering when we should expect a reset on our T0 clock.
That's in work, Dragon. I'll let you know when we have that update in.
Yeah, Core just working through some housekeeping
SpaceX.
with the Dragon displays.
Yeah, so we're obviously sad we don't get to go to space in 50 minutes like we were hoping, but I'm sure there's nobody more disappointed than the crew on board. But let's take this opportunity to learn a bit more about them. The Polaris Dawn mission has many first-time objectives, so the Polaris program, of course, chose a crew of experts who know each other well and have a foundation of trust that they can build upon as they undertake the challenges of this mission. So we've seen him before on Inspiration 4, Mission Commander Jared Isaacman. As I mentioned, he was the commander of Inspiration 4, the world's first all-civilian mission to space. Jared holds several world records, including 2 speed-around-the-world flights in 2008 and 2009 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He has flown in over 100 air shows as part of the Black Diamond Jet Team, dedicating every performance to charitable causes. In 2011, Jared co-founded what would become the world's largest private air force, Draken International, and that trains pilots for the U.S. Armed Forces. In addition to his role as CEO of Shift 4, Jared is an accomplished pilot and astronaut with over 7,000 flight hours. Here's a little bit more about Jared.
I think like a lot of kids dreamed of becoming an astronaut since kindergarten. I still remember checking out just big color picture books of the early days of the space shuttle. I remember talking to my kindergarten teacher, telling her that someday I was going to go to space. And I still remember she said to me that she'll be watching in her rocking chair. And then I think you just build on it with like just awesome movies like The Right Stuff and Top Gun the original and Space Camp the movie for sure. All you had to do is go to Space Camp and a robot would accidentally send you into space. If you are thinking about or dreaming about being an astronaut someday, It is totally possible. You do not have to be one of the lucky few struck by lightning. Organizations like SpaceX and others in commercial space are making it possible where hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people are going to go to space someday, and you don't have to be a test pilot. You know, you could be a doctor, you know, a nurse, someone in the healthcare field, someone building the software that runs on the spaceship. And it's just so many possibilities for a future that's going to have, you know, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people in space in the not too distant future. It's just so awesome to think about. You know, with Inspiration 4, I always said it's hard to look at any one piece of the mission and have some extra excitement or enthusiasm, because it all matters. It has to go right, every phase of it. Everything we do for months or years leading up to the mission itself and coming home, it all matters. And I'd say that that's no different with this one. If anything, it's even more so, because there's so much we're trying to accomplish. But I'm very eager and excited to see that moment when we arrive on orbit, and kind of the reaction on the face of my other crewmates who will be going to space for the first time. It's like a really special moment where a lot of emotion comes together when you've arrived on orbit. And they've worked really hard and very deserving for this opportunity, and I'm eager to see it, you know, kind of firsthand. My name is Jared Isaacman, and I'm the commander of Polaris Dawn.
Mission pilot Scott Poteet served as the mission director of Inspiration 4, and he goes by his call sign, Kid. A retired U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Colonel, Kid served for 20 years in roles that included commander of the 64th Aggressor Squadron, Thunderbird No. 4 demonstration pilot, U.S. Air Force Weapons School graduate, operational test and evaluation pilot, and flight examiner. Kid is a command pilot with over 3,200 flying hours and has logged over 400 hours of combat time. Following his Air Force career, Kid served in various roles, including VP of Strategy at Shift 4. Let's hear from our mission pilot himself, Scott Kid Poteet.
So my love for aviation and space, it started in the 80s. That's when I grew up. The movies The Right Stuff and the original Top Gun had come out. I was certainly inspired by those movies. But honestly, I struggled as a kid. I was a C and D student. The only reason why I got into college was I was recruited to run. I even struggled in college. I ended up with a degree in outdoor education. But I had an opportunity to go in the back of a KC-135 to watch some refueling F-16s in the air. I was totally inspired, puked the entire time, but I wanted to be a fighter pilot. I served in the Air Force for 20 years flying F-16s. When I retired in 2016, I thought that was the end. Space was never something that I thought I could achieve. Based on my academic background, you know, traditionally in the 80s with the shuttle program, it was astrophysicists, engineers, test pilots, those with advanced degrees. There are moments where you were like, oh my gosh, this is real, this is happening. And it brings me back to my Air Force and fighter pilot experience in combat. Compartmentalizing what's going on, being very acute to every little detail. Throughout this entire training process, we have these aha moments. And when I have these aha moments, I think about what it's going to be like when it is liftoff. And I think I will be in that very intense moment of being aware of all the details around me, all the senses, watching all the parameters of the rocket, staying very focused on the mission. You know, I'm not nervous. I'm intensely excited for this moment. I'm a fighter pilot, so I enjoy the thrills of thrust and the acceleration that we're going to experience going from 0 miles an hour up to 17,500 miles an hour in a very short few minutes. Anything is possible. I never dreamed I'd be in the seat. There are plenty smarter, more intelligent individuals that should be in the seat, but I've been blessed to have this opportunity. I'm going to take advantage of it. My name is Scott Kid Poteet. I'm the mission pilot for Polaris Dawn.
Mission Specialist Sarah Cooper Gillis is a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, responsible for overseeing the company's astronaut training program. She helped prepare NASA astronauts for the Demo 2 and Crew 1 missions and in 2015, while studying at the University of Colorado Boulder, Sarah started an internship at SpaceX and then moved into the astronaut training program full-time after graduation. Here's a bit more about Sarah.
So I cannot technically claim that I am a Boulder, Colorado native as much as I would love to. I was born in California, but I moved to Boulder when I was about 2 or 3 months old. And that's where I went to college as well. I went to the University of Colorado at Boulder and then eventually started as an intern at SpaceX. I would say I didn't always dream of going to space. I think my interest really changed in high school and I thought human spaceflight was fascinating. I think I heard of the concept of this future job of running a space hotel, and I was like, wow, that's wild and cool. If that could be the future, that's something that I would like to think about. So I just started looking and pursuing human spaceflight topics and doing things that really interested me, because I didn't think going to space was necessarily a possible outcome. But along that journey, you know, got to help with some really cool things, and that obviously led to going to space today. One of the professional accomplishments that I'm most proud of is bringing back and launching Bob and Doug was so massive. Like, that's the first time we returned launch capability to the US. Like, this is so big, and it was such an immense team effort to get Dragon to the point of flight for the first time. And then for me personally, then taking that and transforming that and growing our training program to support the first all-civilian crew with Inspiration 4. Those 2 missions certainly stand out for me. When I sit in the spacecraft, I think more than anything, what is going to go through my mind is just seeing all of the components that came together to make this machine, and all of the people that made those components and tested those components, being supported by the thousands of people at SpaceX that are making this possible and dedicating their lives to safely flying people to space and back. My name is Sarah Gillis, and I am a mission specialist on the Polaris Dawn mission.
And rounding out the Polaris Dawn crew, mission specialist and medical officer Anna Walker-Menon, who also serves as a lead space operations engineer at SpaceX, where she manages the development of crew operations and works in mission control as both a mission director and crew communicator. During her time at SpaceX, Anna has led the implementation of Dragon's crew capabilities and developed critical operational responses to vehicle emergencies. Prior to SpaceX, Anna worked for 7 years at NASA as a biomedical flight controller for the International Space Station. She received her bachelor's degree in mathematics and Spanish from Texas Christian University and her master's degree in biomedical engineering from Duke University. Let's hear a little bit more from our other SpaceX team member, Anna Walker-Menon.
I did always dream of going to space. I think I was captivated by the beauty of our universe and the perspective and learning you can gain from that vantage point. So while I recognized it was a distant likelihood to ever end up getting to be there, I have always dreamed of getting to be there. I fell in love with space on a field trip in the 4th grade. I got to experience a day in the life of an astronaut as well as a flight controller in mission control, and I knew from that moment that this was an industry I wanted to be a part of. I studied math and engineering in college and graduate school, but the whole time just kept avidly pursuing the space industry. I was so thrilled when I got a job out of graduate school at NASA, and after about 7 years there, transitioned over to SpaceX, and I have been here ever since. On launch day, I think I will have a lot of things on my mind. I think one piece will be intense focus, remembering all of the work
and the learning that we have gone through, thanks to SpaceX, to execute every piece of this mission to the best of our abilities. I will also be thinking about the massive team that it took to get to this moment, and probably honestly feeling a lot of gratitude. And then thirdly, I think I will be trying to memorize the moment. I think it's going to fly by, and I think I will try really hard to memorize the sounds, the feelings, the thoughts, the experiences in the rooms around me, so that I can freeze it in my mind and someday look back and recall what it felt like to be there. My name is Anna Menon, and I am one of the mission specialists as well as a medical officer on the Polaris Dawn mission.
Well, Anna certainly got her wish in terms of having an opportunity to freeze the moment as we had to push off of our initial T0 due to weather conditions. But in those packages, you got some glimpses into the training that the Polaris Dawn crew had to undergo. They not only went through the same SpaceX training as our NASA astronauts, but they also had to train to perform an EVA, or an extravehicular activity, or spacewalk, as it's better known as. For basic SpaceX training, they were trained on everything from orbital mechanics to how to live in microgravity. They also ran through numerous simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated inside our Dragon training spacecraft.
Yeah, and in addition to ensuring they are familiar with SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft, the crew went through an extensive training regimen to build their physical endurance and mental toughness, ensuring they are well-rounded and prepared for spaceflight, and especially for the first ever commercial spacewalk. From scuba diving to skydiving, we had an opportunity to talk to the crew about some of the rigorous training that they went through, and here's what they had to say.
The bulk of the training has been rightfully focused on the EVA, or the spacewalks. In a development program, you don't know what you need to train to. Like, how can we run pressurized operations, simulate microgravity, but also have like a simulator that's powered, with hatches to get in and out of, so we don't have to submerge that in a pool.
We looked at a suspension system solution where we can set up a physics model that allows you to pressurize the suit, put on a harness, and then a hoist will lift a suited crew member up. And you can basically use one finger and you press down and your whole body will move up, just like in space.
It allowed us to really put into practice the different piece-by-piece steps that are necessary to complete this operation safely.
One aspect of our training has been scuba diving. The buoyancy allows us to kind of experience a different environment. The lack of communication is a challenge associated with scuba diving.
You rely on alternate forms of communication. You'll use different hand signals to communicate, like I'm okay, you're okay. So I would say scuba diving has a ton of great training lessons that are directly applicable to our spacewalk.
I have to say, I think the max fun here was the skydiving we did at the Air Force Academy. That was some of the best training ever.
When I dropped out of that airplane, sitting in the airplane as I was going up, I felt those nerves, all of that rush of emotions that comes with, recognizing that you are about to do a really high consequence operation.
And you're standing out, leaning into the wind, out of an aircraft, and then you just let go and you fall. It was incredible training, some of the most memorable training we've done.
For the centrifuge training, the purpose is to go through both a launch and a re-entry, as well as a launch escape mission profile in this human centrifuge that's spinning you around and imparting forces on your body that are similar to the ones that we will experience when we go through those operations actually in space.
When you're in space, you have to deal with the circumstances that you're dealt. Similar fashion is climbing a mountain. You're on the side of a mountain, it's taken days to get to where you're at, approaching the summit. You're dehydrated, you're hungry. You learn to manage those stressors. And those are all good preparation techniques in getting ready for space exploration.
We've had it all. We've had unbelievable, highs, and we've had, lows. It's just been a great 2 years of growth. Some of the best times of my life.
Dragon is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station, and it's currently the only vehicle capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth. It's also the first private spacecraft to take an all-civilian crew to orbit during the Inspiration mission in 2021. Over the last 4 years, the spacecraft has supported 13 human spaceflight missions and flown 50 crew members representing 14 countries. Through missions like Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn, Dragon is helping lay the groundwork for deep space exploration, rapidly expanding our knowledge of how humans will adapt, live, and work in space. Dragon can also help discover more about our home planet. With upcoming missions like From 2, we aim to do exactly that. Named in honor of the ship that helped explorers first reach Earth's Arctic and Antarctic regions, the crew of From 2 will be the first to explore Earth from a polar orbit. From 2 will be SpaceX's 6th commercial astronaut mission and will allow the crew to observe Earth's polar regions through Dragon's cupola at an altitude of 425 to 450 kilometers. Over the years, Dragon has proven to be quite a versatile spacecraft. It can autonomously dock to the space station when outfitted with the ISS docking adapter. In free flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola for the best views while in orbit, and that'll be the case with the upcoming From 2 mission. Finally, we have our newest option, which is the Skywalker hardware to support a spacewalk, and the Skywalker will be making its debut on Polaris Dawn. And in addition, who knows what else the future will bring. Now, while the crew gets situated in Dragon, let's take a moment to get familiar with the spacecraft that we will call home, that the crew will call home for the next 5 days. Designed to be the safest spacecraft ever flown, the fully autonomous Dragon stands nearly 27 feet tall and 13 feet in diameter. Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers, but for today's mission, it's carrying the 4 members of the Polaris Dawn crew. The crew will spend the majority of their time in the pressurized section, which is the top portion of the spacecraft you see there on your screen, and this allows for transport of people and environmentally sensitive cargo. Dragon's trunk, which sits just below the pressurized section, not only carries unpressurized cargo, but also supports the spacecraft during ascent, and it remains attached to Dragon until shortly before re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And as you can see there, half of the trunk is covered in solar panels on the left side, and that's to provide power to Dragon during flight. The spacecraft is also equipped with 16 Draco thrusters, which are used to orient the spacecraft during the mission. Each Draco thruster is capable of generating around 90 pounds of force in the vacuum of space, and these engines are just as important to Dragon as the Merlin engines are to Falcon 9. In addition to these 16 Draco thrusters, there are 8 Super Dracos, and these power the spacecraft's launch escape system. In the very unlikely event of an emergency, the Super Draco engines can power Dragon half a mile away from the launch vehicle in less than 8 seconds. And just like the Falcon 9 first stage, Dragon is also reusable. In fact, the Polaris Dawn crew is flying today in the exact same spacecraft for NASA's Crew 1 mission, as well as Inspiration 4. That said, there are a few changes that we've made to Dragon for this mission. In order to accommodate a spacewalk, this is the first Dragon to be outfitted with a Skywalker in place of the cupola observation dome. The Skywalker is a structure that is mounted to the top of Dragon, as you can see there, and the astronauts will use this to assist in exiting and re-entering the spacecraft during their spacewalk. This Dragon is also carrying Starlink, making this the first mission to attempt to use the Starlink network in orbit. Inside of Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal located in Dragon's trunk, and this terminal will be linked to a new device known as the Plug and Placer, which will enable the spacecraft to communicate with Starlink satellites that will be in orbit below Dragon. Now, we're very excited to see all of this in action, but Dragon has to get up there first. So let's take a look at the rocket that will be taking our crew and Dragon to space. Dragon will be delivered to orbit today by SpaceX's Falcon 9, the first orbital class rocket capable of reflight. Reusability allows us to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, and that in turn drives down the cost of spaceflight. To date, Falcon 9 has performed 369 orbital launches, 326 landings, and 300 reflights. Standing about 65.5 meters tall, or about 215 feet, Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket that provides 1.7 million pounds of thrust on its first stage, thanks to those 9 Merlin M1D engines. And today's mission will be the 4th launch and landing for this particular booster. It previously supported NASA's Crew 8 mission to the International Space Station in March earlier this year. It's also supported 2 SpaceX Starlink missions. Now, after stage separation, when the first stage has done the bulk of its job for the day, it will initiate 2 burns as it makes its way back down towards the surface of Earth. First is the entry burn to help slow Falcon 9 down as it prepares to re-enter the thicker layers of Earth's atmosphere. Finally, the landing burn will further decelerate the rocket just enough to perform a precision landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. And that drone ship is currently stationed downrange in the Atlantic Ocean. The Falcon 9 first stage is equipped with 4 landing legs, and these are made of state-of-the-art carbon fiber with an aluminum honeycomb. These are placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket, and they are stowed during ascent and deploy just ahead of landing. Now, moving up the rocket, a Falcon 9's second stage engine ignites a few seconds after stage separation, and this engine can be restarted multiple times to place multiple payloads into different orbits. The second stage is powered by one single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine, and this engine is capable of more than 220,000 pounds of thrust. The MVAC features a significantly larger expansion nozzle to maximize the engine's efficiency in the vacuum of space, and at full power, the Merlin vacuum engine operates with the greatest efficiency ever for an American-made hydrocarbon rocket engine. And of course, let's not forget about the unsung inner stage, a composite structure that connects the first and second stages. It also houses the pneumatic pushers that allow the first and second stages to separate during flight. Inside of the inner stage, or rather outside of the inner stage, is where you'll find Falcon 9's 4 hypersonic grid fins, and these are at the base of the inner stage. They help orient the rocket during re-entry. Here in Hawthorne, you can actually have lunch in the cafe while watching the inner stages being made just across the aisle. Looks like we're just at about T-minus 2 hours or so, so while we continue to count down, how are things going, John?
Well, Atticus, things are about where we left it before. Inside T-minus 2 hours, you can see with the live shot there of the pad deck, looking at the 2 elevators we used a few hours ago to bring the crew up and the view up on top of the fixed service structure. We do have that light rain shower that we're talking about. Actually, right now, we would be at about T-minus 3 minutes, and the weather would be red. So the good news is when we made the decision to pause the countdown and go to the second T0, we avoided what would have been a scrub right now. Because as you may recall, once we begin loading propellant onto the Falcon 9 at T-minus 35 minutes, you're committed then. You've got to get down to 0 and launch, or you're scrubbed for the day. Now, we did not start propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. A little bit of a status refresh. We got down to T-minus 44 minutes and 30 seconds approximately, and we called a pause or a hold in the countdown. We had just finished the electronic poll verifying that the Falcon team was go to load propellant into the Falcon 9, but we did not actually get that far. All evening or early morning, as the case may be, at Kennedy Space Center, we've been watching the weather. The launch weather officer had advised the team that a frontal boundary had come ashore in Florida. That was creating scattered cells that would pop up and occasionally violate the cumulus cloud rule, or in this case, as we just saw with the pad deck view there, or up on top of the fixed service structure, we were getting rain showers with rain higher up in the atmosphere than we would be allowed to fly through. So we continued to count down, fingers crossed, heading for that first T0, which was planned for 7:38 Universal Time. Inside T-minus 1 hour, it was still very uncertain whether or not the weather would cooperate for that first T0. The team took the decision down as far as they could inside of T-minus 50 minutes, trying to get the last little bit of information. But just as we thought we were going to press on and go with the original T0, we saw a cell pop up on the radar map that exceeded conditions. We looked at that and decided to go ahead and hold the clock. We heard the Corps then go back up, talk to the crew, tell them that we were held, and then we recycled to the second T0. Now we have 3 T0 opportunities. The first one is now passing us by as we get ready at 7 hours and 38 minutes Universal Time, 10 minutes from now, and that would have been a scrub. The next one that we are aiming for is coming up at 9 hours, 23 minutes, 49 seconds Universal Time, just under the 2 hours you see there on the countdown clock. There is a third opportunity if we need it at 11 hours, 15 minutes Universal Time. The problem we have is the weather is still uncertain enough that the team can't make a decision whether the second T0 or the third T0 is the best one. We're going to continue counting down, obviously, as you can see on the clock there. The scattered rain showers we see, those should clear out of the way. But we most recently had another no-go condition pop up. The surface electric field, essentially the measure of how the atmosphere is electrically charged, has violated criteria. We're going to continue to watch that. We think that one will clear. Primarily, we're continuing to worry about the cumulus clouds and the possibility of having to fly through rain on the way up the northeast coast of the United States as we head into the orbit at just over 51 degrees inclination. The Corps has talked to the crew on board Dragon. The mission director for Dragon, they have done their readiness polls. We've also checked with the SpaceX Falcon 9 team. They are go. Also, it appears that the next T0, there is no proximity warnings or concerns with any orbital satellites. Sometimes you have to move a launch window a minute or two if there might be a conjunction in space. Right now, it looks like we don't have any of those issues. The big question will be whether or not the weather is going to be go at the next T0. The other plan that we have is while we are in this hold for a little while, this is giving the Dragon and Falcon launch teams a chance to rotate people on and off console, take a few minutes break. It's been a long early morning for the team. Everybody continues to have support. So, we're ready to support anything that may come up, but we are giving the crew a chance to refresh. The next major event is we continue asking the launch weather officer, what's the forecast look like? What's the forecast look like? The next big one coming up will be at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes, just over 22 minutes from now. That's when Dragon is going to rotate the seats back into the launch position. The crew right now is sitting upright inside the Dragon that you can see there. The crew access arm, and there's a view of the crew in their upright posture, and then we'll rotate to horizontal into the launch position to get ready. That'll be a little later in the count than we had done it the first time around, but that's fine. The hatch is closed, leak checks, everything is copacetic in Dragon. So they'll get ready in an hour and a half and go back into the launch position in their seats. We'll continue to bring it down. We'll get inside T-minus 1 hour where we'll do another evaluation on what the launch looks like. And then fingers crossed we'll be able to press past T-minus 45 minutes and get into the prop load at T-minus 35 minutes. Everything continues to look good. One reminder, the only people on the pad right now are the Dragon crew themselves, the 4 people inside the Dragon. You can see that crew access arm. The seals have been deflated. They're retracted. All of the handholds are out of the way. Everything's been cleared. The only thing really waiting for everybody is ideally we get inside 45 minutes so we can retract the arm. So nobody's going back out to the pad right now. All the vehicles are cleared off. So we're going to just continue to give you status updates as we go along. But Kate, yeah, hopefully the second T0 is the winner. The first one turns out the weather is red right now, and we wouldn't have been able to go.
Yep. Well, you know what? It's been a good rehearsal so far. And realistically speaking, while the Polaris Dawn crew, I'm sure, would be delighted to be closer to, wait, how long have we been holding now? Would they be in space now? I'm not sure. My brain is a little mushy at this point, but the point is that they would still be in the Dragon capsule right now, regardless, in their seats most likely. So they're not really doing anything significantly different physically anyway. Now we did, as you heard John say, we did rotate the seats a bit so that they could kind of like stretch out a little bit more to be a little bit more comfortable. So yeah, I'm guessing there's probably some like charades happening or other games involving like hand signs and so
whatever they can do while still strapped into their seats.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah,
oh, look, there they are.
There you can see them on their tablets.
All four of them on their tablets. I wonder if we've equipped those tablets with any games. I hope so.
I mean, they'd have a lot more mobility in these EVA suits to be able to play some more games in these suits versus the IVA suits.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Gorgeous shot there of 39A. Like we mentioned before, we are in a not quite a holding pattern because we're still progressing with the launch countdown, but we did have to reset the T0 clock due to weather, and we are fingers crossed that our second targeted T0 time will be more fruitful than the first one.
Yeah, we are patiently waiting. It is T minus 1 hour and 49 minutes until our new T0. But yeah, the crew is patiently waiting, relaxing inside of Dragon. And so now during the EVA for the Polaris Dawn crew, they will be wearing our newly designed EVA spacesuits, which we see them wearing in the Dragon capsule. And there you can see the suit on your screen. Building a base on the moon and a city on Mars will require thousands of suits. So the development of this suit and the EVA that's going to be performed on this mission are important steps to a scalable design for spacesuits on future long-duration missions. So let's take a look at the making of the suits our crew will be wearing during the first ever commercial spacewalk.
An EVA suit is an extravehicular activity suit, which is a spacesuit that can go outside of the spacecraft to do a spacewalk. We started with the IVA suit that we have, the intravehicular activity suit, as a kind of starting point and looked at it and said, what would we have to change about this to be able to support a spacewalk? So the first is mobility. The crew will have to do a lot of moving around inside of Dragon to get outside and do the spacewalk. We had to add in new joints and new features in the suit to allow them enhanced mobility while the suit's pressurized.
When a crew member is pressurized in the suit, the soft portions of the suit become rigid. They need actual flexure and rotational joints to allow them to move around. It's kind of like a suit of armor made of fabric. We innovated in flexure joints to allow easy bending at the elbows and the knees, as well as a collapsible rotator joint that exists on the shoulder, which allows the suit to remain nearly fully soft, but when pressurized is a rotational bearing.
The difference between the IVA and the EVA suit is that on the IVA suit, the zipper system location is in the inseam, but since we needed to have lots of mobility on our EVA suit, that was not the preferred choice. By moving the zipper system from the inseam to the waist, we mitigated risk of the stress of the zipper.
And another big element was also the thermal side of things. The crew is obviously exposed to a much more extreme thermal environment during the EVA, so we want to make sure that the inside of the suit is comfortable for them, and that as they interface with parts of the vehicle, that is safe for them to touch as well.
The EVA suit is built and designed here at SpaceX in Houghton, California. We wanted to have something that's easy manufactured that we can handle here in-house. So we developed this new material, so it's fabric-based.
We actually added a new layer to the suit, which we refer to as the Faraday layer. And this is a conductive cage around the suit that shields the suit from external electric fields.
The helmet on the EVA suit looks very similar to the IVA suit, but it is really an all-new design of that helmet. It's much more robust from a thermal structural perspective since it will be taking more extreme temperatures.
We are really excited to introduce this new single-pane visor helmet to the world of spacesuits. The EVA suit visor is made of polycarbonate and is coated with copper and ITO, or indium tenoxide. These two coatings together reflect the sun away from the crew, as well as reflecting infrared heat back to the crew when they are facing deep space. Our suit has a HUD, or heads-up display, which is a small display screen in the helmet, which is transparent, which allows the crew to see through the display to have unfettered access during their EVA. But it also provides critical telemetry to the crew, so pressure, temperature, relative humidity.
We're trying to improve the technology and streamline it in one way, and at the same time, we're also trying to get it more and more manufacturable with each generation. The ultimate goal is that you can put on a spacesuit and go out and get work done anywhere in the solar system and not feel like you're wearing anything more than you normally wear every day.
Love seeing how we have designed those suits from really the ground up. They look similar to the IVA suits, but there's so many enhancements and changes in order to make them suitable for an EVA, and we are definitely looking forward to seeing them in action in just a few days. But until then, let's take a look at how the actual EVA itself came together.
Stands for extravehicular activity, and it's any sort of operation in space where a human is getting out of the spacecraft. So in the case of Polaris Dawn, we're going to be testing the mobility of the suit. We're going to see if the in-space operation matches the training we've done here in Hawthorne. There's really a lot of different things that can happen during an EVA, and this is the first step for Dragon and SpaceX.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought I'd be training a crew to do an EVA. It's brand new, it's so unique, we've never done anything like this before, and so we wanted to make sure we had the best possible training program for this mission.
We want to see if we can train a spacewalk on Earth in a way that's representative of what it feels like in space.
Even though only 2 people are going to be going outside during this first EVA, all 4 crew will be in EVA suits going down to vacuum.
Dragon was always designed to vent to full vacuum, but we've never taken a full Dragon capsule down to vacuum, and this will be the first time we do it in space.
We actually put crew into a chamber at Johnson Space Center in Houston and had them live the exact profile that they will experience, and making sure that no one actually experienced decompression sickness.
We have a couple new training assets for Polaris Dawn to train the EVA specifically. The suspension system that we have is situated on top of the platform of our capsule simulator. The lines drop through the hatch. They attach to a single crew member inside the capsule. We can lift them up and get them situated so that they can egress the capsule and perform their tasks at Skywalker, the mobility aid.
The Skywalker, what's amazing to me is a lot of people are going to think it's a metallic structure just bolted to the top of Dragon, but a lot of development effort, testing went into the Skywalker. So we actually used similar technology as we have in the Super Draco chambers to apply a thermal barrier coating to the outside of the Skywalker. That is going to be a really, really amazing mobility aid on the front end of Dragon.
We also developed a sideways simulator, so we flip the hatch on its side.
In the event the hatch fails to close, they can manually close the hatch. We have them do that in a sideways suspension system, so gravity isn't helping them close or helping them open that hatch mechanism.
It's new development for Dragon, it's new development for SpaceX and the industry as a whole. So this is a great example of where Polaris Dawn is forcing the team to innovate in a way that adds safety and reliability to every Dragon mission going forward.
That's this huge challenge for us to go solve, but that's also an opportunity for us to solve the problems that we have to go figure out anyway for our larger goals, like putting people on Mars.
The Polaris Dawn objectives are the first step towards that ultimate flight with humans inside of Starship, which is right along the SpaceX development path that we have towards getting to the Moon and Mars.
It is so exciting to see not only development of the EVA suit, but the EVA operations as well, and how so much has specialized for this mission with the goal of having the ability to open that top hatch and have Jared and then Sarah go out and test the mobility of the suit and the functionality. And it's to me, it's just so cool to be able to see the design and the planning that went into all of that to make what is about to happen.
Yeah, what I think is super cool is that historically, they've done training and the crew has done, scuba diving, but typically training has been done in a swimming pool in their suits, right? But as we just saw, the training team got very creative and found different ways to not have to submerge, each crew member and their suits into water and have to deal with that, but like be able to do this simulation training in a different way that made it a lot easier to maybe repeat the training, and keep the suits clean and be able to manage that, which I think is so cool.
Yeah, I think we really just kind of innovate across the board, right? Just every aspect of the mission, from the hardware to the training itself to just our processes. So it's really great to see all of that. One thing that actually really stuck out to me is the mention of how these suits will sort of be used in the far future. I love how we always keep just the big picture in mind. The goal of SpaceX, make humans an interplanetary species, get to the moon, get to Mars, get beyond. And so we really incorporate that into all of these sort of stepping stone missions, right? Like we're pushing the boundaries, we're doing this first EVA, we're developing these suits, but maybe in a few years, who knows, we're going to be having thousands of people in these suits doing work all over the place on the moon, on Mars. It's just so inspiring and incredible to sort of be a part of that story and get to hear about some of that from the crew.
Yeah, and these suits, they look cool, but they're super functional, and thinking about what the future suits, the functionality that those suits will carry is like, I think that's a good point of just like the far future, what will that look like is very, very cool.
Well, you talk about the far future, and it may be because it's going on 1 a.m. here and we've got another hour and a half. But in the near future, my question is, Halloween's coming up in the United States. Anybody want to make a mock-up suit and go around trick-or-treat? Maybe your kids, It's like, hey, do you want to dress up in an EVA suit?
So we're going to see a lot of those this year, huh?
Yeah, the different style suits for the costume.
You don't have to just stick with the white and the gray, You could use some colors, a little bit like on Apollo lunar suits, where they would use different colored stripes to distinguish the commander, because in the photos, you're always going, who are we looking at? That's so-and-so and that's so-and-so.
Yeah.
I love that you guys were mentioning, the future and how we're trying.
Well guys, for just a second, I'm switching the scene and again coming back to this. Please hang tight just for a second. Thanks for being there. We are back on the live stream.
My personal favorite element is that not to just chill for a minute in the time that they are up there, because they're going to be seeing some incredible views.
Yeah, that's going to be super exciting. We'll get to watch them live the whole time. Again, as Atticus mentioned, we'll have live coverage, but also, they do have an EVA. It will be scheduled. They will need to follow some procedures. Obviously, the EVA is for a test. It's to test the EVA suits, but we do have some margin in there, so they might be able to get, if they're able to complete their test, they might just be able to get a minute or two to themselves to be able to enjoy that view.
Now, we are excited to watch that with them live whenever the EVA is actually happening. But for those of us who haven't experienced the overview effect personally firsthand with our own eyes. Here's a little bit more info on that phenomenon.
The overview effect is that sensation or that feeling that you get when you see our whole world from the perspective of being outside of it.
It ranges the whole spectrum from like how delicate the Earth may appear because, you know, it's only this thin blue line that separates this habitable atmosphere of our home planet to, you know, the vacuum of space.
It's hard to comprehend what the impact is going to be when I first see Earth from space. It just reminds us of how fragile our planet is. One of my roles on this crew is to shoot as much footage as we possibly can so we can bring it back and share it with the world.
The big picture awareness that you gain from that sort of perspective when you're, you know, journeying amongst the stars and see our entire planet as we know it there outside of your window, and kind of the philosophical and the many different emotions that it provokes inside of you when you see it that way.
We have barely begun our journey to explore the worlds around us. And that hit me right when I saw the moon rise around Earth and saying, like, come on, it's been 50 years. We got to get back there, and we got to get to Mars, and we got to figure out how to get out of our own solar system and try and figure out what this is all about.
There's so much incredible footage that crew members have taken from space and that you see from satellites. I think it's one of the things I'm looking forward to most on the mission is getting to see the Earth from that perspective. I can't wait to share what that experience is, but I guess I'll have to let you know once I get back.
As you might imagine, the Polaris Dawn crew has spent a lot of time together through all of the training and preparation for this mission, and naturally that fostered some great camaraderie. So let's hear what the crew had to say about their team bonding.
I have so many wonderful memories working with this crew. One of the memories that stands out to me is back at the beginning of our relationship formation, and that was when we were climbing Cotopaxi together. The highs and lows of that experience and the mental toughness required really helped break down barriers and create a platform to form a trust.
I mean, you want to talk highs and lows, we were literally jumping out of airplanes. I think it just taught us an awful lot about each other, and moments of like unbelievable happiness and super lows where things weren't going to plan.
Mountains, flying fighter jets. Honestly, I think it's just the mundane moments that we have together to gel as a crew, and relying upon your crew, knowing when we need to ask for help.
We each do have things that we're not going to be the best at. We're not going to need to do everything. We can distribute the load to maximize what each person is bringing to the team. It's been such an adventure learning with them, learning about them, learning how to work with them. I don't think 5 days is going to be enough.
It is awesome to think about getting to live and work with each other for 5 days in this capsule. Getting to be with them while floating in space, doing work to contribute to long-term endeavors of human spaceflight. I am just...
Right now it is T-minus 29 minutes and 27 seconds. I guess the crew will be reclining the seats again back to the launch positions. Meanwhile, let's discuss a little bit about the stats for today's mission. Today's launch marks 382nd SpaceX overall launch and the 14th dedicated crewed launch by SpaceX so far. Prior to today's launch, number of crew launched by SpaceX is 50. 39 crews for government in 9 missions and 11 crews for commercial organizations in 4 missions. This marks the 370th Falcon 9 launch to date, the 4th flight of this particular Falcon 9 booster supporting today's mission with tail number 1083, 3rd flight for the Crew Dragon Resilience supporting today's mission, Today's launch marks 78th Falcon 9 launch of 2024 so far and is SpaceX 90th overall launch of this year, including the third and fourth integrated flight test of Starship. Additionally, one Falcon Heavy launch. This is SpaceX 316th Falcon booster reflight to date, meaning the launch of a booster that has flown at least once before. 89th orbital launch for SpaceX, launching from Launch Complex 39A. This will be the 183rd overall orbital launch from this pad.
Cooperates better this time than it did last time. So we saw a little bit there about what these four individuals are taking with them into space. I think Jared's advice was kind of interesting. Take less. I kind of agree with that. I personally would probably just take my wedding ring, some flower seeds to plant, and my favorite book. Speaking of which, we already mentioned it earlier, but it's just such a beautiful book. This is a book that Anna actually co-authored, and it is basically just like a story for her children, and she's taking a copy with her to space. And I'm going to order one for myself and very kindly ask her to sign it when she gets back.
Yeah, that's pretty cool that Anna gets to bring something that she wrote and created onto the vehicle with her. But Atticus, what would you take?
I don't know, maybe just some popcorn, some candy, some soft drinks,
some snacks.
Yeah, some snacks. It's a long trip potentially. So.
Would you save any for you to eat when you came back to Earth? Or
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Maybe share it with my friends, some space candy.
There you go. Some
Jesse,
gifts.
What about you?
Oh, I would definitely have to bring a basketball.
Of course.
Basketball has made me who I am today, but what I really want to do is bring Space Jam to real life. That's my plan.
Amazing.
Yeah,
John,
your basketball will be your zero-G indicator.
That is genius, John.
Or a Nerf ball. Yeah, a Nerf basketball.
There we go.
Not for a mission with an EVA operation, though.
Oh, yeah.
John, what would you take?
I'll be more of a sentimentalist. When I was in the Air Force, working Titan launch vehicles, not the ICBMs, but the above-ground launch vehicles, the Air Force only had one way to distinguish, and that was to give you a rocket badge that you would pin on to your uniform shirt. And so it said, yes, you're working launch vehicles. Well, I've had that since 1980 when I started working launch vehicles, and it's actually been to space and back on a Falcon 9 first stage. So I would take that well-worn and well-traveled badge, and I'd take it with me again, and away it would go.
Yep.
And then come back down. So it'd have 2 flights on it.
Yeah.
And it would be a rocket badge. It'd be pretty cool.
I also thought of another one that you could do, your binder. The infamous Webcast binder, just like I always have my my notebook. I think those would be 2 staples if we were to go.
Yep. My brains.
Who knows, maybe we'll do a webcast from space one day, right? We'll have some of our own employees.
While they are talking about their own things, let's just go through another stats we are having here. Some reusability stats. Today's launch marks 302nd Falcon 9 booster reflight to date. This will be the 91st landing on Just Read the Instructions. Fourth landing of the 4-stage booster with tail number 1083. With this mission's first stage landing, which brings the milestones of 72nd overall droneship landing, marking the 327th Falcon 9 landing and 346th overall landing to date. On the right hand corner on your screen, you can see those drone ships stats. For a shortfall of gravitas, it's 1 unsuccessful landing attempts and 80 successful landings out of 81 overall attempts. Just read the instructions. Encountered 3 unsuccessful landings with 90 successful landings. Out of 93 overall attempts. While, of course, I Still Love You has experienced 7 unsuccessful landings and 101 successful landings out of 108 overall attempts. The stats are prior to today's launch, so please don't get confused. Let's have a look. Well, we are getting some updates for the weather.
All weather rules just cleared about 30 seconds ago, so we have a green range for weather rules, and we'll have our SpaceX meteorologist fill you in for the next T0.
That's a good news.
It's great to hear, and standing by.
And Dragon, SpaceX weather officer here. We did violate a number of launch rules for that cumulus that popped up at that initial T0, so made a good call there from the whole team, SLD 45 and all. And we are tracking a much better POV for this next T0. The LWO is tracking a 35% chance of violation, and if everything holds as it currently looks for another 20-30 minutes, we should be able to step that POV down. But overall, looking good for this next launch attempt.
And copy that, weather officer. That's really great to know. 35% presently for POV, and should be stepping down in the next 20 minutes or so. Good to hear.
So we just heard the other officer giving the updates. Now, previously we were having 60% probability of violation for the launch. Now we will be getting it to reduced to 35% in the just next coming 20 minutes, if everything will be the same as of now. So that's a good decision SpaceX took to hold the first launch window and to attempt the next launch attempt during the launch window, 4-hour launch window. That is, now they are targeting at 5:23 Eastern Time, 9:23 UTC and 2:23 AM Pacific Time. So right now the weather official mentioned that all those weather violation rules are now getting to be ruled out. So that's a good thing. All green as of now, but still they will be monitoring the weather. But now the weather is looking like that it will be favoring for the Falcon 9 launch, with probability of violation of the launch reducing from 60% to 35%. That's a good thing.
Fairly chaotic over the last hour. It's very hard to model and predict as the boundary layer was coming ashore. What they're seeing right now in the weather radar is the boundary looks like it's dissipating, And as the Corps told the crew and the weather officer amplified, we ought to know more in about 20 minutes as we get down close to T-minus 1 hour, in which case the probability of violation may actually decrease, give us an even better chance. Still looking at a variety of things. The rain showers that we saw earlier on the camera lens, making sure that they've dissipated, that we don't fly through rain on the way up. We also want to make sure the big one is cumulus cloud rules. We don't want any thick, high altitude clouds in the flight trajectory. And then, of course, continuing to watch the winds, but that looks to be pretty good. And if the rain dissipates and goes away, then the electric field intensity, which is currently green and go for launch, should also stay that way. So fingers crossed that the weather will continue to improve and we get a go here to continue through T-minus 1 hour and then prop load and take it the rest of the way on down. But right now, Kate, things are looking a little more optimistic than they were an hour or so ago.
Yeah, certainly better. Hearing that we've got a 35% chance of violating the weather requirements instead of 60, that's certainly a welcome improvement. So let's talk a little bit about the research that's going to be going up. So Polaris Dawn is the first of 3 planned missions in the Polaris Program, and this will conduct extensive scientific research to expand our knowledge of humans adapting, living, and working in space. Much of this research is also intended to improve our lives down here on Earth.
We already heard about the research before several times, so let's discuss a little bit about the key stats for SpaceX launches in this year, including today's Polaris Dawn mission. With today's mission launch, SpaceX have a total of 90 launches this year, and out of those, 61 are Starlink missions, 27 non-Starlink missions, including one from today, for commercial and government organizations, and 2 Starship launches. One of the previous non-Starlink missions, the GOES-U mission, was supported by the 10th Falcon Heavy launch. SpaceX reused booster for 84 times in all these missions, showing their commitment to sustainability and reusability. Now, if we look into the geographical distribution, we get that they have 59 launches from East Coast here in Florida, with 17 from Launch Complex 39A here at Kennedy Space Center, including today's one, and 42 launches from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. On the West Coast, they have 29 launches, all from Space Launch Complex 4 East at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. And there were 2 launches from Gulf Coast at Starbase back in Texas for the Starship 3rd and 4th integrated flight test. We are currently awaiting for the 5th integrated flight test. Hopefully that will be happening in the mid-September, pending some license modifications from the FAA. Now, as for landings, SpaceX will be nailing it today 87 times this year. Most of the landings are on drone ships, with 67 successful landings, 24 on Of Course I Still Love You, 20 on Just Read the Instructions, and 25 on a short follow-up Gravitas, including one from today. And for ground landings, they have pulled off 18 of them, 11 times on landing zone 1, previously with Maxar 2 mission, 2 times on landing zone 2, and 5 times on landing zone 4 with recent Transporter 11 mission. Prior to today's launch, the success rate for ground landing is 98.67%. For drone ship landing, it is 96.1%. And the overall landing success rate is 96.64%. The landing success rate for this year got reduced from 100% to 98.84% due to failure of booster with tail number 1062 to land on a shortfall of gravitas during the Starlink 8-6 mission. Previously in 2022 and 2023, SpaceX did had a 100% successful landing attempts. And today's mission is the 18th launch since last mission failure, that is the Starlink 9-3 mission. Most launches in a calendar quarter to date is 36 launches in the second quarter of this year, that is 2024, and most launches in a calendar month is 13 launches, again in this year only.
Slept inside of Dragon during his entire 6-month stay aboard the station.
Now, Dragon can also serve as a lab while orbiting Earth. During the Inspiration 4 mission back in 2021, the crew, as you see there, conducted research while traveling weightless at over 17,000 miles per hour, just as the Polaris Dawn crew will be doing over the next 5 days. Dragon's cargo capacity can be allocated for both crew essentials as well as scientific equipment dedicated to microgravity research and experiments.
Yeah, and in fact, SpaceX is currently accepting proposals for research studies and experiments to fly on Dragon. This could be research to understand mental and physical impacts while on orbit, exploring how to improve training, physical fitness, and mental well-being, or advancing medical care with the exploration of just-in-time training and tools. The selected research study groups will have access to SpaceX's crewed Dragon missions, opening up opportunities for researchers that might not otherwise have an opportunity to do so.
For more information about SpaceX's on-orbit research program, visit spacex.com/humanspaceflight/research. Now, as we mentioned at the start of the show, there are a number of firsts for this mission. The first commercial spacewalk, possibly reaching the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, which, if that happens, it would break the altitude record set by the Gemini 11 mission, which was half a century ago.
Yeah, the Polaris Dawn crew will also be the first to attempt to use the Starlink network while in orbit. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer.
At Dragon, we are cycling the orbit tank isolation valves again to equalize the low-flow pressure system.
Copy that, SpaceX. We're following.
And just a quick update from the core to the crew. Dragon is carrying what we are calling a Starlink plug-and-placer, and inside Dragon is a router connected to a user terminal in Dragon's trunk. Now, this terminal will be linked to the new plug-and-placer device that is mounted on board.
And all of this will be responsible for establishing and maintaining a laser communications link with Starlink satellites, which will be in orbit about 200 kilometers below Dragon. Using this hardware, Dragon will attempt to talk to Starlink the same way Starlink satellites talk between themselves with lasers. No one has ever flown a laser communication system on a human-rated spacecraft before, so there's a lot to be learned. If this works, the plug-and-placer could provide the first high-speed internet experience for people traveling in space.
Yeah, this technology will also help here on Earth by facilitating healthcare access and connectivity to underserved communities around the world. The Polaris Program is donating Starlink to St. Jude Global Partners in 5 countries. Strong, reliable internet will help support the St. Jude Global mission by providing partners greater access to online medical conferencing, case and imaging sharing, and diagnostic assistance. Hospitals and foundations that are part of the pilot program will be able to provide better care to patients thanks to high-speed, low-latency broadband internet.
The first country selected to receive
what they are not mentioning on the live stream, but it was previously briefed by Polaris Dawn crew team during their briefing at Florida about the mission profile for the Polaris Dawn mission, that what they will be doing on each day of this Polaris Dawn mission. So on flight day, that is today, it is the launch day. Crew will get into space in just about 10 to 15 minutes. About an hour after getting there, they will start the pre-breathe protocol, which will soon thereafter raise to peak apogee while passing through inner regions of Earth's Van Allen radiation belt. That will bring us to the flight day 2, where Anna Menon will read the book she authored, as we also heard about it from this webcast. The book named Kisses from Space. Then they will lower to the cruise orbit. At that point, they will begin the spacewalk preparations, performing mobility tests, checking out the space suits, and configuring the Dragon cabin for the upcoming EVA. On flight day 3, the EVA day it is, after the crew wakes up, they have several hours of preparation, including final cargo configurations, preparing biomedical monitoring devices for the spacewalk. Now getting into the space suits, they will perform a suit leak check and then perform the EVA. We will be live streaming the entire event, so do join us. Flight day 4 is the Starlink demonstration day. The crew will have some checkouts and then perform a series of demonstrations as part of the test. Hopefully we will have the live stream for that as well, so stay tuned with us. And on the flight day 5 is the final full day on orbit. On that day, crew will be wrapping up all the researches that they will be performing weaved in every single day of the mission, and then preparing for the re-entry. That brings us to the flight day 6. Having space suits on, then they will re-enter through Earth's atmosphere and then splash down off the coast of Florida at one of the SpaceX 7 sites, and will be recovered by the SpaceX recovery vessel. SpaceX crew gave
All right,
go
that
for
is
launch.
Copy, crew is go for launch.
music to our ears. Crew is once again still ready for launch. So with the ability to deliver cargo and people to the lunar surface, we'll be ready to help humanity build a sustainable presence on the moon and learn how to live off-world before the next step to Mars.
When the time comes for humans to explore the moon and beyond, they'll have to take everything with them for a surface expedition. Building bases or even cities will require huge amounts of cargo and eventually crew, and that's where Starship comes in.
This year is shaping up to be a busy one for Starship. As we mentioned, we completed the fourth flight test of Starship on June 6th down in Starbase, Texas, as you see there. The Super Heavy booster lifted off successfully and completed a full duration ascent burn.
Starship executed another successful hot stage separation, powering down all but 3 of Super Heavy's Raptor engines and successfully igniting the 6 second-stage Raptor engines before separating the vehicles. Following separation, the Super Heavy booster successfully completed its flip maneuver and boost back burn to send it back towards its splashdown zone.
The booster's flight ended with a landing burn and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico, 7 minutes and 24 seconds into flight. The landing was caught by both the onboard camera as well as one of our marine buoys.
Meanwhile, Starship's 6 second-stage Raptor engines successfully powered the vehicle to space and placed it on the planned trajectory for coast. Starship made a controlled re-entry, successfully making it through the phases of peak heating and maximum aerodynamic pressure, demonstrating the ability to control the vehicle using its flaps while descending through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds.
And speaking of those flaps, Starship provided live video throughout re-entry via SpaceX's Starlink satellites, providing most spectacular views. And we all cheered on the little flap that could as it hung on with the last strings for dear life. Now, these Starlink-enabled views, they were incredible, and we're looking forward to having similar incredible views on Polaris Dawn.
Yeah. Flight 4 ended with Starship igniting its 3 center Raptor engines and executing the first flip maneuver and landing burn since our high-altitude test campaign, followed by a soft splashdown of the ship in the Indian Ocean about an hour and 6 minutes after launch. The 4th flight of Starship made major strides to bring us closer to a rapidly reusable future. Its accomplishments will provide data to drive improvements as we continue rapidly developing Starship into a fully reusable transportation system.
Now, looking forward to Flight 5, we're getting ready to attempt the first ever tower catch of a booster. Now, returning the booster after launch is a core capability to Starship, becoming rapidly and reliably reusable.
And speaking of rapidly, as of August 21st, we had both towers fully stacked, which is so incredible to see.
That's a real photo. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
So stay tuned for exciting updates as we get closer to this next launch. And as always, excitement is guaranteed.
Now, for those that have just recently joined us, you picked a great time because we are exactly 1 hour and 1 minute and 13 seconds away from launch. Welcome back to the coverage for the Polaris Dawn mission. The Polaris program is a first-of-its-kind effort to rapidly advance human spaceflight capabilities while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. The program's goal is to demonstrate important operational capabilities that will serve as building blocks to help further human exploration to the Moon, Mars, and beyond. Polaris Dawn is the first mission in the Polaris program. The program will consist of up to 3 human spaceflight missions that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in the first flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board.
The Polaris Dawn crew will be performing some incredible firsts in space, including the first ever commercial spacewalk. And this mission will fly higher than any Dragon mission to date, attempting to reach the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 half a century ago. The crew will also be the first to test Starlink laser-based communications in space. They will orbit the Earth for up to 5 days before splashing down off the coast of Florida, and over the course of their mission in orbit, the crew will conduct a wide range of research in microgravity designed to advance both human health on Earth and our understanding of human health during future long-duration spaceflights.
Now, liftoff time is still holding for 5:23 a.m. Eastern, and we're currently tracking no technical issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon. The range is green, and weather at the moment is cooperating, but the last POV that we had was 35%, and we heard that it was going to improve as we get closer to T0, so fingers crossed it stays that way. Now, over the last more than 3 hours, I think more like 5 hours at this point, the Polaris Dawn crew donned their SpaceX suits and were then transported to the pad where our crew entered Dragon spacecraft, the one you see there on your screen. Since arriving at the spacecraft, the crew were helped by our closeout team to get in their seats, those seats that you see there, attach their suits to the special umbilicals that provide breathing air and communication link to Dragon systems. They conducted successful leak checks and communications checks with the core here in Hawthorne, and that is the person who they will be speaking to directly throughout the mission. That stands for Crew Operations Resource Engineer.
Yeah, and the closeout team was able to seal the hatch, which also gets its own leak check. And the closeout team has already departed the pad. Once that hatch was sealed, they were able to clear the area and clear the pad. And now we've been doing some weather checks as we got closer and closer to T0. So again, we will be doing another final go, no go for launch. Before we get to that final go, no go, the next team will do an internal poll, making sure that conditions are right with Falcon 9, Dragon, the crew, the range, and the weather, of course. T-minus 1 hour until liftoff is the final evaluation checkpoint, or the last opportunity for the SpaceX team to adjust the launch time if it's needed. And with everything so far on track, let's take a moment to meet the crew that will be flying today.
The Polaris Dawn mission has many time objectives, so
now we are at T-minus 57 minutes. Guess that at T-minus 50 minutes we will be getting the final go no go poll for the launch of today's mission, Polaris Dawn mission. Then the weather update is coming up. Let's hear that.
Go SpaceX.
Dragon, we are currently go for launch. Updated probability of violation is 20%. So with that, we are going to be pressing towards T02. We'll keep you updated if any other weather comes through.
Hey, copy that.
Very nice update. We got final go. Not the final go from the weather officials. Now the probability of violation, it got 20%, which was previously 60% at the initial launch time. So the weather got improved so much. Now, as I mentioned before, that at T-minus 50 minutes, we will be having a final go for today's launch. Then coming up at T-minus 45 minutes, SpaceX launch director will be giving the final go for the propellant load. At T-minus 42 minutes, we will be having the crew access arm retraction. Right now, there is no SpaceX team there because as the Polaris Dawn crew is now inside the Dragon spacecraft, being the hatch closed. Then coming up at T-minus 39 minutes, the Dragon's launch escape system will be armed. And as we know, this is a very critical event in the pre-launch timeline. At the same time, at T-minus 39 minutes, the crew members will close their visors, although it is closed already, in anticipation of arming the launch escape system. This is an emergency escape system which will use Super Draco thrusters if for some reason the crew needs to make a quick evacuation. It will launch them very quickly away from the Falcon 9 rocket. If everything looks fine, prop load will begin at T-minus 35 minutes mark with the loading of the rocket grade kerosene or the RP-1 on board the first and second stages of the Falcon 9 rocket. At the same time, LOX load, that is super chilled liquid oxygen, will be loaded on board the first stage. And then at T-minus 16 minutes, which will be the next event, when the second stage liquid oxygen load begins. At T minus 7 minutes, we will be chilling down the 9 Merlin engines, which involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps, which helps protect the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damages during the startup sequence. At about 6 minutes before liftoff, the first stage kerosene tank should be full. T minus 5 minutes and 30 seconds, the strong back retract sequence begins. It will start with the clamp arms that we see just underneath the Dragon's trunk open up, and then the transporter erector or the strong back will recline about 1.5 degrees. Let's hear Charles Duke a little.
You know, I was more tense in that landing when I actually did it. Because, you know, in the spacecraft, you were seeing all the systems, whereas in mission control, you're just looking at a little screen, you know, and I was never were this big. They were just little things. First off, I want to say thank you for inviting me to come out and get a briefing from y'all and maybe throw a little piece of advice every once in a while to you.
You're one of the 12 humans in history that has gotten to walk on the face of the moon, and now you're sitting here at SpaceX. I'm curious what your aspirations, your hopes, your dreams are for the future of human space exploration.
Well, I'm excited about the privatization of space. When it first came about, I was a little dubious, but then it was quickly obvious that SpaceX knew what they were doing, and I've been a big supporter of what SpaceX is doing in space, and manned and unmanned launches. I'm impressed with this facility, and the first time I've been here.
Well, sir, it is a real honor. It is a real honor to have you here and have this conversation. Polaris Dawn, sir, is the first of up to 3 missions that are contemplated. So we're going to vent down the vehicle and conduct a spacewalk. And we're going to test out a new spacesuit that the engineers at SpaceX here have been developing. It's to learn really as much about this new generation suit that SpaceX has built, and then the entire operation associated with it. So I'll be one of the crew members that goes outside the vehicle. Sarah will be as well. And then Kit and Anna are going to be inside the vehicle in kind of supporting capacity and be the eyes and ears of, while we're outside.
Is that visor assembly separate from your...
The whole thing is
It's all integrated.
Yeah, it's a spiral waist zipper that we don and doff the suit.
It's important to have a suit that works. I mean, it's mobile and fits.
Sir, based on your training experiences, what was the most memorable thing you went through?
Let me cover something that's very similar to y'all's, and that's the Trans-Earth EVA.
Are you ready, Charlie? Roger, copy. Looks like the old move.
Both the Apollo 15, 16, and 17 had no problems with the Trans-Earth EVAs. They're very spectacular. I mean, the view, that was my most impressive memory, really, is to float out, and there was the Earth down here about 180,000 miles away. And my job basically was hook myself in so I don't float off and hold on. How long are you depressurized?
So for the spacewalk, based on the vehicle design and what we can support, we have about 2 hours end to end for both depressurizing external operations and then repressurizing the spacecraft. But we'll all get suited up, depressurize the spacecraft, and then 2 people, one at a time, will go outside, come back in before we repressurize the spacecraft.
My advice is don't let go. I wish you well. Thank you.
The goal of SpaceX is to build technologies necessary to make life multiplanetary. And this is...
That was a quite heartwarming conversation. So we were at the pre-launch timeline discussing. At T minus 6 minutes before liftoff, the first stage kerosene tanks should be full at T minus 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The strong back retract sequence will begin. It will start with the clamp arms that we just see underneath the Dragon trunk open up, and the transporter erector or the strong back recline about 1.5 degrees away from the vehicle. It will remain in that position until liftoff, at which point it rapidly pulls back to clear the way for Falcon 9's vertical ascent. At T minus 5 minutes, the Dragon transitions to internal power. Just for a quick knowledge, you might be knowing that the strong back reclining process at Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral differs from that at Vandenberg. Here at Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral, we recline the strong back about 1.5 degrees, whereas at Vandenberg, we recline it 13 degrees away from the Falcon 9. At T minus 3 minutes mark, the first stage liquid oxygen loading should be complete, followed by the second stage liquid oxygen loading wrapping up at T minus 2 minutes mark. At that point, the Falcon 9 rocket is fully fueled with 1 million pounds of propellant. At T minus 1 minute mark, the propellant tanks are brought up to flight pressure. In the final 60 seconds of the countdown, the control of the flight system, that is the launch sequence, is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers.
The launch director has also checked with the Dragon mission director for their readiness. Everything continues to look good. We're going to be hearing some instructions from the SpaceX launch director. He'll be making announcements on the control room lockdown and protocols for hold or launch escapes. And he'll also be reminding the team that inside of T minus 10 seconds, only the computer can abort the launch. Now, once the LD, the launch director, gives these instructions, they will clear the team to proceed with moving the crew arm away from the launch vehicle. You can see the arm is in the access position right now, but once we get...
complete, the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant loading, and launch. Both control rooms will go into lockdown at T minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the C or LD, and they'll approve during the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Right now, the crew access arm will be retracting. At T minus 42 minutes, both the control rooms will go into lockdown. Here we go, the crew access arm getting retracted. In just few minutes, at T minus 35 minutes, we'll be loading the propellants in the Falcon 9. And what I was mentioning, that at T minus 42 minutes, just 1 minute, nearly 2 minutes away from that, both launch control system will go into a lockdown and remain in that state until launch escape systems is disarmed. Right now, crew access arm retraction is complete. And after the disarming of the launch escape system, they will start fueling and they will arm the abort system that time. As you can see, the crew make the visors down for arming the launch escape system, and just in few minutes they will be starting the prop load begin. Right now the crew is proceeding arming the LDS, short for launch escape system.
And we're just waiting for the call out.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
Copy that, SpaceX, we show the same.
Yep, that's
SpaceX
good news.
Dragon, we're closing out 4.100.
4.100, reference to
SpaceX copies closing 4.100.
That's a procedure the crew is running on their tablets. So with that, the launch escape system is now armed. Should something happen that requires Dragon to execute an emergency escape, if something were to happen to the Falcon 9 or the pad right now, system is ready to go. There's another key reason. Once we got the crew access arm back, we went right into arming the launch escape system, because once that system is armed, should we need to have the crew leave but depart via the crew access arm, that arm took a minute or so to retract. It can actually come back into the support position much faster than that. So there's a high-speed mode, but that high-speed mode requires that we be in the armed configuration so that it'll be enabled. So if that was needed, the crew could then leave the hatch, go down the arm, and depending upon the direction, they can take the elevators. The elevators are currently at level 255. When the ground team left the pad, they send the elevators back up. So if the crew needs them, they're right there. And of course, we have the slide wire basket system on 39A is another way. So there's several ways if the crew had to leave. But the good news is, coming up 40 minutes before launch, everything continues to go well, technically, on Falcon 9 and Dragon, and it looks like the weather has begun to cooperate now.
Currently, speaking of weather, we are having only 20% probability of violation for the launch. Just now, nearly 4.5 minutes from now, we will be start loading the RP1 on the Falcon 9, and after that we will be getting determined for the liftoff. Just for a quick recap, the crew donned their spacesuits, walked out, moved to the pad, launched 39A, got ingressed in the Dragon spacecraft. We were targeting the initial launch attempt, but we had to move it to the next launch attempt during the 4-hour launch window to 5:23 a.m. Eastern Time. Right now, we retracted the crew access arm. We made the Dragon's launch escape system being armed. Currently just waiting for the RP1 load, coming up at T-minus 35 minutes.
And it shows, this is a perfect example of, why we have all these procedures and these milestones where we're checking in throughout the countdown to make sure that, we have opportunities to make the right decision, again, for safety being the number one thing that we're always looking out for, especially with crew on board, but just for any mission. And we were able to...
Tanks will vent for the start of propellant load in 5 seconds.
Just 5 seconds from now, we will be starting the prop load.
And Dragon. And then we'll also hear call-outs on ascent.
Yeah, and the Corps is keeping them updated so that they, there's going to be new sounds coming inside of the vehicle, and the Corps can keep them updated since they won't be able to see what's happening, but they might be able to hear it. So they'll be able to monitor, those familiar sounds or those expected sounds as the Corps is updating them with each milestone.
Now, our next major event, as we've mentioned, is the start of propellant loading onto the Falcon 9. We'll hear that starting at T-minus 35 minutes. We also may hear the call-out launch auto sequence has started. That is the ground computer program that controls the last 35 minutes. And we should also, as we mentioned, hear the launch director call out to the crew that propellant loading has begun. Propellant loading sequence on the Falcon 9 begins with loading fuel onto both the first and the second stages. That's the RP1 kerosene fuel that we use. We'll also begin with liquid oxygen loading onto the first stage. Now, the second stage fuel loading will finish up fairly quickly at about T-minus 20.5 minutes. And then 4 minutes after that, we'll begin loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage. But right now, T-minus 35 minutes, 30 seconds, everything continues to go well. We're waiting for the handover from the countdown master sequence to the launch automatic sequence to begin propellant loading. Once that begins, that'll commit us to a launch early this morning here at Pad 39A in Florida. We'll listen in now for the start of propellant loading.
The launch auto sequence has started.
And great call out there. We just heard that the launch auto sequence has begun. This means that propellant loading has begun on Falcon 9. Now we are T-minus 34 minutes and 45 seconds from liftoff. Dragon was loaded with its propellants about a couple weeks ago, just a few miles down the road at what we call Dragon Land. In order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer. And for the fuel, we use monomethylhydrazine, or MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for the oxidizer. Now, together, these propellants feed the Draco engines that maneuver Dragon on orbit, as well as the 8 Super Draco engines that would power the launch escape system in an abort scenario.
And again, now that fueling for Falcon 9 has started, that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside Dragon are ready, if needed, to launch the capsule away from the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant, should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad.
Now, some of you are very familiar with the vehicles on the launch pad today, but for those of you who aren't, no worries. We're about to make you instant experts. Now, on the left side of your screen is a live view of our Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon spacecraft on top. Together, they stand about 229 feet tall. Falcon 9, of course, is a reusable 2-stage rocket, which means it's kind of like 2 rockets in one, the first stage and the second stage. The first stage is the bottom 2/3 of the vehicle. You can see soot from the previous 3 missions that this booster has flown, and those missions include NASA Crew 8 as well as 2 Starlink missions. The first stage is responsible for accelerating Falcon and Dragon through Earth's atmosphere and into space. To do that, it has 9 Merlin engines at the bottom of the stage. Prior to liftoff, the Falcon 9 first stage is loaded up with nearly 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen. At liftoff, the Merlin engines use these propellants to provide the first stage with a thrust greater than 5 747 airplanes at full power. These engines consume about 700 gallons of fuel per second. The first stage accelerates the vehicle through the Earth's atmosphere into space, and then separates from the rest of the rocket at just about 2.5 minutes into flight. From there, the first stage will do what no other orbital class rocket in the world can do. It will make its way back down to Earth and target a landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions, which you can see there on your screen. And this drone ship is currently parked and holding position a couple hundred miles downrange in the Atlantic Ocean. Our drone ships are essentially autonomous powered spaceports, and they allow our rocket to land offshore. For reference, our drone ships are about the size of a football field, so while they may look small on screen, they're actually pretty big in real life. Reusability is a critical part of our goal of making life multiplanetary. And to that end, we're working toward qualifying our fleet of Falcon boosters and fairings to support up to 40 missions each. As mentioned previously, Falcon 9 is a two-stage rocket, and above the first stage is the second stage. The second stage has a single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC engine, and this engine ignites after stage 1 separates from stage 2. The second stage is essentially a smaller version of the first stage, and while the first stage gets us out of the Earth's atmosphere and away from the extreme forces of gravity, the second stage is designed to operate in the vacuum of space and deliver payloads, like Dragon today, to their target drop-off orbit. And of course, we have a great team here at SpaceX that will be monitoring both Falcon 9 and Dragon after liftoff.
Well, speaking of drone ships, recently a shortfall of Gravitas has moved to Freeport at the Bahamas for maybe a regular maintenance or repairs for the last landing mishap happened. Now currently just read the instructions is serving here in the East Coast.
The Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, or CORE. The other positions are focused on things like navigation and control of the vehicle, avionics, software, propulsion, life support systems, and communications with ground segments.
Right now, cryogenic helium load has started. We got this call out from the control system, flight control.
Anna served in mission control during multiple Dragon missions, including Demo 2, Crew 1, CRS 22 and 23, Crew 3 and Crew 4, as well as Axiom 1. And Sarah has supported real-time operations for Dragon's cargo resupply missions to and from the International Space Station as a navigation officer and as a crew communicator for Dragon's human spaceflight missions. And now they'll get to see what it's like from the other side inside of Dragon.
Although Anna and Sarah have trained astronauts for SpaceX missions, they were not exempt from going through that exact training themselves. The Polaris Dawn crew has gone through the same rigorous SpaceX training as our NASA astronauts. Plus, they also had to train to perform an EVA, or an extracurricular vehicle activity.
We had an opportunity to talk to Anna, Jared, Kid, and Sarah about their training experiences, and here's what they had to say.
The bulk of the training has been rightfully focused on the EVA, or the spacewalks. In a development program, you don't know what you need to train to. Like, how can we run pressurized operations, simulate microgravity, but also have like a simulator that's powered, with hatches to get in and out of, so we don't have to submerge that in a pool.
We looked at a suspension system solution where we can set up a physics model that allows you to pressurize the suit, put on a harness, and then a hoist will lift a suited crew member up. And you can basically use one finger and you press down and your whole body will move up, just like in space.
It allowed us to really put into practice the different piece-by-piece steps that are necessary to complete this operation safely.
One aspect of our training has been scuba diving. The buoyancy allows us to kind of experience a different environment. The lack of communication is a challenge associated with scuba diving.
You rely on alternate forms of communication. You'll use different hand signals to communicate, like I'm okay, you're okay. So I would say scuba diving has a ton of great training lessons that are directly applicable to our spacewalk.
I have to say, I think the max fun here was the skydiving we did at the Air Force Academy. That was some of the best training ever.
When I dropped out of that airplane, sitting in the airplane as I was going up, I felt those nerves, all of that rush of emotions that comes with, recognizing that you are about to do a really high consequence operation.
And you're standing out, leaning into the wind, out of an aircraft, and then you just let go and you fall. It was incredible training, some of the most memorable training we've done.
For the centrifuge training, the purpose is to go through both a launch and a reentry as well as a launch escape mission profile in this human centrifuge that's spinning you around and imparting forces on your body that are similar to the ones that we will experience when we go through those operations actually in space.
When you're in space, you have to deal with the circumstances that you're dealt. Similar fashion is climbing a mountain. You're on the side of a mountain, it's taken days to get to where you're at, approaching the summit. You're dehydrated, you're hungry. You learn to manage those stressors. And those are all good preparation techniques in getting ready for space exploration.
We've had it all. We've had unbelievable, highs, and we've had, lows. It's just been a great 2 years of growth. Some of the best times of my life.
Before the segment, I called it an extracurricular activity. My brain is clearly tired. It's extravehicular activity. And as we mentioned earlier, much of the training that the crew went through was to prepare them to perform that extravehicular activity, or an EVA. Because Dragon does not have an airlock, the entire cabin will be depressurized. So essentially, all 4 astronauts will be performing the EVA. Jared and Sarah will exit the spacecraft to perform their tasks, while Kid and Anna remain inside to conduct their experiments and act as the ears and eyes. The EVA will last about 2 hours from the time that the cabin air is vented to when it is repressurized again.
As they prepare for the EVA, the crew...
Stage 2 cryohelium load has started.
Some good call-outs there.
Right now, stage 2 cryogenic helium load has started. So all these callouts are indicating for the upcoming launch.
SpaceX designed the EVA suits for the Polaris Dawn crew, and they'll wear it during the spacewalk. The EVA suits protect the crew inside the spacecraft while also allowing them to leave the spacecraft when needed.
Upgrades include new joint designs that remain soft until pressurized while maintaining mobility, improved thermal management, and an upgraded helmet with an exterior coating that acts like a sun visor, along with a camera and heads-up display that provides information on the status of the suit during the spacewalk.
Let's take a look at the making of the suits that our crew will be wearing during the first ever commercial EVA.
Now we already saw and heard about this EVA suit details, but to summarize this, the goals of the spacesuit test today on its first EVA will be familiarization with how the spacesuit will perform while EVA. Also, the collection of the spacesuit and biometric data to assess the overall system's performance in a flight. Understanding of general impacts of the pressure changes on their body during pressurized operations, insights into thermal states expected throughout the spacewalk as the crew will be reaching the Van Allen radiation belt. So all this data will be further making these spacesuits to have more changes in them in future. Already all these goals of the spacesuits which I mentioned right now, they were performed during the suit acceptance test, where the crew went through suit checks in a vacuum environment at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, which utilized a historic chamber facility previously used to support testing of America's earlier spacesuits and spacecraft during the Gemini and Apollo program. Right now you are looking at these new visors of the new EVA suit by SpaceX. This data they will be seeing while performing the EVA with the heads-up display, which is a transparent display showing some essential data metrics on their visors.
Between 190 to 700 kilometers above Earth, the Polaris Dawn crew will attempt the first ever commercial spacewalk. Here's how it all came together.
EVA stands for extravehicular activity, and it's any sort of operation in space where a human is getting out of the spacecraft. So in the case of Polaris Dawn, we're going to be testing the mobility of the suit. We're going to see if the in-space operation matches the training we've done here in Hawthorne. There's really a lot of different things that can happen during an EVA, and this is the first step for Dragon and SpaceX.
When I first started working at SpaceX, I never thought.
Well, Polaris Dawn will be flying higher than any previous Dragon mission to date and reaching the highest Earth orbit ever flown while moving through portions of the Van Allen radiation belt at an orbital altitude of 1,400 kilometers from Earth's surface, or you can say that more than 3 times higher than the ISS. This will be the highest altitude of any human space flight mission in more than half a century. Some record settlers with this mission: Gillis and Isaacman, who will be performing the EVA at a planned 435 miles, that is 700 kilometers in altitude, will seize some world records. 3 times higher than the ISS, it will be the highest EVA ever in Earth orbit, smashing an altitude record of 850 miles, that is 1,370 kilometers, set by Gemini 11 astronauts Charles Conard and Richard Gordon back in September 1966. The first ever commercial spacewalk this mission will be featuring. This will take place at an elliptical orbit of 700 kilometers above Earth in newly developed SpaceX EVA suits. During the spacewalk, the crew will conduct a series of tests that will provide necessary data that will allow SpaceX teams to produce a scale for future long-duration missions. The crew worked with SpaceX engineers throughout the suit development process and testing various iterations for mobility and performance, along with the mobility aids and system procedures, and also conducted operations inside the vacuum chamber to validate pre-breath protocol and the readiness of the EVA suit. Now, some other record setting by this mission will be Sarah Gillis, aged 30 years and 242 days on planned day of EVA. Gillis will also become the youngest human to spacewalk, eclipsing first ever spacewalker, Soviet cosmonaut Alexei Leonov, who was 30 years, 292 days old when he floated outside the Voskhod 2 capsule back in March 1965. Jointly with Menon, Gillis will also fly to the highest altitude ever attained by a woman. They will make it more than double the 358 miles, that is 576 kilometers, reached by astronauts Kathy Thornton, Nancy Curie, and Megan MacArthur across 3 Hubble Space Telescope repair flights between 1993 and 2009. Right now, stage 2 LOX load has started.
We did get a good call that stage 2 LOX liquid oxygen loading is now beginning on the vehicle.
Now, this mission will orbit Earth for about 5 days, and in addition to the first commercial spacewalk, it'll be the first time that we will be utilizing our newly designed Skywalker hardware, which I love the name, and it is a mobility aid that Sarah and Jared will use in their EVA suit testing during their EVA. So we are very much looking forward to the launch in just over 15 and a half minutes now. And everything so far looking good. We had much improved weather conditions when our first T0 occurred was 12:38. Wasn't so great. Here we are sometime later, and we're looking at a 20% favorability. So as you can see on your screen, like I said, about 15 minutes from the liftoff of Polaris Dawn. Lots of excitement building here in the building in Hawthorne, just outside of Mission Control. Now, I can only imagine what the crew is feeling as the clock counts down. Now, as we all wait together, let's hear from some of the crew of the Inspiration 4 mission as they reflect on what they were feeling just before their mission liftoff.
I gotta say, right now, launching, people always ask me if I was afraid as soon as the engines lit and started taking off. And I was like, no, I was ready. But for me, you know, liftoff was really about concentrating on my job as the mission pilot. And I was wondering, because you guys, you know, were able to kind of sit there and enjoy it and sense it. How was it for you?
Launch was the most fun I've ever had. I was just so excited, and people had been asking me, like, are you going to be nervous? And I thought I would be, but I just, again, I kept waiting to get nervous, and it didn't come. And then they're counting down from 10, and I remember saying, let's do this. Oh. And I might have had an expletive in there too. But then, you know, we're hearing the 10 count, and it's delayed because of the delay from Mission Control. And so we're hearing, like, they're on maybe 2 whenever we're actually lifting off. Right. But Jared was giving us his own count, and I remember he said something like, "All right, guys, get ready." And then we felt this big jolt, and then of course a lot of G-forces that came on really quickly. But it was just so smooth, and I remember I had the biggest smile on my face. Like I was having so much fun.
Yeah. And for me, it wasn't just sitting there idly going for a ride. It was thinking about, okay, what am I hearing? What's that pressure I'm feeling through my chest? Because this is happening probably just once, right? And so how do you share this? How do you tell someone what you're going through in this moment if you're not paying attention to everything? And so that's what I was really trying to do was, look between my toes at the window or look over at your screen, Cyan, and see, where we are.
I was wondering if you could see how much you could see, because I couldn't see out the, I was laser focused on listening to Jared and watching the monitor, and I was surprised at how smooth it was, because I was expecting for it to be a little bit more, where the monitors are going like this, but it wasn't at all. But I always wondered, did you look between your toes and see? Could you see out? Were you able to?
I did. I remember right before we launched, just seeing it was very dark, but I don't think we could really see anything except darkness.
Yeah, I don't think we really could see anything except, and it wasn't until we got into space that we made our first orbit around it, where the sun was, rising from the other side of the Earth, that we actually got our first light from the sun enter the capsule.
Yeah. Yes, and I remember saying out loud, "Is that the Earth?" And obviously, what else would it have been? But it was just so unbelievable. I had to say it out loud.
Yeah, interesting comment about first light. We'll be launching about an hour before sunrise at Cocoa Beach, Kennedy Space Center.
Welcome back, Fairmint. Yes, it's a perfect timing. We just have to see those iterated things which we saw already when you were there, so nothing you missed so much in between. So now let's enjoy the stream together.
I was actually just looking back at my Inspiration 4 liftoff notes in my handy-dandy notebook, and Sarah, who is our mission specialist on the far right-hand side of your screen there, was actually the core for liftoff of Inspiration 4, so I'm sure she's having a great 360 moment. Now, as we approach the last few minutes before liftoff, we have some well wishes for the crew.
Anna, Sarah, Kid, Jared, from the Dragonfly software team.
On behalf of the Dragon Propulsion Build team,
Dragon Avionics here.
The materials team, for the reliability team, the Draco team,
to the Dragon Propulsion Engineering team,
Falcon Flight Reliability,
on the Falcon Build Reliability Engineering team, to Polaris Dawn.
We're so excited for you on this Polaris Dawn mission. We're wishing you the best of luck from McGregor.
Thanks for allowing us the opportunity to do a lot of testing.
Thank you for flying Dragon.
Please remember to keep your hands, arms, legs, and feet inside the vehicle at all times.
May Falcon and Dragon propel you to unimaginable heights.
We know our engines will get you there safe.
Go fly higher than Dragon's ever flown before, and hope you enjoy your internet in space.
Good luck! Safe travels, and
go Polaris Dawn!
Go Polaris Dawn!
Godspeed, Polaris Dawn!
Go Polaris Dawn!
Some heartwarming and happy messages from all of the SpaceX team. Right now we are getting at T-minus 9 minutes and 33 seconds. First stage and second stage LOX load are currently undergoing at nearly T-minus 7 minutes. We will be having the Falcon 9 to begin engine chill prior to launch.
Configured for launch. We've heard from the crew. Core is giving them the ready to launch message. Now coming up here as we launch, you're going to hear some call outs, possibly stage 1A or mode 1 alpha. These are abort modes that just let the crew know as we're flying what they should be prepared for in case they had to execute an emergency escape from the Falcon 9. Don't expect that, but they are trained, and that's when you hear 1A, that means they've lifted off. 1B you might hear, that'll come late in the ascent as we're throttling down the Merlins on the first stage. When we're on second stage, you'll hear 2A and eventually Shannon, which is a call out for Ireland that tells the crew that they can cross the North Atlantic. And then finally we get into orbit and everything gets disabled and Dragon will separate. But right now, coming up on T-minus 8 minutes, everything continues to go well.
At T-minus 7 seconds, we should hear the call out that stage 1 engine chill has started. At this point in time, when we hear that, we'll know that we're beginning to flow a little bit of the super chilled liquid oxygen through the first stage engines. This helps to basically pre-chill the engine hardware prior to the full flow of that super chilled liquid oxygen. This helps the ignition sequence and helps to avoid any thermal shock to the hardware. At this point in time, Falcon continuing to undergo its propellant loading operations. And standing by for the call out for that engine chill initiation.
Engine chill has started.
And great news there. As Kate mentioned, engine chill has begun. And we are loading propellants on Falcon 9's first and second stage. Second stage propellant loading for RP1 has completed. We're getting close to wrapping up propellant loading on stage 1. And while RP1 will be completed around the T-minus 6 minute mark, liquid oxygen loading will continue on both first and second stage as we get closer to the T0. So we should hear a call
Stage
out.
1 RP1 load is complete.
Perfect timing. Stage 1 RP1, or the fuel for the Falcon 9 vehicle, has completed on the first stage.
Now, coming up next at around T-minus 5 minutes, we should hear a call out that Dragon has transitioned to configure for terminal count. This is similar to the startup phase of the count for Falcon. It's essentially when the vehicle takes over control of the count and starts to operate on internal power and on internal computers. Of course, Falcon 9 enters the startup phase at T-minus 1 minute, and Dragon will transition to configure for terminal count at T-minus 5 minutes.
At nearly, as you heard, nearly T-minus 5 minutes, we will be getting a call out for the Dragon transitioning to the internal power. Stage 1 RP1 load has completed. Currently we are loading stage 1 and stage 2 locks load. First it will be a completion of the stage 1 locks load, then we will be getting a call out for the second stage. Now we got this call out. Tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract. Right now we are pressurizing the tanks for the strong back retract by stiffening it up by adding a little bit of gas. Strong back retract has started. We'll be reclining the strong back about a degree and a half. The fuel load is complete on first and second stage. Now currently we are loading the locks on board the Falcon 9. While pressurizing the tanks, we added a little bit of gas to stiffen up the tanks so that the clamp pumps can open up with a solid structure holding the Falcon 9. Right now we are opening the arms as we started reclining the strong back. The strong back retract process is a little bit slow We have hydraulic actuators at the base of the strong back that will pull it away. We do this slowly because you might be able to see we still have those lines that are carrying liquid oxygen to the second stage, as well as the electrical signals and the air conditioning up there in the payload fairing. Not in the payload fairing. Today we have Dragon. We need to make sure that all of this easily stretch out and all the mechanisms work good, so that we can recline the strong back position without tugging on any of the lines. Dragon got internal power, as well as we got a call out for stage 1 LOX load being complete. Now coming up, we will be having the stage 2 LOX load completion. Stage 2 LOX is complete. Now all propellants are on board the Falcon 9 with 1 million pounds of propellant. We are now beginning to vent down the pressure that was in the tubing on the strong back. That's why we can see those clouds coming out there. Ground gas closeout. That's where we bleed the pressure off, and that cold gas, when it reacts with the moist humid air, which gives this nice white cloud. Next 1 minute of the seconds of the countdown, we will be hearing the Falcon 9 flight computers are in startup. FTS is armed. Falcon 9 is in startup.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
We will be giving go for launch.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, T-minus 30 seconds from the liftoff.
T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and go Falcon, go Polaris.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Finally, we had the liftoff of the long-awaited Polaris Dawn mission. We just saw how the Falcon 9 pierced the thick cloud over
T
there.
plus 35 seconds into the Polaris Dawn mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9 to new heights.
Power and telemetry nominal.
And we're throttling down in preparation for max Q. Next call out, the vehicle supersonic. And there on the left side, we've got the Polaris Dawn
supersonic.
Falcon 9 got supersonic. We have exited Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
Max Q.
Max Q call out. We are to the period of maximum stress on the vehicle. We have throttled
Copy, 1 Bravo.
That just tells the
Merlin
crew
engines
what would
back
happen
up to full
should
power.
they need to initiate anything. But right now, everybody making
Coming
nominal
up, we will
call-outs
be having
on
an
Falcon 9.
embarks call out.
Nice views from the ground
prior
camera.
to the embark engine
And nice view
on the
from
second
inside
stage.
Dragon.
We are
Impact
getting
chill
very
is underway.
nice view
The
from the
announcement lets us know we've
rocket,
begun the final chill of
and
the second
we
stage
started
engine
the
in
embark
preparation
engine
for its
chill
activity coming up
prior to
at
its
about
ignition
T+2
just after
minutes and
stage
40 seconds.
separation. After that, we will be having three events in rapid succession. Shutdown of main engine on first stage.
2 minutes into flight,
Then
everything continues to
we will
look
be
good.
having stage separation and
We'll have,
ignition of the
in
second
half a
stage
minute, 3
embark
major
engine for the
activities.
first time. That
Shutdown
is
of the 9
SU1.
Merlin 1D engines, stage
Stage 1
separation,
throttle down.
and then ignition of the second stage engine. Throttle down, we're holding a constant acceleration now for the crew just below 4 Gs. See, we're coming up 70 kilometers. Preparing for MECO.
Main engine cut off.
2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
Got it. 2 Alpha. Impact ignition.
As you can tell by the cheers behind us and the views on your screen, the first stage booster now on its way to attempt landing on just read the instructions. Second stage there on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see that the first stage has not yet reached its apogee. You can see the altitude there.
Right now we saw the stage nitrogen thrusters deployed the hypersonic titanium grid fins after the stage separation. Right now the first stage Dragons and the first stage trajectory is nominal. Right now we are looking at a view of the first stage, continues under the force of gravity and steering with the help of grid fins. It will continue to rise towards the apogee before descending back down towards the landing on drone ship. Just read the instructions. Stationed in the Atlantic Ocean. This will be the 91st landing on just read the instructions. So far the launch has gone flawless. The first stage has completed its job and now coming back to its landing site. The second stage is performing at full capacity with Dragon attached to it, providing us stunning views from the second stage. At this phase of the flight, stage 1 is only using the grid fins for steering as it returns to Earth. The grid fins helps orient the Falcon 9 during re-entry and guides its descent. While we are currently viewing the second stage, we might be able to occasionally see bursts of nitrogen gas on the left side of your screen from the first stage for altitude control. This burst helps position the vehicle as it heads back to the drone ship. Coming up, we will be having a call out for stage 1 entry burn startup, and that burn will be lasting for 22 seconds. So let's just hear the call out.
We can see the crew settling
Dragon
quite.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Crew seems pretty comfortable there at T+6 minutes. They're at about 4 Gs. And everything looks good. First stage continuing its descent back down to planet Earth. We can see the crew remain with their visors down in the locked position. That'll remain that way until they are in orbit. Everything continuing to look great with the second stage engine burn there, as well as the
Dragon SpaceX trajectory nominal.
Dragon copies.
Good.
We're about 30 seconds away from the first stage entry burn.
Good call out. Dragon's
This is the
trajectory
first
is
of
nominal.
2 burns that the first stage will perform. Designed to help reduce the amount of drag experienced by the first stage.
Coming up, stage 1 entry
FTS
burn.
is saved.
Stage 2 FTS has been saved. It means it completed the
All right,
orbital
standing
insertion
by
burn.
for entry burn begin on the first stage, there on the left-hand side of your screen.
And right on time, you can see
Right now we are seeing the stage 1 entry burn. We lit the 3 of Merlin 1D engines on the first stage. As mentioned before, only 22 seconds it will be extending, and already it got turned off. Now coming up, we will be getting a call out for stage 1 being transonic. And after that call out from the transonic, stage 1 being transonic, we will be having a call out for SECO 1. Here we go. Shutdown of the second stage engine. Now they will be entering into a coast phase. Also, we started the landing burn for the first stage. Landing legs are deployed, and here is the touchdown.
here in Hawthorne, we've also confirmed embarks engine shutdown and orbital insertion of the second stage with the crew on board.
After this, we will be having
honestly,
a call
a
out
pretty
for
impressive crowd for
Dragon
2:30 in the
separating
morning
from the
here.
second stage.
We can see the crew enjoying their first taste of microgravity there on the left-hand side of your screen. Now that the MVAC engine has shut down, they are able to just kind of float free. We might catch a glimpse of the 0G indicator. Can't quite tell if they've. Oh, it looks like it's in the upper right-hand corner. It'll come back into view here. Once again, they will keep their visors on until given the okay by core here on the ground.
Right now we are seeing a view on the right side of the screen from the Dragon nose cone. After the Dragon will separate from the second stage, the Dragon nose cone open sequence will begin, and with that the webcast will be concluding for today. And let's see when SpaceX will be giving the update for the EVA. So that is the most interesting part of this Polaris Dawn mission. So don't forget to tune in.
Looks like our first clear view of planet Earth there, our first of many for this mission. And the next event coming up will be the separation of the Dragon from the second stage. I believe this view here is, yep, it's of the trunk. We can see it separating from the second stage. A gorgeous view. We can see that Polaris Dawn.
Separation confirmed.
And we saw that Dragon separating from the second stage. Pardon me, previously I said that the view was from nose cone. It was from the second stage, showing the Dragon's trunk. Now Polaris Dawn crew are separate from its second stage, leading to its targeted orbit. T plus 13 minutes and 9 seconds into the mission. Just after some minutes.
For all humanity, each of you has trained tirelessly and prepared rigorously for this moment, the moment where we reach higher into space than ever before. As you gaze towards the North Star, remember that your courage lights the path for future explorers. We trust in your skills, your bravery, and your teamwork to carry out the mission that lies ahead. Know that the entire team back here is with you every step, watching, supporting, and cheering you on as you walk into space. We are sending you hugs from the ground. Godspeed, Polaris Dawn crew. May you make history and come home safely. Now words from our CE.
Dragon, CE, welcome to orbit. The Falcon team is honored to have helped you start your incredible journey. We hope you enjoyed the ride. The whole SpaceX family is looking up to you. Godspeed and good luck.
Right now we are getting amazing views from the second stage, I guess, seeing the Dragon floating in the vacuum of space, getting amazing views of Earth and sun shining, and the background this dark vacuum of space. Now just maybe in less than 1 minute or 2 minutes we will be having the Dragon nose cone open sequence to begin.
We heard that tone for a minute. We thought we might hear from the crew, but they're going to spend the next 5 days in space before splashing down off the coast of Florida.
The Polaris Dawn crew is the Polaris Dawn mission is the first mission in the Polaris program that will demonstrate new technologies, conduct extensive research, and ultimately culminate in a flight of SpaceX's Starship with humans on board. All of this while continuing to raise funds and awareness for important causes here on Earth. You can learn more about the Polaris Dawn program and the Polaris program at polarisprogram.com.
This mission will fly higher than any Dragon mission to date, attempting to reach the highest Earth orbit ever flown for a crewed spacecraft, breaking the record set by Gemini 11 half a century ago.
And here we go. Nose cone is starting to open, I guess. Well, okay, we got the views back. Now today's landing of the first stage made it the 323rd landing of an orbital class Falcon 9 rocket. Now following that, we are just waiting for the nose cone deployment.
We'll be back to bring you live coverage of Splashdown when the crew returns back to Earth. You can stay on top of any potential live events from the crew by following us on X at SpaceX.
And keep tabs on the mission with the Dragon Tracker at SpaceX.com. With that, it's been a great early morning. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you back here soon.
And there we go. Long awaited mission, an exciting one. We got some glitches during the live streaming from SpaceX end, made us a little frustrating, but we got treated with a good launch and a successful orbital insertion for the Polaris Dawn crew. So with that, we will be wrapping up our coverage for now. Please be sure to check out our social media handle on X for the latest happenings in the space industry and updates on upcoming launches. Hope you enjoyed the stream as we strived hard to bring the best possible output we can give. We appreciate everyone joining us for today's launch. Wishing everyone a great week ahead. Keep an track on our social media handle on X about the upcoming EVA for the Polaris Dawn mission, and also tomorrow we will be streaming Soyuz MS-26 crewed mission launch and docking to the ISS, so don't forget to tune in. Thanks for watching, being patient, and also would like to specially thanks Fairmed, Pop Tripica, Fun Awesome, Confession at 3 AM, Matt Nutt for joining us. Once again, have a nice day, and this is me, Dipto, and you were watching AstroYonder live. Signing off for now, and we will see you next time.